What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the 2024 NFL Draft Watch Party here with Crunch Time. Boys,
Lions,
we're at Bookies.
baby.
We're at Bookies Bar and Grill.
Let's go.
The people are fired up. The Lions, hopefully they do pick today, but we're going to be covering it all the entire first round. Jeff Iafrate, Booner, Lukas Klotz, Michael Gentry will be subbing in occasionally. And we got Justin Slanik on the ones and twos as well. The entire crew is here.
Shout out Justin, too.
Boys, the draft is upon us. We've covered it for Lord knows how long since the Lions season ended. And today, all the mock drafts, all the preparation, all the mock draft Mondays, they're done. We get to work today, fellas.
They're done.
Let's do it.
By the way, too, downtown Detroit, if you guys aren't down here, it is unbelievable what's happening in downtown. They had to stop letting people into the NFL draft today. They cut people off. If you guys are watching this and you're downtown, come to Bookies.
Shout out.
Come hang out. The Booner Path is here. It starts today. This is where it all starts here. We're drafting our guy today. Brad Holmes is going to be cooking. I cannot wait, boys. I cannot wait.
And
I got the Kool-Aid.
He does.
Here we go, baby. I'm not drinking it until they pick, though.
Yeah, you can't waste it.
I'm not drinking it until they pick.
They confiscated it earlier when you were trying to get into the event, Boone.
That's a problem.
Yeah, can you talk about that, Boone? You put it out on X. They took your Kool-Aid when we were walking through the draft.
Yes, they did.
They said, hold on, give me the Kool-Aid.
I want it known as well. They took the Kool-Aid picture from the Lions' 14-6 season. They took the historic Kool-Aid. The NFL and Roger Goodell, they have an issue with the Detroit Lions since leading back to how long? I don't know how long it is. They have an issue with us, and they took the Kool-Aid jug.
And, fellas, you know what makes this even better? The fact we can do a show in person with each other. The fact that we're not over a stream right now. We're in person. We get to capture all of this, experience all of this, not only with us, with the people that support us. So everybody that's here, thank you. We appreciate you. We love you. Without this, we'd not be able to. I know my brother's watching back home, so just thank you guys. Appreciate all the support, especially the people in the chat. Wouldn't be able to do this without you guys. By the way,
we have a new member in the chat here, Booner's Path. There is a Booner's Path account now.
That's important. We're going to get to it. We're going to be covering the Booner Path, of course, because it does relate to the NFL Draft. Because, ladies and gentlemen, this is how franchises, you change the trajectory of your future. And the Lions' future is already, on the up and rising, of course, but they still have some work to do today. And we're going to be able to cover it. I'm excited. Like you guys said, well said, Lukas, by the way, we wouldn't be able to do all this without your support. If you're tuning in and you're not a subscriber and you don't even know who we are, that's good. Subscribe. Yeah. We're trying to get to 6,000 subscribers. We're going to continue to grow. And like I said, we'll be live throughout the entire first round. No breaks.
Tell some people to come in and tune in here.
Absolutely.
We'll be live all night.
Might have some special guests. We'll have, like I said, Michael Gentry will be joining the program, and we'll be swapping out and doing some rotations here.
I've seen a couple big-time people around this building as well.
Ran into Danny DeKaiser earlier. Yes. He was here.
The legendary Darren McCarty.
And before we move on and get to, obviously, draft talk, I do want to thank some people here for making this all possible. I started with you guys because that is very true. Scotty from Questionable Tees giving us the opportunity and believing in us to do this show here at Bookies. That means everything. And, of course, Elysium, who is the sponsor of the show as well. So, again, shout out to those two people, really, Scotty and Elysium, because they are an up-and-coming cannabis company. So please show love to those people as well. But, fellas, we talked about it before the show. J.J. McCarthy, he's the favorite to go to the Vikings according to I guess, betting apps. I don't know what specific app you use, but betting apps in general. J.J. is the favorite to go to the Vikings. I saw Drake May was the favorite to be picked third overall. Just early thoughts on, I guess we'll start with J.J. because the noise, something we talked about, Vikings potentially trading up to go get him.
Listen, go ahead, Boone, go ahead.
No, I mean, I think it happens. I showed you guys as soon as we got on here, right before we started, 7 of the top 10 teams right now are shopping picks. I feel like we're going into this. The J.J. McCarthy thing's going to be the biggest news of them all. Where is he going to go to the Vikings? 7 of the top 10 picks right now are being shopped around. No one knows what's going to happen. I told Lukas, I think this is going to be the craziest NFL draft we've ever seen in the first round with the trades. I think J.J. ends up going. I'm going to put a bet in here before this starts at 8 o'clock, plus 230, J.J. McCarthy to go number 5 overall.
Yeah, I think that's kind of perfectly alluding to what I was going to say. I think J.J. does go 5. I know J.J.'s kind of the pick that kind of takes the draft by capacity after Caleb Williams goes. I think we all know Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels, but it's who goes third. And I think that is going to be Drake May. I think if you look, I really do think that the New York Giants are going to make a move just because if you look at the Minnesota Vikings, they're sitting at 11. The assets it would take for them to go up to 3 compared to going up to 5, compared to what the New York Giants are sitting at, it's way less. So I think if a trade is going to happen in that top 3 pick, it is going to be New York moving up to New England and taking Drake May. But then that still does align for JJ to go to Minnesota, which, to Booner, to your point that you've been preaching on, that is the best case situation for any quarterback, especially JJ, who I think we can all agree out of the top 4 quarterbacks, top 3 quarterbacks in this draft, JJ needs to develop the most.
And I want to throw this out there too, and I'm going to be doing this all night, trying these sources. I've got some people texting me tonight. It sounds like Drake May is a lock to go at number 3 overall to the New England Patriots. That is like the word on the street in the NFL right now is Drake May going number 3 overall. And I think if that happens, I don't see the Cardinals moving out of 4. Get your wide receiver, baby.
You think that you think the Patriots will stay there or trade back?
Stay there.
I just think it makes more sense, and I know we get into this all the time, but now that we're in person, it does make more sense for them to trade back.
I agree, but the rumor that everything that's coming out today is saying that they're pretty set on just going quarterback, get their guy, and moving on, and I think that's what ends up happening.
Okay.
And we're going to get to, because I think this draft will be a very active draft in terms of trades. Because we had a segment a couple days ago on our show, which we're live, 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. weekdays, and we talked about over-under, I think it was like 6.5 trades in the first round. From what's at least being reported, we need to see it come to fruition, but still, there's going to be a lot of trades, specifically in the top 10. I saw the report that was put out. Can't remember who exactly put it out, but it's all the teams in the top 10 that are looking to trade back. And I don't know if that opens up a lane for the Lions to get even higher in the draft if they want to go get a Dallas Turner or that type of caliber player. But there will be moves, fellas. There will be. And there's going to be teams that we have not talked about that will be moving back and teams are moving up.
Yeah, I think if you look at teams like we all looked at the Chargers moving up, or I'm sorry, the Minnesota Vikings moving up, possibly the Raiders moving up, but we're not looking at possibly the Tennessee Titans moving back, the Atlanta Falcons moving back, even the Chicago Bears. If the Chicago Bears were to move off of 9, they're still going to stay in the first round, and they can add even more surplus of weapons for Caleb Williams. So I think everything that the NFL fans expected, get ready to see the opposite as far as the back end of that top 5.
And I want to throw this out there again. I'm going to put this out to the people.
What?
I'm going to be doing this all night. I've got sources. I've got people. The Booner Path is loaded with people texting me. Little breaking news here I'm seeing here. A report about ML Football. Shout out. Good relationship with them. The Patriots have been working on a trade for 49ers star wide receiver Brandon Ayuk, guys. You see Brandon Ayuk. I saw Deebo Samuel could be traded. We're going to have a night.
Yeah, we will.
It's going to be a night, boys.
That'll be a first-round pick, though?
It says 34 appears to be in play.
Okay.
So it's going to get interesting. I'm excited.
With that being in talk, I do think there is going to be a lot more wide receivers taken in this first round than people expect as well, especially in the 20s. If you look at all those teams, and we talk about BPA, and the Lions, when we talk about them specifically, they don't need a wide receiver as badly because of where their offense sits with Sam Laporta, Jahmyr Gibbs, David Montgomery, that offensive line. But when you look at teams like the Cincinnati Bengals, Jacksonville Jaguars, Pittsburgh Steelers, you look at that 20, damn near all those teams could use a wide receiver, especially like the Bills that are sitting at 27. I think there's going to be a lot of teams that pick in the top 15, and then you see them trading back into 20s, if not the teams in the 20s, taking wide receivers because, yes, this is a deep class, but those guys are going to go quick in terms of the top 50 picks.
Real quick, before we move on, I gotta give some shout-outs here to the wonderful people in the chat who are supporting the program. Alan donated $28 to the fellas. Says, here are some for drinks, boys. Let's go. Terrion Arnold is my target. Alan, we appreciate you so much. Thank you.
Terrion, too.
We also had Cal Vallado donate 5 Crunch Time memberships to the chat. So
become a member.
Yes, so appreciate you giving back to the people. On a night where fans should be unified, right? It's the draft. I mean, in Detroit, you're seeing drafts from all NFL teams. We saw Pat McAfee down there, Boston Connor,
my big brother,
Ty Schmidt. The Pat McAfee crew was down there. But to kind of go back to what you were talking about, just about the wide receiver talk and the Patriots potentially trying to trade for Brandon Ayuk. That was one thing you spoke a lot about, Lucas, is the Patriots not going quarterback, or at least trying to prioritize building around their quarterback.
Yep.
And if you get a guy like Brandon Ayuk for 34, if that's the potential deal, you're building a roster around whoever is the quarterback. That's why I believe, and I'll say this, if you're the Patriots and you think Drake May can be that guy, which I would tend to think that as well, you have to take him.
Yep.
You have to take him. It's just, if it's your guy, you take him. And I think Drake May is an incredible player, will be. He needs some work. I think preferably he would get a chance to sit. But the Patriots seem to understand that as well.
I think, too, and you've never seen Robert Kraft there as the owner. You've never seen the Patriots just go first-round quarterback. Maybe potentially later, but a top 5, you've never seen them in this position to do that. I'm interested to see because, like you said, Jeff, if you find a guy you like, you don't want to sit there, and this is the Marvin Harrison thing. Yes, it's good to have Marvin Harrison. Could be a Hall of Fame receiver, which he probably will be. But you don't know if you're going to have that quarterback like a Drake May sitting there next year for you. So get that guy, and then you can build. Go get a receiver next year. Build your offense next year. And it sounds like they're locking it in. Yes. Around the league, it sounds like it's going to go quarterback, quarterback, quarterback. And then I think Marvin Harrison goes 4. The quarterback situation, to me, is the biggest. That's the biggest thing today. What happens with those? 6 quarterbacks in the first round. Book it.
First time it's happened since
1984.
It would be incredible, Lucas.
It would be incredible because that's not going to happen.
It will happen.
I think there will be 3, maybe 4 taken. But besides the point, if the reports do come true and the Patriots do trade for Brandon Ayuk tonight, I agree with you. Drake May, I think that is a better situation to have. I just think it goes back down to this. I think there are quarterbacks. We can't see it now. But in this time, 365 days from now, there is going to be a quarterback out there like Drake May that people are comping to Josh Allen, that people are comping to another all-pro quarterback. And I think that happens every year. You don't know it now, but it will happen. There is not going to be another wide receiver in next year's class, or probably for the next 5 years, that is like Marvin Harrison. So I understand in the moment right now it does look bad. Regardless if the Patriots draft Drake May or Marvin Harrison next year, they're going to be sitting in this position. They are going to be a bottom 5 team in the NFL, and that does guarantee you another situation where you can take a quarterback similar to this. So it's one of those things where it's who's more hard to come by, the Drake Mays or the Marvin Harrisons. In my opinion, it's the Marvin Harrisons. And that's the sole reason why I'm sitting there, because either way, you're going to be a bad team. So build the best infrastructure around it. And if it is getting a Brandon Ayuk, that's fine. But at the end of the day, I think Marvin Harrison is going to be levels better than Brandon Ayuk ever will be.
Jeff, let's have a conversation. I love Lucas. Let's have a quick conversation.
Let's do it. We got plenty of time.
Marvin Harrison's a one-of-a-kind player from what I'm hearing, right? And I think he's an absolute dog. I'm not going to deny that. I think best wide receiver in this class, best wide receiver we've seen in a while. There's a lot of people out there that are saying Malik Neighbors is better than him.
That's
so if
fine.
there's a lot of people. If you are a generational wide receiver, I don't see those comps.
Let me ask you,
it would be, he's going number 2 overall right after Caleb Williams.
Let me ask you this, Booner. Garrett Wilson, where do you think he ranks among the NFL wide receivers? Do you think he's a top 15, top 10?
Top 15.
But if he had Aaron Rodgers, I think he'd be a top 5 wide receiver in this league, arguably. Maybe top 7.
There's a lot of receivers. I'm not taking
either way, he'd be a top 10. Jackson Smith-Njigba, I think we all believe in. Michael Thomas, when he was in his prime, was probably the best wide receiver in the NFL. And you can keep going down the list of all the NFL wide receivers. Chris Olave, of all the wide receivers that came out of Ohio State. And every one of them will agree that Marvin Harrison is levels above the everyone.
He's levels above them.
Marvin Harrison,
I'm just throwing it out there.
He is what Justin Jefferson is, but a little bit better at everything. I think he's extremely comp to Justin Jefferson, but he's better. And he's 6'4".
All right. It's an interesting conversation.
I've already made it.
It's interesting.
I've already made it clear how I feel about Marvin. I think he's the best wide receiver. Not only that, he's the best wide receiver over the last handful of years.
I think he's the best player in this year's draft.
I disagree with that.
Caleb Williams.
I'll give you Caleb, but
that switch quick.
But especially when you look at whose career is most likely to pan out, Marvin Harrison.
I would agree with that.
That's why if you're a rebuilding team, when you're the Detroit Lions and you're sitting at pick number 5, and you take there was Jamar Chase there was those type of guys there.
Absolutely.
But you take Penei Sewell, because at the end of the day, we talk about it all the time with offensive linemen. Situationally, they are really going to be how they play regardless of the situation. I think regardless of the situation, Marvin Harrison will be better than Caleb Williams. That's why I take him.
Well, Mike.
That's interesting.
Mike, you know what, Mike? Thank you. He just gave the boys $50. He says crunch time over Lady Jane Sports. Well,
I love seeing these Kelvin Johnson jerseys, man. It's a beautiful thing.
You know what? We're here. We're doing crunch time things, and Mike, you're supporting it, so we appreciate you.
That.
Thank you so much for the donation. But to kind of talk about some things that are going to transpire today, we're going to have plenty of time to kind of go through the draft, talk more about who's going to go higher, who's going to go lower. I saw a donation here, and it was from Eduardo, our guy, and he asked, how far do the Lions trade up today? And you guys can kind of give your way too early, or we could just kind of talk about it before the draft starts, because I think it's important when you start having this trade-up thing, this trade-up conversation, two things. One, we don't know Brad Holmes' draft board.
Yep.
And two, we don't know how the draft's going to go. But just before it starts, what's the feeling? Because Brad could trade back as well. I still think trading up's the best move. I believe quality over quantity. Again, not that you can't get quality if you trade back, but we know the top 15, top 20 guys are going to be game changers, potentially.
Yeah.
And I think most likely.
I think,
where are we at with how far the Lions can trade up?
I think it's obvious. If you want a dude, and if you're going to waste capital, not waste capital, use capital to go up and get a dude. Dan Campbell said it this week. He said the top 15 guys in this draft class are game changers. And that's, to me, you have to go in the top 15. I did my final mock draft today, and I had them going up. I think, Klotz, you might have done something similar. I had them move it all the way up to 12 with Denver. Denver's a team that needs a quarterback.
Yep.
That you could trade back, still get Bo Nix, and get some assets. I think they trade up to potentially 12. Go get Latu. If Dallas Turner falls, I had Byron Murphy going to the Falcons, and I had Dallas Turner being there at 12, and them getting Dallas Turner. And I want to throw this to you guys, too, real quick. All of these rumors of the 7 out of the 10 teams in the first 10 or 10 picks offering trades and going through that, do the Lions trade in the top 10 tonight? If they absolutely love a guy, do they get all the way up to 9 or 8 and trade with the Falcons and move all the way up there?
I think the Lions are now entering a different stage in their rebuild, and I think Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes have acknowledged that, especially Dan Campbell in interviews. He's like, we're not into the same stage that we have been. We know that we are now being the hunted, not the hunters. So when you look at that, I think that Brad Holmes could have a different philosophy in how he drafts, where it's like, all right, we don't need to go, to Jeff's point, quality over the volume of the picks that you have. So if they know that top 15 guys, that can go get you a guy that contributes day one, why would you not wait and hesitate to go and get that? I think it's very likely that they trade inside the top 15. Booner, you had him mocked at 12 earlier. I had him mocked at 18 just because how the board was falling. But I do think Brad is going to move up. I do think it would be in the top 15 area. He's traded up to 12 for an injured Jamison Williams, who is arguably one of the best wide receivers in the draft. So if you're asking me, potentially we've seen situations, especially within the last 24 hours, where Dallas Turner could potentially fall. If Dallas Turner is falling and he traded up for Jamison Williams, I don't see a situation why he wouldn't trade up for Dallas Turner. Could you imagine a situation of Dallas Turner and Aiden Hutchinson on the other side of each other? With Marcus Davenport as a rotational piece?
Now you're talking.
That's a scary,
now
scary.
You're talking.
An edge combo with Dallas Turner and Aiden Hutchinson. That's one of the best in the league in the next 2 or 3 years. That would be unbelievable. I'm
gonna comment in a little bit here. We're gonna get to our most wanted list, and we talked about it again yesterday on our show when we did it live. We talked about our most wanted list. We're gonna put them up again, break them down a little bit here, and kind of give some of our thoughts on kind of our most wanted players. And we factored in realistic players that the Lions could go up and acquire. I didn't put Dallas Turner on mine, and that's a good thing because I didn't think they could get him.
Neither did I.
So I left him off mine because of that.
That's why I didn't put him. But we'll go ahead. We'll start with mine, if you could, Justin. We'll throw mine up there. Yep, we'll throw mine up first, and then I'll kind of break down who I think and kind of my most wanted players. And I'll go through it. I'll go through mine now. At number 1, Latu, the edge from UCLA. And again, for people that watch our content, you know exactly who it is. He has the best hands in the draft. He's just a natural rushing the passer. He was a game wrecker for UCLA. And again, a high-scoring Pac-12 conference. I get that. But I think Latu, if he didn't have the neck injury, could easily be the first defensive lineman selected. So that was, for me, a guy that I think could slide given the neck injury, and the Lions could trade up and acquire him. Number 2, I have Quinyon Mitchell, who me and Booner believe is the best corner in this class. I know Mike feels that way as well. Lukas, you have him too. So we all think he'll be a really good player. That's someone that I think you trade up for. You go get a Quinyon Mitchell. He fits right in and can play alongside Carlton Davis this year. At number 3, I have Jared Verse. Jared Verse, another game record. Did it at Florida State. Hell of a defense they had already. And I know Fisk will be a second-round pick alongside him, but I think Jared Verse, if you're able to acquire him, another guy that can come in, play alongside Aiden Hutchinson, play all 3 downs, and just, again, help that man reach Defensive Player of the Year status by just helping clean up plays. At number 4, my guy, my favorite pick at 29, somebody that I've been harping for, is Kool-Aid McKinstry, cornerback out of Alabama. I think it screams Brad Holmes, mindset, physicality, his play. everything, his story, the human being, all that stuff combined, I think he'd be a perfect player. I've been talking about him for a long time. I know a lot of Lions fans feel the same way. And then I do have an offensive lineman, Jackson Powers-Johnson.
That's an easy out, Jeff. That's an easy out. I was thinking about it yesterday.
What?
You said you picked Jackson Powers-Johnson, and that's any offensive lineman.
No, he's.
He said that yesterday.
Well, I would go with Jackson Powers-Johnson.
He's narrowing it down.
Because
You're
of it.
saying any offensive lineman's good,
Booner's
though.
trying to create controversy.
Well,
there we go.
Okay. Again, this is where it gets complicated, Boone, because who's there? I would assume.
Zach Frazier?
I'm going Jackson Powers-Johnson.
If Jackson Powers-Johnson's gone before Zach Frazier's there,
I will say this, Jeff,
I'm okay with it.
Jeff,
yes.
Your knee-jerk reaction is Jackson Powers-Johnson, but do you not remember the video that we were shown of Zach Frazier with a broken leg?
running off the field with a broken leg.
He would bite kneecaps.
Campbell,
Me and Gentry put in a parlay before the show, and it was Mikey Sanders still, Zach Frazier, and Darius Robinson to be first-round picks.
Yes.
And it was like plus 7,000 or something. Like, it was insane. So all those, if Zach Frazier's a first-round pick, which I think he will be, good payday coming home.
Yes, I mean, I am. And let me finish the Jackson Powers thing, and you can roast me if you want. Okay,
Nope.
Jackson Powers, I think he is somebody I think as a player and as a fit. He would come in, he could play guard if there's an injury, and he's your future center, given we don't know how long Frank Ragnow will play in the NFL. So that's my guy right there. That's my list. And okay, and you could break it down. Whatever you think. Anything you disagree with, anything you like?
No, I think it's a good list. Honestly, I don't hate anything on it. The Jared Verse thing and the lot too, it's just interesting to me. Like, to me, and what you guys will see my list here next.
Right.
I tried to keep it to where if they stay at 29, and we made this list, 24 hours ago, 48 hours ago. I'm starting to turn a little bit more, fellas, to where I think if they get to 29, they're not picking at 29 tonight. Brad Holmes and the Detroit Lions will refuse to pick at 29 tonight. I'm kind of going to stand on that business, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
I think that if they get to 29, they could trade back, and then we're all going to hate it. And I honestly, guys, I think he would rather have the capital than do that. So you guys can see my list here. The first guy there on the list, I'm starting to fall for Quinyon Mitchell. I've already been a Quinyon Mitchell guy. Foley, that's in the best corner in the draft. I've been watching a ton of film. I love Quinyon Mitchell. I love him.
Yep.
He didn't have a ton of takeaways last year, but the year before he had like 5 interceptions. And if you just watch him, dude, he is elite. And if he didn't play in the MAC and he was in the SEC, I'll stand on it. He would be a top 10 pick in this draft. He would
potentially could be still.
He still could be, but if he came out of the SEC or Pac-12, he would be a top 10 pick in the NFL draft. Second, I have Latu there. You guys got me. You guys switched me on Latu. Fully switched me on Latu.
Convinced him.
I went and watched some interviews of him, and I went and the Booner path, we do our due diligence, and we check guys out just like Brad Holmes does, just diving into interviews. We want to make sure we know we're getting the right guy.
Absolutely.
Latu is the right guy. Injuries, yes, could be concerning. I heard today that he could potentially fall because teams are questioning that again. Don't like to hear that, boys. Just throwing that out there. Kool-Aid McKinstry, number 3, though. We already know the Kool-Aid stuff. I've got Brian Thomas there. I think if the Lions get a wide receiver, Klotz, I'm sorry. I don't care about Xavier Legette at 29. If you're adding a weapon to this team, trade up, go get a dude. Give me a guy that can go out there, compare his stats to Xavier Legette's. 17 touchdowns.
One of them had Jaden Daniels throwing to the ball. One of them had Spencer Rattler.
17 touchdowns to 7 touchdowns. 17, and one of them also had Malik Neighbors ahead of him. 17 touchdowns to 7 touchdowns. Go get your guy, number 5, Darius Robinson, hometown guy, Southfield, I believe. Shout out to Darius Robinson.
Yes.
I would be fine at 29 if you get a guy like Darius Robinson to put on the other side, Aiden Hutchinson. That's my top 5.
Before you go, Lucas, I will say 2 things. One, obviously you guys know how I feel about wide receiver in the first round. It's not something I prefer. Me and Lucas have argued about it a lot on all of our shows, and we're probably going to argue tonight given how it goes.
Yep. When you see 6 of them taken in the first round.
I think they're all going to be fine players, very fine players. But the Lions do not need a wide receiver in the first round. I've made it clear. Second, third, you go take your guy. Darius Robinson, I want to mention, it's a great mention, Boone, because he wasn't on my list, but he is a guy I would be very comfortable with. And we've all agreed, he's not I think majority of fans would agree with this. You take Darius, I don't think it's a wow pick, But sometimes that's what Brad and them do, and he ends up being a fantastic player. So I'm cool with Darius Robinson. I'm all on board with it. But it's a pretty good list, Boone. Good job.
Thank you. Klotz, I'm interested to hear yours. We didn't get to hear yours yesterday.
Yeah, no, and it's not – I don't hate any wide receiver not named Xavier Legette in the first round. So trading up for Brian Thomas, while I'm a little bit more iffy to it just because you got to give up assets to get a wide receiver when you could get one – not in his level, but close to it in Xavier Legette or the Adonai Mitchells. Yeah, I'm not going to hate it, but the players that you did have listed there, I love them all. I know Kool-Aid, he's kind of the cornerback out of Alabama that everybody thinks at 29, so if they take him there, I'm not going to hate it.
You better not.
In a position of need.
You better not.
Darius Robinson, I think he falls in that same category. They're not players you're going to be screaming about, but they're players that you know that you can rest easy at night knowing that Brad Holmes took a Darius Robinson instead of a Chop Robinson. Brad Holmes took a Kool-Aid McKinstry over a Nate Wiggins. You know what I mean? So I'm all over
the
it.
Nate Wiggins hate is something.
I'm just saying Kool-Aid McKinstry will be able to play, I think, close to a full season. I don't think Nate Wiggins ever will. Nate Wiggins, talented player, doesn't have the frame to play in the NFL consistently.
This build? You guys see this frame right here? This is the same frame as the one and the only Nate Wiggins.
Think about that.
If you want Nate Wiggins as your corner one, that is Lukas Klotz.
I stepped on the scale this morning. I stepped on the scale this morning at Hefe's house.
You did.
6'2", fellas, the height. Weighed in at 171.8.
And what's Nate Wiggins?
172. And I know people like he's putting on weight, and he will put on weight in the NFL naturally. But I just think it's one of those things, man, where him getting off blocks, him being able to tackle power backs, I don't think it's transitioned well. So it's just one of those things. It's not my preference. Okay. Talent is there. Size is not.
Best ability is availability. So that's fair. I get it, Lucas. It's fair.
And then Chop Robinson, don't get me started. Don't get me started on Chop.
Yeah, I don't think the more we've talked about the draft, I think we all are in agreement that Chop Robinson, I don't think is what the Lions are looking for. Watch us be completely wrong, but I still stand on it. I would not be enthusiastic if Chop Robinson was the pick.
Yeah, I
will
think
say that.
He's going to be one of those guys where people are mocking in the first round right now, and unless it's a Baltimore, and I could be wrong, obviously. I can't envision how the draft turns out. But I think Chop Robinson is one of those guys who's going to fall out of the first round and starts dropping and dropping and dropping. And he will get drafted, obviously.
I think his floor is like
late
first.
He could. It's definitely got to be the late first. If some team takes him in the top 20, the GM's days are numbered, in my opinion. It's just a matter of time. Not because of the Chop Robinson pick. I agree with you. Like, if Jacksonville takes Nate Wiggins, it's one of those things where there's other players available. They need a pass catcher. There are reports coming out that they're going to try to move up. I could see, especially, Jeff, we were talking about this. The Jets at 10 is another interesting pick because everybody's mocking them to a wide receiver, Brock Bowers, or a tackle. Now, I think they're in a position where if they trade back, you won't be able to get Brock Bowers, but you could get a Brian Thomas, you could get a Fuaga or a Fatanu, whoever falls there. The Fashanu, there's going to be plenty of tackles where they trade back to 17, 18, 19, 20. They're a team that I think people aren't expecting to trade out that a lot of teams are calling right now.
I want to throw this out there, too. Another team, we're talking teams right now. The Chicago Bears at number 9. There's a report today from Diana Rossini who came out and said the Chicago Bears are shopping that number 9 pick. Something we haven't talked about on this show enough, and I don't think it's been out in the public enough. The Chicago Bears only have 4 total picks in this draft.
That is why I didn't even realize that.
Ryan Poles needs to make some sort of move. If you want to build around Caleb Williams, you do have a team, you have some guys, you have vets. If you want to make some sort of move to build around a guy like Caleb Williams, you need to add draft capital. I completely understand Robert Dunze. I understand a Dallas Turner if he's there. But at the end of the day, if you have the 9th pick and you can add 2 or 3 more draft picks in this draft to go get something, I think you see the Chicago Bears trade out of 9 today.
I mean, fellas, Brad Holmes, 2022, who'd he trade with? The Minnesota Vikings. In 2023, who'd he trade with? The Green Bay Packers.
Green Bay Packers.
Do you think there's a chance that he finishes it off and he finishes off the NFC draft with the Chicago Bears trading in the top 10?
Here's the X factor, fellas, to me. What do the Falcons do at 8? If they take Byron Murphy the second, which Adam Baydoun likes him a lot. There's a lot of people that like Byron Murphy the second a lot. I think he's going to be a good player. If the Falcons take him and the Bears are sitting there and Dallas Turner's on the board, what do you do? Do you trade back or do you say, you know what, screw it, we got to go with one of the best players in the draft, period? That's where it gets interesting.
If I'm the Falcons, offensively, you are set. Their offensive line, sure, you could add an offensive lineman, but they're not in a spot where they need to add one in the first round.
Right.
Breaking news.
What do we have?
Breaking news. I want to throw this out there for all the people who thought Amon-Ra St. Brown was overpaid and wanted to question all of that. A.J. Brown just signed a contract extension with the Philadelphia Eagles, $96 million over 3 seasons, $32 million a year, essentially.
So it jumped Amon-Ra by $2 million?
By $2 million.
Good for him. And I don't hate that deal. I think A.J. Brown's right in that tier of Amon-Ra. I've said it before. I would probably prefer A.J. Brown type of build. But with Amon-Ra, what he's done with the Lions, I think that's something that's kind of off what you see normally. So I love Amon-Ra too, obviously. But A.J. Brown, top 6 wide receiver in the NFL.
Yeah, but this is what the NFL is, guys. I think people get so obsessed with numbers and who's the highest paid, who's this, and it matters to players, of course. You want those guys to get their bread.
Yes.
It's not always who's the best, it's who's next to get paid.
Yeah.
We said it. It's not about who's the best, it's who's next. Yes, talent matters, but Amon-Ra, we know he's talented.
Yeah.
He was always going to get something, like the most guaranteed money thing. He had to get something, and now A.J. Brown tops him. I know it's the initial numbers, but this is how the NFL works.
I mean, it's the same thing with Penei Sewell. Right now, he's the highest paid offensive lineman in the whole NFL. He's the best offensive lineman in the NFL. Within the next 2 months, Penei Sewell isn't going to be the highest paid offensive lineman in the NFL. Someone's going to resign. I don't know who has extensions up.
Penei?
I just think it's the market moves. That's the way the NFL works.
I think.
Jared Goff! Jared Goff!
Here we go.
The
Jared Goff chants have started.
We love that.
The people are excited, and as they should be.
I didn't hear you say Jared Goff.
I said it. I said it.
Let's hear it one more time.
No, Jeff.
I participated. Hey, to be fair, we made it very clear at the draft. When someone gets drafted, this is at Bookie's Bar and Grill.
Yeah.
Come on, you got to get hype.
I don't know why some people in Detroit think it's corny. No, that is our guy. Jared Goff is our quarterback.
That's
It's
fair.
a fine point, Booner. It's a fine point.
Hell of a player.
Point.
And I think people deserve a
Sign
chance.
that man. Extend Jared Goff today.
You never. Hey, Brad Holmes did it a day prior.
I think Brad's got his mind on different things right now today.
The people are excited. If you could cut to the crowd here. We got a camera on all the people, and they are fired up. It's a great crowd here at Bookies. People are still crowding in. If you're, again, in Detroit, you don't have a place to go, come on down to Bookies. Get in before it fills up. You watch the NFL draft, hang out with the crew here, and hang out with all these wonderful
Because the
people.
draft's at capacity. It's going to fill up. So if you're sitting at home right now and got what? Half hour basically till the picks start going off?
Yep.
Make your way down. Get the hike on foot. Get some cardio. Get your steps in for the day. Head down to Bookies. But yeah, man, it's a great time down here.
I cannot wait. How far are we? 12 minutes until the draft. I'm buzzing right now, boys. I've been drinking water all day. If you think Booner's been drinking, I haven't been drinking. I've been locked in for the NFL draft.
As you should be.
I have been absolutely dialed in. My first draft is an NFL insider.
Soon to be, Boone. You can't put that title on yourself. Remember, that's in our
You got some sources. You got some sources.
You're manifesting it. It's okay. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yep. No, that's on me. That's on me. But first draft is the Booner Path. Officially the Booner Path.
Now, we'll do this. We'll cut to Lukas. You're going to go through your most wanted list and talk about who you want the Lions. We just did me and Booner's top 5 most wanted guys that are realistic options, but at the same time, if they want to trade up, they can go get them. Lukas, take it away.
Yeah, all right. Jeff, you and I, we align very similar with this. Laiatu Latu, the defensive end out of UCLA, he is by far, in my opinion, the best pass rusher, strictly pass rusher in this draft. And if you add him on the other side of Aiden Hutchinson, I think that is a move that translates into the NFL right now. I think it makes an impact on the Detroit Lions defense right now. He's the type of guy that I guarantee you, in 2-3 seasons, he's getting you close to 10 sacks a year. So taking him in the first round, I don't think there's any worry outside of that injury. But you look back at the guys like Montez Sweat, where injury, his with his heart, obviously different type of injury. But if those guys work, they pan out for you. And I think at the position where the Lions are at, that's what they need to do. Number 2, Terrion Arnold, the corner out of Alabama. I said it once, I said it twice. I think he is the best cornerback in this draft. I think he is a cornerback in this draft that has the least to worry about as far as when it transitions to the NFL. Quinyon Mitchell, I do love. I think he's slightly behind Terrion, but he was playing in the MAC. And that does matter at some point when you talk about transitioning. When you're the Leggett, I don't think he's going to have the impact that you want by drafting him in year 1. I will give you that. But when you go down the road and see how you can use Xavier Legette both in the run and the passing game, and I think on special teams, it's going to matter. It's going to make an impact. When you're in the NFC Championship game, and I know there's talks about the 49ers moving off of Debo and Brandon Ayuk, but if they do that, they're going to add another weapon. So when you look at that, they're still going to have Ayuk, Debo, one of the two, and then George Kittle, Christian McCaffrey, and another weapon to go around that. They have a four-headed monster. The Detroit Lions, I think if they can somehow get an advantage over that, because the 49ers, in my opinion, have a defense advantage, it levels the playing field. And I do think Jared Goff is a better quarterback than Brock Purdy as of right now. So I'm going to give that advantage. I think that's a move that elevates them over the 49ers, over the Eagles, who I think are going to rebound next year. Xavier Legette is a pick for the future, but you're looking at 29 best player available. I think that is a good way to go. So that's where I'm rolling with it.
I like it. I don't know if we have an audio thing here, but if you guys can hear us, give us a thumbs up in the chat. I see here it says, audio out. I don't know if that's it. Just give us a thumbs up. Gentry, how are we doing, baby?
I'm doing great. Are we ready?
Oh, yeah.
Are we ready?
We're ready, boys.
We're ready,
boys.
Booner, did you like the Jared Goff chants?
I loved it. I didn't hear you chanting Jared Goff either.
I wasn't.
No one the disrespect on this show.
I was locked in.
I did hear Klotz did do it. He did do that.
I gave a couple Jared Goffs. And Booner, that is not something that I wanted to, but, we're in the draft. I had to go along with the Booner path, obviously, as being a representative of it or trying to be.
That's fair.
So
I want to throw this out there. I had to stop looking at the chat sometimes because the chat, I saw someone put in there that the Lions traded back, and I thought we just all of a sudden just had no Lions pick tonight. I was like, my heart dropped.
To be a disaster.
You got to be prepared for that because that may happen.
I'm preparing myself for a trade up.
All right. That's what you want. But yeah, all right. I get it. That's what I want too, and that's what's hopefully going to happen. So.
How are we feeling, Gentry? How are we feeling?
I'm feeling great, man. We got it coming up right now. We got our boy JJ expected to go in the top 5.
Did you put the bet in?
Disgrace.
I'm super hype about that. And then hopefully we got the Lions trading up. I'm expecting in that teens area, maybe snag one of the best defensive backs on the board in Quinyon Mitchell. I'm praying on it. So I'm hyped, boys.
Let me ask, Gentry, just because you haven't really went too much into depth with this, and I feel like I already know your answer, but if they were to trade up and take Terrion over Quinyon, you wouldn't. What your opinion?
I wouldn't be mad because I think that's kind of like 1A, 1B. I think no matter what, you're walking away with one of the best two corners in the draft. Both those guys are so versatile, so you can kind of pick and choose what you like about them. But overall, you're walking away with one of the best defensive backs in the draft, and that's what you desperately need right now after the departure of Cam Sutton, obviously.
Okay.
I like it. You know what? I'm happy if you trade up. Just give me an edge or a corner. If you trade up,
Or you said Brian Thomas.
That's
what I wanted to ask you about.
Because he's on your wish list, but you kind of walk it back. You don't fully commit to the wide receiver.
This is it. I think they trade up to the top 15. I want if Brian Thomas falls to 2021, you go get him.
But let me ask you this, and we talk about Brad saving the assets, how good he is with his picks. And this isn't a shot. I'm asking. Walk me through what's going through the Booner path right now. What sense does it make when you could get a good wide receiver in a Donnie Mitchell, Ladd McConkey, Xavier Legette at 29, rather than trading up, losing assets for a wide receiver with Brian Thomas? Because Brian Thomas is an elite deep threat, but he's not polished. There's more guys that are polished and contribute right now.
Who's the one wide receiver that you trust when you listen to breakdowns? You told me that.
Steve Smith.
What did Steve Smith say?
One of the better ones.
He loves Brian Thomas, and I love listening to former players like like Steve Smith. I think Brian Thomas, just watch the film. If you watch the film, Brian Thomas is like that.
I'm with you.
He's like that.
Do you think like Xavier at that pick, like it would really be worth it, or Ladd McConkey, like you mentioned, like those two guys really elevate the offense, like a guy like Brian Thomas could really?
I think it takes it to a different level.
That's what I'm asking you, Lucas.
Repeat it real quick. I was just catching up on the chat.
I was saying, do you think a guy like Xavier or Ladd, like those later round wide receivers, could really have the same impact as Brian Thomas, though? Because Brian Thomas is an elite wide receiver, and you've seen what he can do in an elite offense.
This is the thing. With Brian Thomas, I think as a deep impact wide receiver, he's another wide receiver who I think, especially to reach his ceiling, situation matters. If he goes to the Detroit Lions, he will never be what Brian Thomas could be. If he goes to the Cincinnati Bengals, however, I think you're talking about Brian Thomas is, again, in that T. Higgins situation where he's a wide receiver, one could be a wide receiver too. But you say that, and then you bring up Ladd McConkey, who could be a wide receiver too, but if he hits his development, he could also be a wide receiver one.
Yep.
I think there are things that Brian Thomas is, when you talk about the ceilings, he has. When you go about the floors, Brian Thomas's floor, in my opinion, if he doesn't work out, is not nearly as high as the Ladd McConkey, Xavier Leggett, and the other guys. So he's the ceiling. You're reaching for the ceiling.
Okay.
You know what that makes sense? Like,
Yeah, I get it.
And that's not saying that he's a complete just reach. That's not what I'm saying. Because there is some floor to him. He just put up 17 touchdowns in the SEC.
We've got 4 minutes until the draft starts and kicks off here. Obviously, I'm sure we all know Caleb Williams is going to probably be the first overall pick. Gentry, I want your Detroit's most wanted. Top 5, what's your list? Break it down for us before the draft starts.
Number 1, I had none other than Quinyon Mitchell. We've been talking about him since we went to the Combine. In my eyes, the best defensive back in the draft. I think it's a no-brainer to even move up and waste a little capital to get your guy a defensive back that you need all so much. And then number 2, I have coming in Brian Thomas Jr. For all the things we've been talking about, I think you get another wide receiver. Obviously, it might not be the biggest need compared to defensive end and defensive back, but when you're talking offense and you're talking weapons, I think Brian Thomas would be the perfect guy to take this offense from a top 5, top 7, whatever you want to put it, to that top 1 and make them the best offense in the league. And then number 3, I have Terrion Arnold, like I brought up, 1A, 1B. Him and Quinyon, I think, are the 2 best defensive backs in the draft. And then I want to say at number 4, I have, Latu, and then I have Jared Verse. I think, obviously, you could use some help aside of Aiden Hutchinson on the other side. I think these 2 guys, Latu probably has the higher ceiling, but the injury risk kind of worries me. Jared Verse is a very good defensive end as far as getting to the quarterback, but he does have some flaws himself. But I think these 2 guys would be a valuable asset. You have so many question marks with getting to the quarterback. Aiden Hutchinson's been the only guy that's been putting constant pressure, so I don't think it would be a miss getting one of those guys.
No, I don't. I like this list, Gentry. I think you did a great job. I think the consensus between all of the fellas kind of doing these lists, it seems like, is finding the guys that we think Brad Holmes will like and we like. I mean, Quinyon Mitchell's high on a lot of our lists. And Terrion Arnold's on your list as well, Gentry. So, again, those 2 guys, culture fits. Brian Thomas is pretty high on that list, though. You like him a lot. You've been consistent.
And, yeah, it's been like that since the first mock draft I had. I had him in, obviously. I had Keon Coleman I was watching in, and then the Combine kind of steered me away from that. Not saying that's the end-all beyond. I think Keon Coleman will still be a great wide receiver, but I've just been so high on Brian Thomas, so I'm sticking with it. I think a guy like him would elevate this already fantastic Lions offense and give you a secure option at wideout.
By the way, Keon Coleman reports today, teams are loving him to go in the first round. There's a couple teams on the back end, and I keep seeing reports saying do not be surprised if Florida State, former Michigan State wide receiver Keon goes in the first round.
I mean, you've got to think, Boone, a lot of the evaluation for players isn't always what they're doing now. Yes, it matters, but what these players can turn into.
Film as well.
Film matters, yes, but what these players can develop into. Keon Coleman, a lot of untapped talent. He's just a gamer is the term you'd use. He's a gamer. Guy makes incredible catches. He is just a playmaker. He killed the gauntlet drill. We saw it live at the Combine. Did we already, and I wasn't sure if we did or not, acknowledge Steve Wilds?
We did not.
Well, Steve Wilds, we appreciate the hell out of you. We donated $50 for the Voices. Thanks for all the content, boys. Lions fans are the best. No doubt about that, Steve. We appreciate all your support in the chat every single day, as many of you are as well. Again, if you're new, subscribe. Support the fellas. We're going to announce the giveaway either tonight on stream or tomorrow morning. We will pick the winner for the Lions jersey. We've been doing a draft week giveaway, so we're going to definitely give out that jersey.
You still have time to submit. If you haven't yet, go to our social media pages. They're all over our social media pages. I'll go right now and retweet it so it gets pushed to the top. Go do that, though. Make sure you guys go check that out. I think the draft's about to start, fellas, and I am absolutely buzzing over here, baby. Let's
talk about it for a second, fellas, all right? We'll talk about the NFL draft here, and it's about to begin. The Chicago Bears hold the number 1 overall pick. They traded away Justin Fields to the Pittsburgh Steelers. They got to meet with Caleb Williams, who is the consensus number 1 overall pick. He just is. You can say whatever you want. Most of it will probably be not about football. But when you look at how this man plays football, he is the number 1. It screams number 1 pick. It screams generational talent. It is. And I get it. We're a Lions show. We talk a lot of Lions. But you have to be objective here when you talk about the talent of Caleb Williams and what he can be, what he did at Oklahoma, battling adversity, transferring to USC. He's going to go number 1 overall. And the Bears, they get potentially a guy to finally a quarterback to finally pass for 4,000 yards.
Yep.
Never happened in franchise history. Jared Goff threw for 4,000 plus the last 2 seasons. Isn't that crazy to think about?
It's wild.
The Windy City.
What's the all-time record there in Chicago?
For passing yards.
Yeah, what is it?
It's not 4,000, but it's probably. Watch it be. Yeah, I mean, it's not.
Caleb Williams will break it. You want to know why? They're getting a new stadium. They're getting a roof over their heads, finally. At least that's what I saw. So,
I know we talked about it a little bit, but the NFC North now, you got Jordan Love, you possibly have J.J. McCarthy, you have Caleb Williams, you have Jared Goff. What a loaded division with some bright future quarterbacks, rather. It's going to be some insane, Jeff, and I know you are more excited than anyone, being a Caleb fan, to be able to watch him every year, even though you're a Lions fan.
I'm not excited about him being with the Bears, but I think
you're excited to watch him battle the Lions. You're going to watch some good football.
And hopefully they whoop his ass. Hopefully they do.
Yes,
but
absolutely.
Hell of a play.
I don't know how I feel about Jeff as a Lions fan. Being a Caleb Williams fan.
Here's the thing.
We should hate that guy.
I can't just.
We should hate him.
Listen, I don't like the Chicago Bears remotely, even close. But I do like Caleb Williams. I mean, the first time I saw him was playing in Oklahoma when Spencer Rattler, which is crazy, it was the kind of consensus number one, or at least a consensus first-round pick. He was coming off a great season. Here comes Caleb Williams. And he took that job, didn't look back. And then, of course, Lincoln Riley not transferred, but he moved to USC, moved universities, and it was a right decision for him. Went to USC, and Caleb followed him. And I've been following him ever since. I didn't know the Bears would have the number 1 overall pick because the Panthers trade, but I always knew Caleb was special. And that's why we talk a lot about this division with Jordan Love, with maybe the Vikings potentially getting J.J. McCarthy, and now you have the Bears getting Caleb Williams, and then you have Jared Goff, who's in that. He is right now one of the best quarterbacks in the NFC,
yes,
and you could argue he's the best in the NFC, depending if you ask Packers fans or Lions fans. But moving forward, this division, just like the NFL, it's not for long, and teams aren't going to stay bad. This NFC North will not stay bad. Quarterback play is going to keep improving.
That's the scary.
They're going to have it's going to potentially, Booner will be 2 rookie quarterbacks in a second-year fully playing quarterback, I guess. Not a second-year
The NFC North's going to have the best quarterback 4 in the NFL. Probably in the next 3 or 4 years.
It's going to be competitive.
If you have that gradual increase. Jordan Love's going to keep getting better. Caleb Williams. And guess what, boys? J.J. McCarthy, baby, is going to be number 5 overall in the Minnesota Vikings for a trade-up. So I need to keep my eyes peeled here because a trade's going to happen any minute, I'm sure.
And either JJ or whoever it is that gets selected to Minnesota, and Caleb obviously going to the Bears, these guys are loaded with weapons off rip, and this is not a usual scenario for rookie quarterbacks to be blessed with great wide receivers and get thrown into a great offense. So these young guys obviously have a lot on their plate coming in, being that first-year guy, and have a lot on their shoulders, expected to win. But, I mean, they got some great guys around them to help them do that.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, the Bears, it seemed like prior to the draft beginning or prior to the offseason, you're like, I don't know. This situation is right for any quarterback. The coaching, the offensive line, the weapons, they did a good job.
Jeff.
We shall see.
Jeff, don't mean to cut you off here as the leader of the Booner Path. As a man of the people here, I see a cheesehead in front of me right now.
God.
The most ugly thing on this planet Earth is a cheesehead. He's walking away. He heard me. He heard me. He's walking away. The cheesehead is leaving. We're good, fellas. Oh, he's turning back now. No, he's leaving. I don't know. He keeps looking over here at me. Don't know what's happening. Take. Okay.
Oh no, it's a cheesehead.
Oh no, he's getting some drinks. I should buy him a drink.
Here's the thing, and we talked to a Falcon fan earlier. He wants Dallas Turner. There's Packers fans. There's all types of fans. So you know what, cheesehead or not, he's outnumbered, Booner.
He is. He definitely is. Hey, I see a couple comments here. Jeff says Caleb Williams is worse than Kyler. I like Jaden Daniels more than Caleb.
Hey,
what are your thoughts?
Well, I think having an opinion is like having a butthole. We all have them. So I think if you like Jaden Daniels, then that's your prerogative. You can like whoever you like. But for me, I think Caleb Williams might honestly be the only quarterback that turns to anything. I think him and Drake May, that's my list. I think Jaden Daniels has a great chance. I like Jaden Daniels, but I like Drake May and Caleb Williams more. I'm more confident in those guys panning out.
I'm going to stand on it. There's one superstar in this quarterback draft, Caleb Williams, and there's 2 dudes who are going to be longtime NFL quarterbacks. That is J.J. McCarthy and Drake May.
Absolutely.
And I think on the edge right there, whatever Michael Penix, if he stays healthy, I think we could talk about 4 quarterbacks in this draft class that could be on a team for a long time here in the NFL. And that's a wild take. I think it happens.
No, and I'm kind of head-to-head with you on here, Booner. I love JJ. I love Drake May. I think both those guys are going to be great. Caleb, obviously. I think Jaden Daniels has everything that it takes to be great. He could be a superstar in the league. The thing that worries me is just how he's built and him getting hit, man. He's just so tiny. And, I mean, don't get me wrong. There's other tiny, like, for example, Bryce Young last year. But, like, it scares me. The injuries things could scare me, man. That's the only thing. I think he has all the talent in the world, but I guess you could really say that as far as any player, injuries may scare you when they're just their certain build, but that's the only thing. I know Jaden Daniels has the talent, but I'm for sure Drake May, J.J. McCarthy, and Caleb Williams are going to be the good quarterbacks out of this draft.
Can we take a moment real quick, fellas?
Of course.
It's the NFL draft, baby. This is beautiful. In Detroit, Michigan.
We're in Detroit.
Unbelievable.
Bookies Bar and Grill with Questionable Tees. Shout out to Elysium as well.
Yes.
The sponsor of the party. And, of course, Questionable Tees. Scotty, for having us out here. We're so blessed. It's so
packed
fun.
Here. It's packed here.
It's absolutely packed. You see the people.
Shout out Adam Stark, I think, here from Honolulu Blues on Twitter.
We got our guy Adam, Honolulu
Blues. All grit, baby. All grit.
The boys are locked in.
Love it.
This place is absolutely electric. And, of course, Dante151, thank you for the $10. Says A.J. Brown just signed a 3-year, $96 million deal, extension with the Eagles. $84 million is guaranteed. That's what happens when you put pressure on other teams to give out money. Well done, Brad Holmes.
Makes that Amon-Ra St. Brown deal look a lot better, doesn't it? $32 million. You got him for about, what was it? Ended up coming out to 28, 29. Oh, Roger Goodell, boo!
Here, Roger Goodell walking out.
He's walking out.
For the NFL draft in Detroit. That place is packed, my goodness.
There we go.
Eminem. Following him out. There you go.
How about
this?
This is unbelievable. The city of Detroit just absolutely showed out today, guys.
Yeah, they did.
It is unbelievable.
This place is
They
electric.
put Detroit. Detroit was already on the map and has been up and coming for the last 5, 6, 7 years. The event here that's taking place today, you're going to start seeing Super Bowls. There's a Final Four here in the next couple of years. Detroit, we're going to start getting some events here, which is awesome.
And here's the thing. I mean, Rodgers walking up there with Eminem. How fitting. It's going to start.
Is he going to start singing, or is he going to start rapping up there? I will.
Once this thing starts, it keeps rolling. And it's gonna be very quick. We're gonna give our breakdown of each pick, our thoughts, what it means for that specific organization.
Detroit City. Sorry, Jeff.
And here's the thing. Here's the exciting part about having a GM like Brad Holmes before we get to previewing the number 1 pick, and it's not much to preview. We know who it is. You don't know when Brad's gonna strike.
Yes.
It could be. It's like, you know, you're casually watching the draft, and boom, Brad moves up 20+. We saw it with J-Mo. It happens. And it very well could happen this year. Here come the Detroit Lions coming out on stage. Amon-Ra St. Brown. Aiden Hutchinson.
That is my friend there. That is my friend. Amon-Ra St. Brown, baby. Aiden Hutchinson. With Calvin Johnson.
We'll call him Moneybags.
Oh, my gosh.
And then Calvin Johnson, the GOAT, coming out behind him.
Shout out Calvin Johnson, Primitive.
There you go. How fitting. I mean, this is awesome. Barry Sanders, the other GOAT.
We're a little behind. That TV's a little behind than the one behind us here. I've noticed that real quick.
But Barry Sanders,
we got the crowd going.
Barry Sanders coming out behind him. What a GOAT. And this is, I mean, look at the crowd. It's unbelievable.
Look at the people on the stage right now. Oh, my gosh. This is unbelievable, man. I just saw a tweet here that said the NFL draft in Detroit looks like a scene out of Woodstock in '99. This video is unbelievable, man.
Yeah, this is wild. Just the atmosphere, not only at Bookies, but outside. I mean, we took a stroll earlier. It's crazy, and that was at 1 o'clock. That was about 6-7 hours ago. And
you guys hear that?
And there's Jared Goff. There's your quarterback.
There's the
Jared Goff.
Jared Goff talking to the city. And Aiden Hutchinson as well.
Let's go. What a legend
he is. The Goff chants. Which, again, you cheer him. He's on the mic. He's talking. You cheer him. You chant Jared Goff.
Wants him to be cheered.
Absolutely what you do.
I think he should be. I think everyone should be screaming for Jared Goff at number 1.
You see Amon-Ra St. Brown was at LCA handing out pizzas?
Oh, my gosh.
I mean, what is this guy? This guy is
He does it all.
He does it all.
He does it all.
That signing bonus.
He didn't drop a single piece of pizza either.
I mean, who knows? Maybe Brad Holmes draft or trades up to number 1 and takes someone. Who knows?
Yeah, everything's
Marvin Harrison.
Everything's on the table with Brad Holmes. And honestly, here's the thing, too, which could very well happen, is they don't even pick in the first round, which we will find out
If that happens,
when this draft starts.
I will flip the table.
How sad will you be, Booner?
I'll flip the table.
But will you just be sad in the moment, or like once it kind of settles in, and then Brad cooks tomorrow with those extra picks?
Oh, tomorrow's going to be a blast.
Okay, yes.
You'll be in the moment.
I have the conversation with D-Mac all the time. When I talk to D-Mac and we start talking about Brad Holmes and these moves, the one thing we always go back to is just trust this man. Even if you hate what he's doing, if you hate the pick, if you hate the trades, whatever you always trust Brad Holmes. Mm-hmm. He's 3 for 3. I heard some people sitting there talking about on a different network, won't say what it was, saying that, what were they? They said Brad Holmes is eventually going to come down to average at picking in the draft. Guess what? He's done it for 3 straight years. He's been the best in the league at it for 3 straight years, fellas.
Well, here's what's crazy about that statement. Like, it probably came, let me guess, you said, what was it, Bears fan or Vikings fan or something? It was
Which
probably
one?
The Brad Holmes comment.
That was actually that was Detroit, or not Detroit's own, but Mike Valeni. Mike Valeni came out and said that. He said that eventually it's going to average out and he's going to get picking normal. That's what happens with GMs.
Yeah, and I don't think he's completely off. I mean, that's an obvious thing to say. Again, it's impossible to hit at his percentage.
But when you go 3 straight drafts doing it, there's a little bigger sample size.
Yeah, the expectations rise, of course, and you expect him to continue to hit. At some point, he's going to miss. The guy's human. I mean, it happens. So as long as he's hitting more than he's missing, which a lot of GMs in the NFL just can't do, they typically miss more than they hit, and then they get fired. He's doing his job.
He is.
Hit it more than you miss.
I want to give
That's all
you
it comes down.
Right now, how long is the clock right now? 9 minutes? Is the pick in yet? Jeff, I'm going to give you 9 more minutes. 9 more minutes to be a Caleb Williams fan. And after that, you are all out on him.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay,
yeah,
I just want to make sure.
It's showing the last time quarterbacks went 1, 2, and 3, and there's a graphic there, 1971, and then the 2021 NFL Draft, which had Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, and Trey Lance. Only one of them panned out, at least from the top 3. And that's what happens, guys. I mean, you look at quarterbacks, and we'll just dive into this conversation real quick because we can all assume that it probably will be 3 quarterbacks in the first 3 picks. Now, here's the thing. When you look at over time and quarterbacks, and we talked about a Booner on our show yesterday, potentially 6 being drafted in the first round, it doesn't take a genius to look at the data, look at history, and see that it doesn't happen often, and when it does, even when there's 3, 4 quarterbacks in the first round, only about 1 or 2 pan out. It's just how it works. And this class will probably be the same situation.
Yeah, I mean, it's just numbers, man. It's 6 quarterbacks go. So you're getting bad positions.
The only time it worked out was the Tua, Herbert, Joe Burrow in that draft, Jordan Love, I think, at the same. All these quarterbacks kind of panned out.
And I get that, that a lot of the quarterbacks, and that is such a reoccurring thing when you have so many quarterbacks that some don't work out. But you can also look at certain draft classes and just say some of the talent was different, like you brought up with the Herbert draft. And you could look at this and say these top guys, these top quarterbacks, the Drake May, JJ, Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, that these guys are talented and they may just be different. You never know. I'm not saying that all these quarterbacks are going to pan out, but it can be different. Like Booner said, it might just be numbers sometimes.
Yeah, it comes down to the player, which we like.
Situation.
Yeah, in situation. That is very true. Yes. It is talent and situation, and then if you're not in an ideal situation, Booner, can you overcome?
That's why I say whoever goes to New England today, even if it's Drake May, we think Drake May, I know you're big on him. If he goes there, I think that's a dead man walking there.
Well, let's start. The Bears are on the clock. They are on the clock. About 7 minutes left. I mean, just turning the damn pick. This isn't going to be that long.
Yeah, they're probably just milking it here.
It's going to say pick is in any second.
You know what? I see right now J.J. McCarthy on the screen. Is there a chance he goes number 1?
No.
I'm just kidding. I'm not going to
They
do that.
They're previewing when he's at home with his family watching the NFL draft, as he should. Enjoy with his friends.
The funny thing with that, too, is a lot of people, he didn't come to the draft, obviously, because it's in Detroit, 40 minutes away from Ann Arbor.
Yeah.
We started getting text messages saying, is all of this a smokescreen, JJ going in the top 5 in the top 10? That's not a smokescreen. No. That man wants to be at home with his family. He's going to go 5th overall to the Minnesota Vikings and be a franchise guy here in the NFC North.
So, Booner, you keep saying the Minnesota Vikings, and you and I are both hoping for that as JJ fans, Michigan fans. What if he goes to the Giants or the Patriots, one of those other teams?
We talked about this a little bit.
Yes.
I think the only team that's bad for him to go to is the New England Patriots. If he ends up going 3rd overall to the Patriots or they trade back and take him, I think that's the worst case scenario. Yeah. I'm hoping over here as a JJ guy, and a JJ McCarthy guy, get him to Minnesota, get him to Las Vegas, get him to Denver. Even to me, I think Jaden Daniels is going to Washington, but get him to one of those teams and let him kind of go out there and be in a competent franchise.
Yeah.
New England is not that right now.
Yeah, and I agree, and I like the head coaching change, Rod Mayo. I think he could be very good with the Patriots. It's just given the weapons they have on that offense is very slim to none. They don't have really any wide receivers. Maybe they build more through this draft.
Yep.
So I'm just not liking the Patriots and the Giants, really. I trust Brian Dable, but another thing with them, they are very limited on weapons. You let Saquon Barkley go. Darren Waller is still iffy on if he's coming back. I'm pretty sure he's on the borderline of retirement. And then they don't really have any wide receivers either. So that's another tough scenario. All things right for JJ. You would want to go to Minnesota. You would want to go play with TJ Hawkinson, Jordan Addison, Justin Jefferson.
But who wouldn't?
I did talk to a Vikings fan.
Yeah,
You're spot on with that. I mean, the Vikings, I think we'd all agree.
The best situation out of anyone. I think even almost over the Bears, to be honest. So I did talk to a Vikings fan here. There's a Viking fan around here somewhere, and I asked him, who do you want? Like, is JJ fine? He said no. He does not want JJ. Vikings fans, I don't know if he's speaks for all the people. He wants, guess who he told me?
Drake May.
He said, stay where you're at, give me Bo Nix.
Oh.
He said he would take Bo Nix over JJ McCarthy. Ooh. How wild is that?
I watched this get clipped. Bo Nix turn. No, I think that's tough. I mean, he'd rather keep the first 2 picks in the first round.
Yes.
2 picks in the first round, which I think that's definitely part of it. But hey, prefers Bo Nix over Michael Penix. Let's start.
I'm not going to give away. When I get these alerts, do you guys want me to say them or wait for the draft?
No,
we're doing live reactions.
I'll show you. I'm going to look here because I'm going to have to put some trades out and stuff throughout the draft. I won't announce it on the show, though.
And
That's the deal.
it's not even a breaking thing. I mean, we knew it's going to be Caleb Williams. I would be absolutely shocked if it wasn't. I think that'd be great content if it wasn't, because we could talk why it wasn't. But yeah, Caleb Williams, he's going to be a Chicago Bear. And I'll ask you, actually, I wouldn't, because then people would allow me to like him. But anyway, what does this mean for the Bears, fellas? We talk about projection, them being a real competitor for the Lions in the NFC North. You look around the NFC North, the only team that people are talking about, specifically Lions fans, is the Packers.
Yes.
And I don't know if year one, the Bears, if Caleb can have a C.J. Stroud-esque type of year, but what's the trajectory for this team? Is it a squad that you think the Lions are going to have to kind of pay attention to here over the next 2 to 3 years?
I think they will have some stumbles up front as far as the offense goes, but then once Caleb Williams kind of gets regulated with things, I think it will be great. They added a lot of pieces on offense, Keenan Allen to kind of help ease him in. He's got weapons, DeAndre Swift, but the defense, they even added weapons to get Montez Sweat to add at the end of the year. So I think this Bears team may take a little bit, have a rough start, but they'll ease out and they will be, by next year, they will be contending with the Lions. I full-heartedly believe that.
Yeah,
and the Packers are only going to get better too, man. They got a lot of young guys on their offense.
I think Caleb Williams going to the Chicago Bears makes the NFC North a juggernaut. Oh, what a beautiful, beautiful song.
And the
beautiful
pick is
song.
in.
Everyone should boo this pick. Everyone should boo him and boo Caleb Williams. I don't care if it's his moment.
No, you can boo him.
Boo Caleb Williams off the stage. He is in our city.
Oh, here we go. And Caleb Williams is the pick. Yeah, no, I mean, guys, I think the draft
they
truly
got their
starts.
franchise guy. I hate this.
The draft truly starts, in my opinion.
I hate this.
One pick in, he hates it.
We hate Caleb Williams around here.
Okay.
Enemy number 1, Caleb Williams going forward here for the Detroit Lions and every fan in this place. Jeff, if I ever hear you say a positive thing about Caleb Williams, I will tap you.
I'm going to say it how it is.
Yeah.
If he stinks, I'm going to say he stinks. If he's good, I'm going to
That's
say
fair.
he's good.
We're not rooting for that, man.
He might throw a few "I told you so"s in there. That's just how Jeff is.
But here's the thing: I'm surprised I would even have to do that with Caleb.
I'm just kidding.
No, not you. I see people. He's the next Ryan Leaf. I just don't see that, guys. I don't. I think he's going to pan out and be really good. Doesn't mean the Bears are going to own the division the next 5 years, but hey, we'll see. I think the Lions definitely aren't alone, or at least only with the Packers. The Bears are going to be up there, and that puts more pressure on Brad Holmes. And who do you want else in this position than Brad Holmes with some fire under him? Now he's got it. He knows, and Dan Campbell knows.
What is Brad Holmes' motto?
Apply pressure.
What does he talk about all the time? We're in the NFL. You can't get you just cannot sit here and relax. It is time. Every single time, your foot has to be on the gas because of reasons like this.
Absolutely.
Caleb Williams coming into the division now. Jordan Love doing what he's doing. Teams are starting to get better. Foot is on the gas. Just because you were good one year, you have to keep drafting and keep drafting and keep drafting and keep your foot on the gas. You cannot settle at all in the NFL.
No.
Brad Holmes says that all the time. And that's why I have so much confidence in him just continuing to dominate the division is because of that. So that's where I'm at.
When you have a guy like Brad Holmes who can draft, who can identify talent, and continue to sustain success, and he does it so well, not just in the first 2-3 rounds, but throughout the entire NFL draft, all 7 rounds, Mike. He's so good. And having a GM like that, even if you do choose to pay players and extend players, for people out there that are like, oh, what does this mean for the rest? Yeah, you can't pay everybody, but when you have a GM like Brad who can find talent, makes things a little easier.
Just keeps recouping the troops.
Not gonna lie. And we got Lukas Klotz showing the program.
Welcome back.
Hey, Caleb.
What do you think?
Your fangirl moments are over, Iafrate.
I'll ask you, Klotz. We just talked about it.
It's real now.
What does this mean for the Chicago Bears, the NFC North? What's the trajectory of the Bears now? They got a franchise quarterback, I believe.
I agree with you. They got a franchise quarterback. And I know my brother's in the chat right now, and he's raising hell about how Caleb Williams is not that guy. And I think Caleb Williams, watching the film, I think you can just tell, compared to 99% of quarterbacks in college, he just sees the field differently from them. He has a different confidence. He has a confidence where he can make that throw.
Yes.
But he also has the skill to make that throw. So I think Chicago just got a legitimate quarterback. Now, the fact that he went to Chicago, and I know people can laugh at it all you want, I think it's a Cleveland. I think it's a situation where you're playing outdoors. In 5 of your home games, you're probably playing in shitty weather where it's going to be hard to throw in. So I think this is a situation where it does limit Caleb Williams' ceiling a little bit. But he's still going to be a Pro Bowl type of player, an All-Pro type of player. They just got themselves a legitimate quarterback. Now, they're going to be on the board at 9. I was thinking about it while I was off. I think it is in their best interest to draft a wide receiver at 9 because Keenan Allen, he's going to be retiring soon. DJ Moore, contractually, you don't know how much longer he's going to be in Chicago. You have seen just in the last 2 days that Rome Odunze and Caleb Williams have a connection off the field. Allow them to build that in Chicago. Give him a wide receiver one of the future that he can build around. I think that's the best option, but I think Chicago, they finally have a franchise quarterback. They don't have a Jay Cutler. They don't have a Mitchell Trubisky. Mm-hmm. They have a dude. Now, it's going to be interesting to see how the NFC North responds to that.
Hey, let me ask you, fellas. We're going to move on here. Commanders are on the clock. They got 4 minutes left, roughly. Jane Daniels, he's been the consensus until recently. J.J. McCarthy, Drake May. What are we thinking? If you're the Commanders, you got to pull the trigger on Jaden Daniels. Is that where we're at right now?
It's going to be Jaden Daniels.
No JJ?
No, it's not going to be JJ. JJ's going number 5.
He didn't take the bait. He didn't take the bait.
No. I mean,
no.
And I hope he goes to the Vikings. I don't want him anywhere near the Commanders, but that's besides the fact. I just think Jaden Daniels is this pick, even though there was some rumors out there that his agent said he doesn't want to play for that franchise.
Wants to play for the Raiders.
Yeah, so I mean, it is what it is, but Jaden Daniels is the pick right here. And the only thing, I said he has the talent, Lucas, but the injuries, that kind of scares me. Like, he is such a small player, and we could say that for so many people.
Well, he's thin.
He's thin.
He's tall, but he's thin.
That's what I meant. But, that's the one thing that just scares me, man.
It is, and he's a player where any quarterback out or any position outside of quarterback, you want your player to play, maybe he's 6'2", you want him to play 6'4", maybe he's 6'1", you want him to play 6'3".
Right.
Jaden Daniels is a tall quarterback, but you don't want your 6'2", 6'3" quarterback playing like he's 6'6", 6'7". Yeah. You want him saving his body. So the injury concern is real just off his play style, let alone his frame. Well, you talk about Washington. We just brought up a conversation with Chicago where I think naturally it limits his ceiling. I look at Washington, and I know the division is tough, but you look, Terry McLaurin, Jahan Dotson.
Yeah.
I think just those guys around him, I know they just moved off of Curtis Samuel. They could potentially be another team that trades up in the back end of the first round and go gets a wide receiver because where they're sitting in the second round, they could stay. But if they like a dude, they could move up. I think this is a situation where there could potentially be a ceiling there that it develops quickly because of the play style that they have with the wide receivers there. If Jaden Daniel goes, I wouldn't be surprised, but it's time for the rubber to meet the road with all these J.J. McCarthy allegations of all the top 5. If he goes here, I would be astonished. This would be one of those moments in NFL draft history where you're like, wow. Wow.
It would be unbelievably shocking. I'll tell you guys my thing with Jaden Daniels. I think Jaden, what he did at LSU was incredible. And he faced some adversity at Arizona State. He had a couple different OCs. He transfers, had a decent first year at LSU, and then just absolutely took off in his second year, kind of like what Joe Burrow did. Joe Burrow went to LSU, decent his first year, second year, boom. He went all the way and threw like 60 TDs, but still, Jaden Daniels had an incredible 1,000 yards rushing.
Both had insane wide receivers.
Yes, Heisman. They were both Heismans, so both had Heisman season.
Right.
But here's the thing: I'm with Mike on the frame. I'm worried about can he stay healthy. He took a lot of not just bad, but horrific hits at LSU last year, not protecting himself. That's something he has to do. You got to protect yourself because now you're not just. It's not you're running around, you're playing freestyle football. Now you represent a franchise. You go down, season's over. All the things you planned on doing before are completely over at a professional level. Got to take care of himself. The other thing it's hard to value, which we'll continue this once the pick's announced. But here comes Roger Goodell.
The Raj.
It's a Raj.
And in my opinion, the draft really starts after this
agree.
pick.
Yeah,
because you
at
could see a
3.
trade up. You could see.
And
Jaden Daniels goes. All right, so they made the right decision.
I'll say this. Here's my thing. How do you evaluate someone, and I'm not saying this with just Jaden, I think this has happened before, who has such a good squad, 2 first-round wide receivers. At LSU, he hit all these throws that are NFL throws. So he shows the timing and the ability to play in and outside the pocket. But how do you take that into consideration when you're drafting a guy like Jaden Daniels or maybe a guy like Drake May who didn't have all the tools around him, but there's something there, some upside there? Is it that Jaden Daniels maybe is closer to his ceiling than maybe a Drake May is, or how do you evaluate that?
I just think you have to go off of the film. And the film just doesn't lie. I mean, this guy, but as a dual threat, could do it all. I think there's no doubt that last year Jaden Daniels was the best quarterback. Drake May was a guy that you expected to take that step, and he did lose his best wide receivers. He lost a good supporting cast in North Carolina, but Jaden Daniels, he was in a situation where Arizona State, he wasn't anybody. Then he goes to LSU, and he's the best quarterback in the country. So when you evaluate that compared to the other guys, I think mechanically he's differently than Drake May, which is his big issue, and his upside is very similar. So when you have more production, mechanically you're more sound. I think that's the pick that you make it to compare to a guy that's similar ceiling but less production, and there's more to go through with mechanics. So I think it's the right pick to make here, especially Washington. They could use a guy that could be a game breaker at the quarterback position.
Yeah, and we've seen how the NFL has kind of moved into the mobile QBs, and Jaden Daniels just really has it all as a quarterback. And you kind of talked about the weapons and how can you really judge when you have that great weapons. Well, you really can if you're being honest, but when, like Lukas said, you brought up, you see just the type of throws that he's making on the move, you can obviously see the guy has talent, and then you kind of just relate it back. You get some similar weapons, some guys like the wide receivers he did have at LSU, obviously they might not be that great, but just guys that really bring out his inner strengths, and I think that Jaden Daniels could still be a great quarterback. He doesn't need all these, well, obviously everyone needs weapons, but he can still make plays on his own, too.
And I think it also has to do to his ability to distribute to both of them. It wasn't like he was force-feeding Malik Neighbors. He wasn't force-feeding Brian Thomas. Both of these guys ate, so it was his ability to distribute around the field, not just force-feed one of those guys during it. And it takes a high IQ, ability to read a defense, but also know the strength of your wide receivers. So I think both on the field and off the field, he's an intelligent human being. I think this is probably the safest pick for Washington to make it the quarterback position, regardless of his injury concern.
Now, I'll ask you guys, the Patriots are going to pick next at 3. There's been reports that they're interested in potentially trading out. If you're the Patriots general manager, what do you do here? Essentially, a beginning of a rebuild. There's Drake May on the board. Marvin Harrison Jr. is on the board. What does Lukas and Michael Gentry do? What are you guys thinking they do right here?
I've been stout on this. You just said they're in a rebuild, right? So you want to go and you want to find that pillar. You want to find that foundational piece where regardless of where the franchise is, you know he's going to be there. And in my opinion, when you have a Hall of Fame, a Calvin Johnson, a Randy Moss sitting there in front of your face, and because if you add a quarterback right here, sure, you can go add a wide receiver in the second round. You can trade for Brandon Ayuk. Those guys will still never amount to what Marvin Harrison is. I think there's quarterbacks in the future that could amount to what Drake May is here, to amount what J.J. McCarthy is here. You take the best wide receiver, the best player in this draft to build your franchise, to build your offense around, and to help support whichever quarterback you want to bring in. That's what I would do. Me personally, I'm taking Marvin Harrison here.
See, I for all those reasons, I agree, and personally, that's what I would do. But do you, and in any scenario, think they kind of went to Gerard Mayo and they asked, like, do you want to one of these guys, your franchise quarterback, and like, obviously he has to make the pick on that. But that's kind of like one thing I would at least cross to see what Gerard Mayo does. Obviously, you know Marvin Harrison is a kind of once in a blue moon wide receiver with his talent, but you really got to leave it up if, like you said, not saying that Drake May or one of these quarterbacks can't be that pillar too, is kind of what I'm getting at. So I kind of look to my coach and see what he thinks on the whole quarterback situation. But I totally feel that Marvin Harrison is a once-in-a-lifetime kind of wide receiver. And you get blessed with him this early, and you still have so many issues with the other side of really your whole roster. So I just...
Here's my issue with that philosophy, Lucas. Let me say this, okay? Because I'm with Michael here. I think if you're the Patriots, you want to take a quarter. I know Kraft, he prefers a quarterback. You got to understand how it affects your franchise if you take a guy you truly believe in and he works out and he pans out.
Right.
It's going to change, especially in the AFC, which the Patriots are. You look at the quarterbacks in the NFC. It's tough. If they take a Drake May, and it's fitting because JJ and Drake May are both on the board, two quarterbacks I believe should sit. If you take Drake May, you sit him, you start Jacoby Brissett, you lose a bunch of games. You will be able to continue to build this roster around Drake May before he's ready to go. That's how I look at it. If it's JJ, fine, I will take Drake May. The problem is, if you want to amount to any success, it's going to be because of what? At least playing the game as head coach and quarterback.
Right.
Although Marvin Harrison is a special player, and you're right, a lot of GMs will think that way. You take the best player available. I just look at the upside in the quarterback potentially hitting it. I think Drake May will, and what it could do to a franchise.
I just think it's interesting to see what Gerard Mayo does here because he is a defensive-minded guy. And when you look at that, I think defensive-minded guys, he was playing in New England when Brady was there.
Pick is in.
Pick is in.
We shall see, Klotz.
Defensive-minded coaches like building around a quarterback, and I think this takes assets out of the board. Let's see.
There you go.
Drake May.
Drake May.
It'll be interesting.
They believe in him, and I think he's going to be. I think he should sit though. To be fair, if you throw him out there, you might just shatter his confidence this year.
There's no reason to play him,
just sit him.
for all the reasons you guys just brought up.
So now, what does this do? So now, as everybody anticipated, the top three quarterbacks heading into this offseason, Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, and Drake May are off the board.
Right.
Now the noise is all surrounded by J.J. McCarthy. So the Cardinals sit here at 4, Chargers sit at 5. Which team makes a move? Because JJ's got to go in the top 5, we'd all presume.
Yes, if I'm the Cardinals, and this is where me and you are in lockstep, and I think Michael would agree with this. If you're the Cardinals, you cannot mess this up. You traded back last year, got a bunch of capital. You got another first-rounder from the Texans, which they have this year. It's a back of the first round. Don't trade back. Don't get cute. You stay put. You take the best player available. And guess what? Kyler Murray needs a weapon. He's never had a weapon like Marvin Harrison Jr. except for DeAndre Hopkins, who's playing really well. But I think the ceiling of Marvin Harrison Jr. is incredible. Get him a weapon.
It's insane.
You got to go Marvin Harrison here, guys.
I think you do as well, but then that's a situation where, Gentry, I'll ask you, if you're the Cardinals, yes, you do have 2 first-round picks, but Matt is a situation where you can get 3 because in the division you're in, the Seattle Seahawks are a very strong team, and they're also very young. The San Francisco 49ers, everybody knows who they are. And I think for the next 2-3 seasons, which I expect Matthew Stafford to be in L.A., they're going to be a threat. So you need all the value you can get here. I could see them trading back, even if it's to like 6, 7, just even anywhere down to the side, anywhere. I could see them potentially doing it because at the end of the day, it would be an Arizona Cardinal thing to do. Take Marvin Harrison, but I could see them messing it up.
Stevie Wonder could make the selection, Gentry. Just say Marvin Harrison Jr.
It would be an Arizona Cardinal thing to do. I get what you're saying there, but there is no way in hell, like you said, you kind of built it up last year to make a selection like this. It's fallen into your lap. 3 QBs picking before you. You got Marvin Harrison.
Shots. Explosive. Jonathan Gannon.
You run your ass up there and you pick Marvin Harrison
This
Jr.
pick should be
and you don't think twice about it. It doesn't matter. He is unreal.
Hey, you like shots and explosives? Well, explosive plays come from Marvin Harrison Jr. Did it consistently at Ohio State.
Could you imagine if they take like Dallas Turner here? Oh my God. Defensive-minded head coach takes the best edge off the board. Oh my goodness.
And I'm going to be honest, I wouldn't agree with it, but I don't think it'd be as egregious if you took Dallas Turner. I wouldn't agree with it. But
That's a joke. That's a joke of a team.
Their defense stinks too, and you get Dallas Turner.
It does, but so does their offense. Their wide receiver is who?
Yes. I get it. And you paid Kyler, so get him number one.
They need a wide receiver.
I'm not saying I agree with it, but I don't think it'd be as.
You have a Hall of Fame wide receiver who's comp to Larry Fitzgerald, who was who, an Arizona Cardinal?
It wouldn't be as egregious if you took Dallas Turner rather than taking like Fuaga. It'd be
that's fair.
Oh, okay, all right. We're in lockstep
we can break bread there.
It would I agree with you. It's Marvin Harrison
Any
Jr.
pick outside of Marvin Harrison here is absolutely moronic. It's asinine. And you're doing the game of football, because I think if Marvin goes to Arizona, he has a chance to reach his ceiling compared to, like, considering the fact he has Kyler Murray there, and they're just going to be yucking that bitch. They're going to be feeding him. Because James Conner, James Conner, fine running back. He's very productive, but he's not an upper echelon back. No. Marvin Harrison's going to walk in day one and be the focal point of that offense, and with the quarterback who has the ability to get him the ball.
Now, here's the interesting thing, and I see this comment by, let me see who said it, because it is great. Dante151, JJ's going to fall right to the Giants. Well, real quick, everything comes down to what the Chargers do here.
That's what I'm saying.
If the Chargers stay put and take Malik Neighbors or Joe Alt, J.J. McCarthy could be a New York Giant.
Because imagine if, like,
wow.
I mean, it would be wishy-washy, but imagine if, like, the Giants are like, we're not comfortable just sitting at 6. We want to move up, and maybe they can't get a deal done with the Chargers. They're trying to call up to Arizona right now, but I think the pick's in. The pick is in.
Yeah, pick's in for Cardinals.
All right.
I just think this is a no-brainer. I mean, you take Marvin Harrison.
He's on a silver platter.
He is, and I saw that. I don't know who said this. It's so great when you describe a player. And shout out to Laura Gentry, just became a Crunch member.
Shout out.
Marvin Harrison Jr., guys, is that I call him a statuesque player.
Yes.
He is a guy that you bring to your franchise, and in 15 years, you might see a Marvin Harrison Jr. statue outside of your stadium.
This has nothing to do with my bias, but it has everything to do with how much I've watched Marvin Harrison. I cannot find a flaw in his game. Route running, hands, ability to high point the football, ability to read zone coverage and settle down in open spaces. I mean, this guy was the best wide receiver in college football with Kyle McCord throwing him the football the last 2 seasons. People are talking about Malik Neighbors, as they should, with Jaden Daniels throwing him the football. How many people were talking about Malik Neighbors last year? I'm sure some that people knew the talent that he had, but they weren't talking about him compared to Marvin Harrison, okay? And Marvin Harrison, he also has to deal with the Ohio State receiving core that is going to be. They always have a stacked wide receiver core. Malik Neighbors had Brian Thomas, but Marvin Harrison also had that receiving core to go with Kyle McCord. This is the most obvious pick in the draft, in my opinion, outside of Caleb Williams.
Yeah, it has to be. And even though it's not the second pick, it's still, I think, the most obvious.
This is the second best player, if not first, in the draft.
Yeah. Here it is. Roger Goodell.
Okay, thank God.
That pause.
Right there. Just do it.
Okay, so now the draft really starts.
Yeah,
this is where
he is going to be a phenomenal player. Again, you invest that much money into your franchise quarterback. However, we think of Kyler Murray. You got to get him weapons. And now, what a weapon to get him.
Because Jonathan Gannon, defensive head coach, but now you're sitting in the back. I think they're at a 27, 28.
Yep.
They can go defense now. They can take BPA on defense. They can move up if they want to. If they want to go get a Terrion Arnold, Quinyon Mitchell, they have a 27th pick that they can move up with. So I think this is the best case situation. They have the potential to walk out of the draft with the best draft. So I think they're a team that hit home run round 1 as far as in the first draft selection. Go ahead and do it in the back end.
So now with the Chargers up here, do you think there's any way they don't trade back? Like, the way that they need to build their team and they have so many holes, I feel like there's no scenario. Obviously, you can get a great player in Joe Alt. You could go Malik Neighbors, who desperately need a wide receiver.
Which wouldn't be bad at all.
Yeah, but I just feel like moving back, like you said, and kind of stacking up them first-round picks, because they can still get a great wide receiver. Maybe, they trade back in the Vikings, get that second pick in the 20s. You never know.
What if they're gatekeeping? What if they're gatekeeping? Shout out Boone.
Here's what's tough. All right, you're the Chargers. You sit there. You have an opportunity to get Malik Neighbors, who many would say, and many would say he's the second, but some would say he's the first. Do you take the quantity over the quality? Do you take the 2 first-rounders, maybe get a Roma Dunze potentially, or do you say, F it, we're going with the best receiver besides Marvin Harrison Jr.?
I think when you have a quarterback like Justin Herbert and you have the potential to add in a wide receiver like Malik Neighbors, who's not a Marvin Harrison, but he's going to be a wide receiver 1 in the NFL one day, I don't think Jim Harbaugh sitting there and really overthinking this. I think there's a chance that they sit put and they take Neighbors here, because who could blame them? If you're walking out of the draft with Malik Neighbors, that's probably going to be a top 5 player in this draft. Pair him up with Justin Herbert, because they do have later picks in the draft that they can allocate to the offensive line, even another wide receiver if they want to. But defensively, I think just Jim Harbaugh being in that building alone upgrades it, and they do have talent already. So go and get a wide receiver 1 for Justin Herbert and really shake up the rest of this draft, shake up where J.J. McCarthy falls, because I think if they don't take J.J. McCarthy here, Minnesota is sweating. And who is that better for? The Detroit fucking Lions. So let's hope that Malik Neighbors goes here, because I think the Giants, real shot that they take JJ, and if they're sitting out there with Sam Darnold potentially for this whole season, I don't think anybody's sweating that.
Well, here's the thing. How fitting. The Chargers pick at 5. The Vikings were rumored to trade up to 5. And we're going to get Booner back out here for the potential J.J. McCarthy scenario. So, Booner, come on in. I need your reaction, just in case this all goes down. And I want Booner, if JJ's the pick, to I need to see this, man. So here we go.
Yeah, and Boone, I think we all, and Gentry, you're a Michigan man yourself as well.
Absolutely.
But there has not been a man who's been supporting J.J. McCarthy specifically to the Minnesota Vikings like this man, Booner Sports. So, Booner, as you put your headset on, as you are about to brace the people for J.J. McCarthy potentially being drafted, the Chargers are sitting here at 5. Do you think there's a chance that they stay put and they take a Malik Neighbors, Rome Odunze, and really shake up this draft with the Giants in at 6?
If the Chargers, and I'll say this right now, if the Chargers stay put, they're taking a tackle. They're going to take their tackle. That's the J.C. Latham, Joe Owens. And I'm just being honest with what I've heard, what I know.
Booner, but I'm trying to look out for you
here. I have a massive bet, and I have my bet sitting here on J.J. McCarthy to go 5th overall, like plus 380.
Oh.
So I'm refreshing my phone, trying to figure out what's going on here. If they stay put, though, guys, I think it's a tackle. I think we see the first tackle.
Think wide receiver?
No
Malik Neighbors?
That would really shake the draft up.
If I'm them too, I'm going to say this with the Chargers.
But when you look at it, they already have Rashawn Slater, man. They don't have a Keenan Allen's gone. Mike Williams gone.
They have 0 weapons on that offense, they have 2.
Not even a tight end.
They picked up the old Ravens backfield that was beat up with Gus Edwards and J.K. Dobbins. So they don't really have any weapons on offense.
That's why it would be dumb if they stay at 5. Go to 11, go to 23. At 11, you can still get a tackle, and at 23, you can get a wide receiver and get a weapon. Yeah. There's no reason at all. And Jim Harbaugh, I'm a massive Jim Harbaugh guy. Right. Shout out Michigan national champs. Your first move here in the NFL, back here as the head coach and running this football program here, you have to make a move. I think you have to make a move.
If J.C. Latham goes here, my mind will be blown.
And
if the tackle is here,
at 5?
Because let's think about it. If you're sitting at 5, and I'm not saying this to you specifically, but if you're moved to 5 and you take a tackle, there's arguably tackles that are in the same tier that could be sitting there at pick 14.
Per Adam Schefter, the Chargers are staying at 5, no trade. Gentry, that probably means our bet with J.J. McCarthy at 5 is completely gone. That opens up, the draft really starts here, because I think everyone doing mock drafts thought that the Chargers were going to move into or move back.
Yeah, everyone expected the Minnesota Vikings to be selecting. Right?
I think every
mock draft, this is where all the mock drafts have just broken. They're gone. Because everybody thinks it makes the most sense, but this is where we get back to, fellas. Mock drafts don't represent reality. We're about to see it here. So, Booner, Jim Harbaugh, defensive head coach. What if this is Byron Murphy? What if this is Dallas Turner? What if this is what nobody was expecting and a defensive back goes here because J.C. Jackson's no longer there? Ooh. They have Asante Samuel Jr., but besides that, they had Michael Davis Jr., who people were laughing at when the Lions had to go against him against the game week. So they could use a corner. What do you think happens here? Do you think it's a potentially defensive player that goes off, Boone?
I don't think they go defense. They do not go. This is either Malik Neighbors or it's Joe or J.C. Latham. Those are the 3. This is just what the rumors that are going around.
No way it's not Joe or Malik Neighbors. If you're not trading the pick, it's got to be one of those guys. I can see how much they need a defensive back, but look at that offense. And like you said, you have to get Justin Herbert some weapons. If it's not protecting him or getting him a guy to throw the ball to, then you're going to mess up this pick.
Do you think it could be Brock Bowers?
Not this early, because you could trade back and get him.
Yes, you would have traded with Minnesota, or you would have traded with someone.
Fellas, because then if they don't go Malik Neighbors, then that's going to be the question. If you're the Giants, do you take Malik Neighbors or J.J. McCarthy?
Yeah, it's just going to be
if they take Malik Neighbors, then J.J.'s sitting there at 7. Okay, now the Tennessee Titans are sitting there, but the pick is in. This is going to be interesting. I think that boys, this could be a real shocking pick. This could be one of those where it's considered a reach of the moment, or it could be Malik Neighbors.
This is Jim Harbaugh's first pick back in the NFL. This is an interesting thing here. This is going to be interesting. They have no. You know what? I'm falling a little bit for the Malik Neighbors thing because they have zero weapons. They have no one.
They don't. But then this is where, back to your guys' argument with me, with the Lions taking receiver first, this is such a deep wide receiver class.
Yeah.
They could get Roman Wilson, who Jim Harbaugh is very familiar with, in the second round. They
still might.
They still could. They still could. Malik Neighbors and Roman? That'd be filthy. But Josh Palmer, don't sleep on Josh Palmer now.
I think what's going to happen.
Don't sleep. Don't sleep on Josh Palmer.
Don't want that.
All right, boys. I'm
Booner, I don't want to hear
I'm not going to do it, man. My phone is buzzing.
Not the Booner.
My phone is buzzing. The pick is in. The pick is in,
we don't
fellas.
care. You got to hear it live.
Here we go. The pick is in. I'm interested here. The Justin Herbert kind of rumor today that the chance of him getting traded to Minnesota, that was a very interesting one. I was shocked to see it, and I was actually interested to know.
Yeah, that was
I was interested to know if there was any kind of fire on that.
Think about this. Jim Harbaugh taking a job in LA because of Justin Herbert and then trading Justin Herbert. What sense does that make?
Yeah.
He would have gone to Minnesota where they have a chance at drafting JJ at that point. 2 years ago, you know what I mean? He would have went to a different situation where he could have moved on to JJ.
Yeah, but you got to think. You got to think though. It's a whole new regime in there right now. This isn't 2 years ago. They have a whole new regime here. Everything
I get that, but for him to move off of Justin Herbert would be
everything is. I don't think he was never going to do it. He was never going to do it. Never was going to do it.
Adam Schefter right here. Chargers turned away trade offers for Justin Herbert.
There we go.
So there was conversations though.
That's like the Bengals trading away Joe Burrow.
There was conversations though. They
probably answered the phone and then they realized what they were asking for and they hung up. That was the conversation.
There was conversations. That's interesting. Here we go.
Probably was
walking up here. Roger Goodell.
The draft starts here. This is where the draft starts.
This is interesting.
Wow!
There we go. Tackle. First tackle off the board.
This draft is about to get interesting. Thank God it wasn't J.C. fucking Latham. That would have been disgusting. Thank God. J.C. Latham could be a fine player, but selecting him 5th overall would be... Yeah, it would just be bad. All right. Malik Neighbors still on the board. Everybody's been mocking them because they thought J.J. would be gone at this pick.
This is the question here. This is the big question with the New York Giants is they do need a quarterback after Daniel Jones. So it comes down to, at the end of the day, or do they go Malik Neighbors or do they go J.J. McCarthy at quarterback?
Justin likes it.
Hey, we got a local Chargers fan. Somehow in Detroit we have a resident Chargers fan.
I don't know.
He's all for it.
All right.
You got Rashawn Slater, you got Joe Alt. I think they now have built a fortress. They got to go with the weapon here in the second round. But moving on to the Giants, Boone.
I already said with the Giants, the quarterback or receiver. It's one of the two now. That's all it is.
But if you had to pick one of the two, what are you doing?
Ow.
But anyways, back to what
Klotz,
we
said. Take that headset and give me yours.
All right.
Give me yours. We're going to make a quick switch here. We're making a quick switch. Hold on. We're making a quick switch here for the people. We're making a switch for the people.
Audible.
We got to lock in here. Sorry about this, guys. We're doing it a little audible here. I don't know. Klotz, move closer to me here.
Locking in, Boone.
Yeah, so I don't know. With the Giants, Klotz, I don't know what's going on. I think there's a chance here you see J.J. McCarthy go 6 overall. I think they didn't have to. The situation with the Giants is the Giants. Well, the Giants with J.J. McCarthy, they wanted to move up for him. They can get him at 6.
Yeah, but is that the best decision? So if J.J. does go here at 6, what do you think that means for him?
He sits the year.
This
is what we.
You don't think they move off of Daniel
talked about with J.J. McCarthy. Sit a year.
Sit a year, and then okay. So do you think they're back in a similar position?
No, I think now you move on from Daniel Jones' contract.
No, I know, but I'm saying like next year. Do you think they're in the same position in the draft, or do you think they're worse? Do you think they just go wide receiver?
They might be in the same position, and then they go wide receiver next year.
Okay.
Who's the kid out of Ohio State?
That would be next year. Abuka?
Take Abuka.
Okay.
J.J. McCarthy.
I don't hate it. I don't. It's better than the Patriots.
I love that.
At this point, I think it. But at the same time, do you take Malik Neighbors? Because do you think there's a quarterback in next year's draft that could be as good as J.J.? Yes.
You're trying to get off if the guy that you love that they have talked about trading up for all offseason long, if he's sitting there in your lap at 6, you take him.
I'm going to be laughing if this is not
him.
JJ.
You take him.
And this is the
Do you trust Daniel Jones?
Fuck no.
Okay,
Fuck
you
no.
take JJ.
But do I trust JJ McCarthy? No.
You take JJ McCarthy.
Do I trust
and move
Malik Neighbors to be wide receiver 1 in the NFL? Yes, I do. I think this is similar to the Cardinals situation.
Fellas, we have a new camera shot. All right, we're on the TD desk.
We're switching roles, Hefe.
No, it's okay. Yeah. We're all going to be involved here, and I want the different camera shots so people aren't staring at one single shot. But I will say this, Joe Alt, you can't be mad at the pick. I think that if you guys are talking about J.J. McCarthy here, how do you pass on Malik Neighbors?
You get J.J. McCarthy. That's how you do it.
How do you pass on Malik Neighbors? I just don't. I don't know how that makes sense. Truly, I don't.
Do the Chargers have another pick?
No, not sitting right now, at least in the first round.
So that's tough for them. That's tough.
That's what I'm saying. They got to sit in the second round to get a weapon.
I'm interested to see here, too. Jeff, I want your opinion here. J.J. McCarthy or Malik Neighbors?
You know how I feel. Give me Malik Neighbors. Give me Malik Neighbors.
I'm starting to get nervous.
Do you think they trade? Do you think this is a trade? Trade?
I think
the people are chanting for JJ.
Yeah, and guys, you got to think here, right? If you're the Giants, if you think JJ's ceiling, again, it goes back to their belief in that specific quarterback. If you think he can be Josh Allen, Brian Dable obviously worked with him, that type of talent, then you take him. I don't think he is. I'm taking a guy who could be. Don't think he will, but could challenge Marvin Harrison Jr. in the future. He's going to be a good. He's going to be a very good
guys. This is interesting, guys.
He's not Marvin Harrison, but he's the second best.
No, I agree with you. That's why I'm saying that. I agree with you. You go Malik Neighbors here, potentially. Defensive player here. All the defensive players left still on the board. I don't know.
I don't know if they go defense. I think it's JJ or Neighbors.
Here we go.
Give me JJ McCarthy. Give me JJ McCarthy. Send that man to New York.
What if they take a tackle?
Oh, my gosh.
Wow. Oh, my God. JJ's falling. JJ's falling.
This is an absolute disaster right now for JJ McCarthy. I could not have written this script any worse for JJ McCarthy.
Your boy Will Levis is sitting down in Tennessee right now. Do you think they're comfortable moving off Will Levis for JJ McCarthy?
No. They're taking a tackle here. Guess who's going here?
Don't say
Guess who's going here?
Talk to me, Boone.
J.C. Latham out of Alabama.
Or Dallas. Okay, so let's think. Do they take Dallas Turner?
No, I think they go tackle. You need to protect Will Levis. You got your franchise quarterback. Protect him.
But they just took the dude out of Northwestern last year.
You got 2 now.
Okay. I don't hate it. This is what the Chargers just did, but I don't know, man.
I'm very interested.
Roma Dunze sitting there still.
Fellas, the Giants made a great decision, and it's not even really a slight towards maybe it is. It's more so to praise Malik Neighbors. It's a great decision. The Titans are up. They could go different ways. You have Will Levis. You signed Calvin Ridley to a massive contract. You got DeAndre Hopkins. They got to go offensive line. They couldn't protect Will Levis last year. Boone, that's your guy.
I think you do.
I think at this point, Joe Alt's off the board, but there's still plenty of them.
I think this is a J.C. Latham pick. I truly do. And I know Klotz hates J.C. Latham.
At this value, yes.
Well, to be honest, I can sit here and use my brain all we want. I have no clue. I thought J.J. was a top 5 pick.
He might go to the Vikings.
I thought J.J. was a top 5 pick.
Imagine the Broncos start getting active.
Oh, my gosh. They might jump up. I'm interested in this, guys.
The Raiders. What if the Raiders move up? I think this is where people talking about what we were talking about earlier on in the show, where a lot of these teams in the top 10, they're trying to trade out. This is when it's going to start happening.
Yeah,
interesting.
You know what? The rumors today were, and I said it at the beginning of the show, 7 of the 10 teams in the top 10 were all looking to move out. They were all having discussions. We haven't seen one trade yet. We have not seen. Maybe I overhyped this draft. And it's just chalk so far.
I think a lot of it has to do with the top 6 players in the NFL draft probably just went. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The best tackle went. The 2 best wide receivers went. The 3 best quarterbacks. So I think it's one of those things where now we're going to start seeing defensive players go. Not every team right now needs a defensive player to sit in the top 10. You look at the New York Jets, they don't need a defensive player. The Chicago Bears could use one, but they don't need one.
Do you remember yesterday I heard something that said the first 10 picks of the NFL draft could be all offensive players?
There's no way that happens.
I saw that, and I thought about it.
Stop it.
Tackle here.
No.
You go tackle here. Falcons trade back. Quarterback goes at 8. J.J. McCarthy goes at 8. The Bears go Rome Odunze. And the Jets go Brock Bowers. That is right there. That is what it is.
Yeah. And with Malik Neighbors playing in the NFC East with Daniel Jones, I think this is going to help Daniel Jones elevate a little bit, but they did just lose Saquon Barkley. The fact that they just lost Saquon Barkley, I think Malik Neighbors is going to be overfed. I think he's potentially an Offensive Rookie of the Year candidate if Daniel Jones can play half as well as he has been playing compared to last season. But at the end of the day, the Giants, this is not going to move them in the win-loss column. They're still going to be sitting in the same position, and they can go and get a quarterback next year who's of that J.J. McCarthy, Drake May, exhibit Michael Penix.
Shador Sanders.
Maybe, guys like that. We don't know who it's going to be because, guys, we were not talking about Jaden Daniels last year being a top 5 pick. He was mocked to be like a 5th, 6th, 7th round type of quarterback, and now he just won a Heisman.
Yes.
Every year it seems like in college football there's those type of quarterbacks, and now you're going to get that type of quarterback to go with Malik Neighbors, who's a year under of experience. And you look around the secondaries of that league or in that conference, the Cowboys do have that, but I think that Malik Neighbors against Trayvon Diggs or Deron Bland, he's going to be able to exploit him. You look at the Philadelphia Eagles cornerback, Darius Slay, he's going to be able to exploit him. And the Commanders had the worst secondary in the NFL last year. It's a little chess move.
I think, too, though, there is this thing with the Giants to where they had a down year last year because Daniel Jones was hurt. And you saw the year before they went to the playoffs, got exposed by the Vikings. You do add a legit weapon.
A bona fide weapon.
So there might be a little bit of smoke here in this Giants room where they think they got a guy that's going to help kind of get back to where they were 2 years ago. You did lose Saquon, though, so it's interesting. I don't know. I think there's a chance here we get offense in the top 10, though, Klotzy.
No way.
I think I might be locked in with that take.
I mean, no. It's just not. It would have to be tackle.
Falcons trade out.
The Falcons could trade out.
But
they could take the best. It's a defensive coach.
You can, but the Falcons, you sit there, you go, there's Byron Murphy and Dallas Turner on the 4. Trade back to 11, you still probably get one of them.
There's no guarantee. There could be another team that after they trade out wants to move up because they're like, oh, we see offensive players here. Let's not let Dallas Turner slide. Brad Holmes could be on the phone saying Dallas Turner's about to fall outside the top 10. No, we're going to go and get him.
Klotz, just look at the board.
I'm looking at the board.
Say Tennessee goes offensive tackle here.
Yep.
If the Falcons trade back to 11 with the Vikings and they go JJ, the Bears, what do they go? Rome Odunze? Let's say Rome Odunze.
They could easily go defense, though.
Okay, if they do,
Matt Eberflus is a defensive guy.
Okay.
They just got Caleb Williams. They could go get a Rome Odunze type of wide receiver in next year's draft in the second round.
Hear me out. If they do, you still have either Byron Murphy or Dallas Turner on the board. The Jets aren't going to go defense.
That's not guaranteed. But I understand that sounds fine, but we talked about the Jets potentially trading out, the Bears trading out. There's so many teams right now that are trying to call up to get in the top 10, and I think a lot of it could be because of defensive players because they know that slide's going to – they're not going to let their guys slide. I think a defensive player in the top 10 is a must. If not, you could be right, but I do not see that happening.
I'm just saying there's a chance here.
I think there's a chance it could be taken now.
Byron Murphy and Dallas Turner there. I wouldn't be shocked if the Falcons say, hey, let's trade back. We're going to get one of those two guys.
I don't know, man. I just don't think it'd be almost like overthinking it because now you're creating risk where if you're the Falcons, what you need is defense. They don't need anything on offense. Go and get the best defensive player. Yeah, you can trade back, but you're also risking him being gone. I just wouldn't overthink it. No way. No way, no how.
Yeah, I don't know. I just the board is making itself out right now. You're starting to see the board kind of. I think there's a chance here the defense just keeps falling. And if that happens, the Detroit Lions, Brad Holmes needs to start making some phone calls. This
is where I think in these next couple of picks, it could get interesting because the board's not falling how people thought. I think we expected at least one trade by now, potentially even two.
Yeah, we thought there was going to be 7 plus.
And the thing is, trades are going to come. It's not like this is going to be an NFL draft where trades just don't happen. The trades are going to start falling. Players are going to start. The board for every GM is really going to start getting shaken up right now. So the trades, they have to come at some point. There's going to start being trades.
I think so. I just think the Lions, again, if you end up having one of these big-time defensive players fall out to 12, 13, make that move. Make a phone call.
Have to.
Make a phone call. I bet you right now Brad Holmes is just sitting there making moves. He's calling GMs right now. I'm sure he's already had some set up. And has had, by the way, downtown Detroit right now, that view, that looks beautiful.
They put on. The fans in Detroit have shown the NFL world that this is a legitimate fan base. This is going to be a legitimate place where a team is going to be built, and every reason why this is not just the same old Lions.
I just can't believe everyone in the chat's coming at me because JJ's fallen, and I don't know what to think right now.
Booner,
this is a disaster for me.
Could you imagine if JJ's this year's Will Levis?
Don't say that.
I'm being real with you, though.
Do not say that, Klotz.
With the Raiders and Broncos sitting at 12-13, he's going to go one of those spots if he doesn't go to the Vikings.
It is a stressful situation going on.
I don't see him falling outside the top 15, but again, could a team trade up inside the top 10 for J.J. McCarthy? Absolutely. Absolutely.
I think the pick is in here, it looks like, for the Titans.
They were sitting on the board there for a while, too, so they're probably getting calls.
They're thinking, yeah. I'm interested. The thing is, we thought this was going to be a draft with like trade. The over/under was 6.5 in the first round. We haven't seen anything. I'm shocked.
And Dan Campbell talked about top 15 players in this draft are probably going to be guys that contribute right now. After this pick, we're going to be damn near through half of those players.
Yeah.
So.
And by the way, I want to make it clear. Oh, real quick. Here's the pick. Here's the pick. Let's see where they go.
Wow.
There he goes.
This is it.
J.C. Latham, baby. I said J.C. Latham will be a top 10 pick yesterday, and guess what?
Disgusting.
He goes number 7 to the Tennessee Titans. J.C. Latham, offensive tackle out of Alabama.
Hey, you were right, Boone. You were right. This will be a whiff.
Again, I want to say this, too. I told you this before the show. I told you this before. I talked to you about this.
You have.
I'm not sitting here saying that I think J.C. Latham is good enough to go in the top 10. But what I'm saying is when reports are coming out, teams are starting to look at them, and they love what they see out of J.C. Latham. People had him mocked all the way up to pick number 5.
J.C. Latham is like 6'6", 360 pounds. If we're playing in 1980, this might have been a very, very good pick. But we're looking at every NFL offensive tackle is now going to be compared to Penei Sewell.
I just want to throw this out there.
That because they got to be agile. J.C. Latham can cover space, but there's not a lot of agility there. He's going to be a guy where if you can get the Nick Bosa's of the world, that yes, they're smaller, but they're quicker, they're going to be able to get the leverage on it. I think this is a guy that's going to easily be able to be exposed if he does not pan out. I think there's 3 or 4 other tackles that should have been picked besides J.C. Latham. I like the idea what Tennessee's trying to do here, but I don't think this is the pick that you mail in at, 7 overall. This is a player that, in my opinion, if you trade back, there's going to be tackles that are similar caliber, similar tier that you can get there. I don't like this pick.
I'm going to say this. Let me just go over this real quick. Will Levis, my guy.
Yep.
Died on that hill. It is Will Levis, Tony Pollard, Kelvin Ridley, DeAndre Hopkins, Treylon Burks, Peter Skoronski, and J.C. Latham. That is an offense.
Sounds mid.
That is an offense.
That is. Hold on.
This sounds like a very biased opinion here. This is a biased opinion here.
Go ahead and cook, Gentry.
No, I was going to ask you guys, if they weren't the team to trade back, when is the first trade going to happen at this point?
I don't fucking know.
I'm not all in favor for the J.C. Latham pick, but they need it as far as building their offense goes, and they need to protect Will Levis. But I for sure thought that the trade was coming there. So when is it coming, guys?
Klotz, what I just told you was top secret information. I don't want you to say it to anyone out loud. Do not say that out loud. How about the NFL draft? How about the NFL draft, man? Things happen. Things start going. What a draft we're having here today. This is an unbelievable draft. I said this is going to be the craziest draft we've ever seen, and guess what? Now is when the draft starts, baby.
The draft
starts fully in on the draft, baby. Oh, my gosh. My gosh.
So, all right. They go ahead. They take J.C. Latham. I don't think that's going to really do anything for them in the immediate future. I think at this point they're just accepting defeat, that they're going to have to take a long rebuild. C.J. Stroud is now in the division. It's the Houston Texans division. They're going to take the Detroit Lions route. They're going to build from the trenches. They're going to try to do a J.C. Latham. But, all right. What's up, Gentry?
The Falcons got that pick in pretty quick, rather.
Yeah.
Who they picking here?
I already know.
I think it's got to be Dallas Turner. You're mailing in the ballot.
Addressing the defensive line no matter what. No matter if it's defensive tackle or you get Byron Murphy, you get Dallas Turner. I feel like that has to be the pick here. That's just me.
I want to throw this out there. I'm stressing out to the max right now.
Cheers,
only hope I have is the Detroit Lions. I just tried to grab a hat off my head that's not on there. I'm in shambles.
What does that even mean?
I went like this to take a hat off. There's no hat there. This is an unbelievable situation for me right now.
There's been no trades. And guys, if this is an offensive player here, this is a dream for the Detroit Lions. This is a dream because now you're looking at the Chicago Bears, to Booner's point, easily could go offense. The New York Jets, if they don't trade out, they're definitely going offense. The Minnesota Vikings at 11 are probably going J.J. McCarthy. The Broncos are probably going to go with the quarterback if they don't trade. And same thing with the Raiders. They could potentially go Michael Penix. So if that doesn't happen,
interesting.
Guys, regardless, defensive players are falling from where they could have been.
What I said, I think there's a chance that you see 10 players, the first 10 picks, end up being all offensive guys.
I mean, that's a dream situation.
And this is what I wanted to make clear to the chat earlier because they said, Booner, there's no way the Lions are trading up this right now. I think if some defensive players start falling to 11 and 12 and 13, Dallas Turner, Byron Murphy, you start making phone calls and go get a guy that makes an impact.
Booner, last year, where did the Detroit Lions make their first round selection, the original one? What draft pick was that at?
12.
The year before that, the year prior?
12.
12. So do you think there's a situation where now the Lions are about to be picking at 12 again with the Denver Broncos? I think there's a situation where that could be happening.
I hope so. You know what? I put it in my mock draft today to trade up for number 12 if Dallas Turner fell. I hope that happens.
We'll see. But Hollywood.
I want to hear this pick. I want to see this pick.
We'll see this pick, then we'll switch.
I want to see this pick.
Is it in?
The pick is in. It's been in for about 10 minutes.
So what the fuck are we doing here, Roger?
Here we go. Here we go.
Dallas
it's got to be. Yeah, it's got to be either him or Byron Murphy the second. It's got to be one of those two.
I love that sound, by the way.
It's the most satisfying.
I love that sound.
It means something. It only happens one time a year. Never disappoints.
Who are they taking?
Oh, wow! Michael Penix.
The Atlanta Falcons took Michael fucking Penix.
What?
Kirk Cousins just signed there this offseason. All right, fellas, let's just Michael.
I mean, this is a disaster.
Michael Penix just went before J.J. McCarthy. What
is happening with this?
NFL GMs all offseason. He impressed in the interviews at the Combine. He sold them all. And now Michael Penix Jr., who is older, has went through absolute mileage going to J.J. McCarthy. Just got selected at AJ's a bust.
I'm going to tell you what. Whoever just said JJ's a bust, that man has more motivation than ever not to go into Minnesota and go out there and win a Super Bowl.
Let's make this very clear. This is good for J.J. McCarthy. This is good for J.J. McCarthy, the fact that he's fallen. But what does this tell you about what all these fucking mock drafts and all these reports are saying about J.J. McCarthy? He's exactly what you want.
All right, besides the JJ stuff.
Michael Penix, number 8 to the Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah. Let's talk about that.
I'm going to say this. I love Michael Penix. I think he's a dog in quarterback. They just signed Kirk Cousins to a massive deal. What are they thinking? What's going on in Atlanta right now?
I think this could be, and Gentry, I want to hear your opinions on this.
Oh, my God.
This could be a classic example of when trends go one way, but then history repeats itself and it's going to go another. We just saw Detroit Lions. They took a quarterback in the 3rd round, and they're potentially developing him. The Atlanta Falcons, they obviously have a guy to carry the torch right now, but do you think the NFL could potentially be heading back, Gentry, into developing quarterbacks because they saw that, a lot of the times when you want to rush a quarterback, it doesn't work?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think there's no other option when they make a pick like this. It just doesn't make any sense to me. They have so many needs on the defensive line. We're signing 38-year-olds to play edge last year towards the end of the year. It just makes no sense. You just signed Kirk Cousins. You're obviously going to sit Penix behind him, but you still have so many other needs on the team. And they have a lot of pieces where that team can compete in already a weak division. So in my eyes, it makes no sense to me. Penix is a great quarterback by all means. I just thought they needed something else.
Yeah, and I want to throw this too real quick. The Bears pick is already in at number 9. And Jeff, I want to throw this to you as well. The Bears. What moves are the Bears going to do here? Because they still have Dallas Turner. This is a situation to when we talked about it a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
A worst-case scenario for the Detroit Lions in the NFC North was for them to get Caleb Williams and to get Dallas Turner.
Yes.
Dallas Turner's on the board. Byron Murphy's on the board. Robin Dunze's on the board.
Yes.
Where do they go here?
I think it's an easy decision, Booner. We talked about it for a while about what the Bears are going to potentially do. I felt like an offensive lineman was the best option. J.C. Latham, Joel off the board. You have to take Dallas Turner. You just have to. You have to. He's the best player by far left, I believe. And this defense already has nice pieces. So grab him. Unless maybe they don't. And they go a different route. I think Dallas Turner's the easy selection here, Booner. I do. The offensive tackle thing, it all goes away when Dallas Turner is sitting there.
Yeah.
That's just how I feel.
Now I want to ask you this. If Dallas Turner and Byron Murphy keep dropping, I had the conversation today, my mock draft today. Do you make the trade?
If I'm the, repeat it. You said if I'm the Bears, do you make what trade?
No, if you're the Detroit Lions.
Oh, do you trade up?
If Dallas Turner and Byron Murphy, they just keep falling.
Oh, then yeah, obviously.
My point is with this, this is unbelievable, by the way.
Yeah,
I cannot believe what's happening.
That's not even, is the sky blue? If Dallas Turner's falling into the teens, you try and trade up. I mean, I don't care what you give up.
Right.
You go get Dallas Turner. Yes.
The pick is in. I also have a breaking news trade. So let me know if we want to get the pick here first, and then I can give out the trade here to the people. I'm sure the people in the chat already know the trade.
All right, what do we got? Talk to me. What's the trade?
So the trade, the Minnesota Vikings.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go. Let's hear the pick. Dallas Turner still on the board, by the way.
Dunze.
You go get him.
I said it the whole time that they were taking a wide receiver. They're not sticking with Keenan Allen. That was a yearly thing. At the end of the year, letting Keenan Allen go. It's Romo Dunze time. That was a no-doubter move in my mind. I've had it in every one of my mocks.
So real quick, breaking news. There is a trade here. The Minnesota Vikings, Jeff and Gentry, the Minnesota Vikings are trading up. Where were they? What was their original pick? 12?
Well, they picked 11.
Or 11. They're trading up from 11 up to 10.
And
they're trading. Yes, up to 10.
Why?
They're probably a dumb trade.
I mean, why?
My guess, do you want me to be honest? I don't think they take JJ here. I could be wrong.
It's not for JJ.
Why else would you trade up over the Jets?
It's not for JJ.
Dallas Turner. You just lost to Neil Hunter. You feel like maybe the Jets can take him off the board?
That would be smart.
That's a great point.
Yeah, it'd be Dallas Turner.
I can't see them making a trade up one spot just to help the team.
Or if you want to, because the Jets to me are taking an offensive lineman, or Brock Bowers, I guess, would be the other option there. I mean, Mike, we would kind of agree with there. So if you're jumping the Jets, who are you trying to get? To me, it's not a quarterback. I mean, that just makes no sense. You'd rather stay put.
Yeah, because they could have just gotten JJ a pick later. It doesn't make. I'm at a loss for words right now. It has to be a defensive player at this point. It's just what? Because like you pointed out, they need an edge after Daniil Hunter leaving. They could use some corner help. They obviously defensive tackle, but like it just makes no sense to me. If they were taking a quarterback, they were going to stay right put.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what happens here. I'm very interested because you would think the Jets were just going to go Brock Bowers.
Or it does this. Here's this scenario. Do you think the Jets were getting calls and they talked to the Vikings and said, you know what, I have the Broncos calling me right now, and they want to jump you to take JJ or jump to take a quarterback. Maybe the Vikings say, I'm not letting anybody jump me to get my quarterback. There's also that possibility as well.
Think about this for the Jets. Use that as leverage. Get more picks out of the Vikings.
Yeah.
Get better capital.
And you still get the guy you wanted.
You could say, hey, the Broncos are looking for this. Can you offer us something else to come up and get JJ? That's maybe what happened here, maybe. I don't know.
No, it makes sense that way.
This is an absolute disaster, though, for talking. I guaranteed and locked my life on JJ McCarthy to go in the top 10. I put a Booner lock on that.
And he's going 10.
I hope so.
He will.
I mean,
it makes sense. It just clicked in my mind as we're talking about it. I'm like, why would they trade up? You got to think about it. It makes perfect sense.
That's a very smart thing.
The Broncos, they prevent the Broncos or anybody else from jumping them. The Raiders to go get a guy that they desperately want. That's J.J. McCarthy.
Yep.
So yes, they're going to grab him here. And like we talked about when Caleb got drafted. Like the NFC North, man, it's 2 rookies.
Yep.
It's going to be 2 rookies. And you're going to have Jordan Love, it's his second year starting. The NFC North, that quarterback is getting younger, and he just got a lot younger after this pick's announced. My assumption is J.J. McCarthy, and the pick is in. So we'll see. We'll see.
And think about that. Say they end up going J.J. here, Jeff. You didn't have to move up to number 5. You didn't have to give up the 23rd overall pick or whatever you have in there in the 20s. You had a chance now. You can just sit here. You had to move up 1 spot because there was some competition, I'm sure. If they end up taking JJ here, I think it's a better bargain than them having to go up to 5.
And I have the trade. The Vikings traded number 11, a 4th-round pick and a 5th-round pick to the Jets for exchange for 10 and the 203rd pick.
Okay.
So essentially,
what's 203? What's that? What round is that?
What would that be? The 5th or 6th round?
So essentially, they just gave up a 4th.
Yeah, I mean, regardless, they traded up. It wasn't that much, and they get their guy. And if you hit on a quarterback, Booner, all the rest doesn't really matter. If it's your guy,
and I'm happy, and I know Adam is watching in the chat there, and he's watching us right now. Do you know what I'm a little happy about if this is JJ? I'm happy that he didn't go top 5, and that was the thing with Adam where he just kept saying, if you draft a guy top 5, those expectations go from here to here. If you're going a guy top 5,
absolutely,
it changes everything. Now, number 10, yes, you're still taking a guy in the first round, but is there as much pressure? No, you got to keep pick number 23 and still get your guy.
And you know what that will mean, too? Look at the 10 picks.
What did I say about 10 minutes ago? I just got laughed at 10 minutes ago in the chat. Said Booner needs to drink some water and settle down.
I thought it was crazy. I'm not going to lie to you. I thought there's no way. There has to be a Dallas Turner, Byron Murphy even, that goes in the top 10. I assume this is, and I'm talking like it's already happened. I assume it's JJ. I would make that assumption here because you don't trade up for anybody but a quarterback or a player that you think is far better.
Now, you know who this is good for? No defensive players in the top 10 potentially here.
In the teens, the Lions should trade up.
That means the Detroit Lions. What is the number 1 need on this football team right now? You need to take that number 23 overall defense and take that to a top 10 to top 15 defense. Now guys are dropping. Go get your guy.
That's Brad Holmes putting his nuts on the table.
Yep.
If you trade up, what would that be, around 15-ish picks? I mean, you just jump close to the, top 12, top 13?
Has Brad Holmes ever put his nuts on the table before?
Yeah.
Every year.
Yeah, he has.
Every year.
He does that.
Gourmet,
He just
man.
does that, and other teams are applying pressure, especially in their own division, the NFC North. And you go up and you get
Feels lighter
Dallas
in here.
Turner. That is a put your nuts on the table move. And I think it'd be a great selection. A pass rush duo screw the pass rush duo. Let's talk about the defensive line. Aiden Hutchinson, Aleem McNeil, DJ Reader, and then you got a rotation of guys, but you got Dallas Turner.
Unbelievable. I'll stick to it. I think that's
and what
one
did
of the
Brad
best
Holmes
in the
do?
league.
Went to the pro day at Alabama.
Yes.
Check that out.
Not a lot of people are talking about that.
Yes.
As he did. He does. And a lot of people, you know what they thought? He's going to see Kool-Aid. He's going to see Terrion. Guess who was at that pro day?
Dallas Turner.
Dallas Turner.
Yes, he's got a lot of upside. He's got a lot of upside.
Didn't we do an exercise, Jeff, talking about top 30 visits? And I don't believe every guy that he drafted in the first round last year took a top 30 visit. And I didn't see Dallas Turner.
It's interesting. Because, and that's why I think people overrate some of the top 30 visit stuff. I mean, Brad Holmes has guys, and he watches a ton of film.
Yep.
That front office they all work their ass off. They know everything about all these players. It's not just the top 30 visits and everyone outside of that. No. The top 30 visits help them to get to know certain players, but if you already have answers, you don't have to seek them. So if they know Dallas Turner is that guy, you don't have to necessarily sit down and have a conversation with him. I mean, you get to meet him, and some of those things aren't always reported. I think he would be an excellent selection.
I'm trying to figure out in the chat here. People are saying Booner drank water. Are they coming at me because of J.J. McCarthy?
Or they're assuming you're indulging in some alcohol. Which
I haven't drinking a drop of alcohol today.
Me and Booner have not. No.
This is what you're seeing here. This is Booner out in the
sober
wild.
Booner and Jeff.
This is me in the wild. Welcome to my life, man. I love having fun. Gentry, how are we feeling over there?
Boys, I'm feeling good. Is this JJ here or what?
Gentry, I hope so. I cannot let that man fall in the top 10.
Also,
I'll never hear the end of it.
At this point in time, is it inevitable that Denver trades back?
with the Detroit Lions.
They have to. If you're the unless they're not taking quarterback, but Gentry, you can't stay put and take Bo Nix at 12.
Yeah. No.
That's what I'm saying.
If you don't take him at 12, who's taking him?
Yeah, you got to trade back at this point.
You trade back. Trade back.
You know who might be a suitor, boys? It's Brad Holmes and the Detroit Lions.
Yes.
Something to keep an eye on at 13 with Denver here, or 12 with Denver here.
Yeah, 12's a good spot. Now, what did the Jets do? After just kind of, I know we're the pick's in, so we'll let this play, and then we'll get into
Here we go, boys. Come on, please.
Pick is in.
J.J. McCarthy, man. J.J. McCarthy. Gave him to me.
This
Come on.
This is incredible. Here. Now we have some trades being done. Here's Roger Goodell.
J.J. McCarthy.
Uh-oh.
What are you seeing over there? Beautiful sound as always. Beautiful sound. Beautiful sound.
I'm going to get into a fear of mine in a second here with the Jets, but we'll save it. Oh, here we go.
Oh my gosh, Jeff. It has to be, right?
I hate the Vikings, but I love what they're doing here. Who's announcing the pick?
It has to be, right?
Yeah, it has to be.
You
you trade up for your quarterback if you think he's. Oh. Here we go.
J.J. McCarthy, baby! Let's go, Jeff! J.J. McCarthy! That's what we're talking about. Give me J.J. McCarthy, man! There we go.
Jordan Addison.
A lot of teams messed up there, Jeff.
They get their guy.
A lot of teams messed up.
They get their guy.
Gentry's gone, baby.
Let's go.
He's in the best position possible for a quarterback in this draft.
Yes, that is true.
He's in the best.
That is true.
And they still have pick number 23 to go out there and get someone.
And here's the thing about what JJ is in right now as a
Top
situation.
10.
Here's the thing. He gets to sit. Sam Darnold, you could put him out there as the starter. If you think JJ needs to learn some and slowly develop, I think if you want to throw him out there, fine. He's got the situation. If you think there's some development that needs to be had, he can sit and develop. Yeah. I think it's a great situation, and you get an offensive play caller. I love Kevin O'Connell, and I think the best situation for really any quarterback.
It is the best
but
situation.
Here's the thing, though, that changes.
The best situation.
JJ McCarthy, many predicted potentially second quarterback off the board. He's the fifth.
That is. Hey, what did we talk about?
Yes.
6 quarterbacks in this draft.
Yes.
And I think Klotz is over there, and Klotz was the one that kept telling us quarterbacks might not go. There only might be 4 with JJ. Already 5 quarterbacks off the board, 10 picks. 5 quarterbacks in the first 10 picks of the NFL draft.
Hey, now we got to make a pick. We got to make a pact here, Booner. Got to make a pact here.
Okay.
You called me out about Caleb. No more JJ fandom. He's done. He's dead to you.
I'm out.
He's dead to you.
I'm out. Now
okay.
it's all Booner path. We're out.
All right, that's fair.
My guy got drafted. He's in a great position. He is the enemy now. Caleb Williams, enemy. Jordan Love's enemy. JJ McCarthy, you are now the enemy.
He doesn't put. I'm going to be honest, and you can clip this, and Lukas, feel free to take it away. He doesn't put fear into my eyes. I'll just say that.
No, that pick did absolutely nothing in the fear factor. The fact that they just traded up from 11 to 10 just showed the incompetence. Why did they trade up 1 pick? The Jets were never taking him. Maybe they were scared of another team taking him. But to the whole 6 quarterbacks being taken, I mean, if Denver trades back here, even in the late first round, even out of the first round, I don't think Seattle's taking Bo Nix. I don't see a team taking Bo Nix. Great. Minnesota, they got JJ after all. They really didn't have to move up as much as they thought. They probably didn't have to move up at all. But to Jeff's point, this changes nothing as far as how the NFC North shakes up.
It's interesting, though.
How is it more interesting?
They got their franchise guy.
Whoa! They got a guy that they believe is their franchise guy.
Okay.
Same
with the Bears. They think they have their franchise guy.
He is.
You see what I'm saying?
Now, you know what, guys? Let's talk about the Jets here. This is my fear. The pick is in. Could they just swoop Dallas Turner up out of here.
Look at that pass rush. Hassan Reddick just signed in.
I know. That's just a fear. He has to continue to fall.
Quinnen Williams is there.
Just please take anybody else but Dallas Turner. Brad Holmes, work your magic and go get this guy, please.
What did I say?
Lions fans would be ecstatic.
What was the conversations we had for a little while? We had those conversations about protecting Aaron Rodgers. And do you remember the other day when we had that conversation about in Hard Knocks and in training camp? That was the biggest thing that was going on there with Aaron Rodgers, was protecting Aaron Rodgers. So,
yes, that's what matters.
Deep tackle class, do they do it? Because I think I projected them to take a tackle at this
I think
pick.
the best
Or
tackle
Brock
left.
Bowers.
The best tackle left is Olu Fashanu.
Yes.
Fashanu. And I think
Brock
if you want to go
Bowers.
Brock Bowers, that's an Aaron Rodgers selection. I think the smart thing would be to take a tackle. You need depth. It's hard enough to have depth at offensive line as it is. It's one of the positions that it's just hard to have. So if you have it, be thankful. And I think taking a tackle here at 11 would be the smart move.
This is going to be an interesting.
And here's the thing about
pick
Brock
is in.
Bowers potentially falling out if he's not the selection. We'll talk about that when we get the pick. The pick is in. Jets have
Dallas
decided.
Turner's still on the board. Everything. I don't think anyone's predicted what has happened.
It's really either if they go offensive tackle Boone and Lucas, it's Fuaga or Fashanu.
Yep.
Or Fatanu. Or
Fatanu, yes. Here we go. Fashanu.
Wow.
Yeah, he's.
So Brock Bowers not going to New York. Listen.
Yeah, no.
So that's 11 straight offensive
11
players,
straight.
Boone?
Yes, 11 straight. And I wouldn't be shocked. Who's up next to pick? The Denver Broncos.
They're
be
going
shocked.
Well, okay.
Don't be shocked.
The smart move?
If they're going defense, they better trade back.
I would just take Dallas Turner.
Yes, sir.
But you could get. They need so much, and they don't have a second-round pick.
That's fair.
Who, the Broncos?
The
But
Broncos.
man,
Brad Holmes, get on the phone right now. It's all I'm saying.
I'm refreshing over here. I'm just waiting for a trade to come through. I'm going to say this, though, guys. You have a Hall of Fame quarterback on 2 more years. His only issue he had with this team last year was that offensive line was bad. They went through training camp, and he couldn't get anything off. That was the issue. And I just saw a tweet here, I think it was from Ian Rappaport, that said the Jets take the offensive lineman that they would have taken at number 10 anyway. So they added some draft capital and still got the guy that all along they wanted offensive lineman.
Why do you guys think that Minnesota traded up one spot? Booner, did you see what the full trade was?
So Jeff brought this up. There was probably a team like the Broncos or the Raiders that most likely were trying to trade up as well to get JJ. So the Vikings had to make a move, and they had to give up something.
Because the Jets were
up.
shopping that pick.
Yes.
And they knew it.
Yeah. Well, now, with you bringing up the Raiders, guys, when do you think the run of DB starts? Because I don't think, imagine Dallas Turner on the other side of Max Crosby, because I don't think, Dallas Turner could go here, but I think you trade back if you're going to get a defensive player.
If I'm being real, since Penix is off the board, I think it starts with the Raiders. I think the Raiders start the slide of DBs, or at least the run of DBs.
So, Brad, get on the phone?
Yes.
I would love Brad Holmes right now to be Brad Holmes and make a move.
Or does the Raiders say, come on over here, Dallas Turner. Let's figure it out.
That's what or even Byron Murphy. Could you imagine Byron Murphy inside of Max Crosby?
Well, they got Christian Wilkins. They got Christian Wilkins.
They did. So?
Okay, fair.
They got Patrick Mahomes inside the division.
It's fair.
And Justin Herbert.
I get it. I don't hate it.
All right, this next pick is interesting.
Yeah, the Broncos pick is in, guys. They're not
no
trading
trade.
it.
No trade
Could
from
this
the
be the 6th quarterback? Could this be the 6th quarterback?
12 picks. Boom. Every other.
Yeah, Lucas is going to eat some crumbs. This is a quarterback. All I'm saying.
Give me one. I want them to take one now.
If this is Knicks,
this would be disgusting.
Give me Bo
Not that we think it's the right move, but we said it is going to happen.
That would be disgusting. We would look back at this draft and be like, wow.
I mean, the board's falling then at that point.
Yes,
the whole board defense. If they go Bo Nix here, right? If they go 6 of the first 12 picks of quarterbacks, not one defensive player has been picked at that point.
Dan wasn't fucking around when he said this was an offensive draft.
Yeah,
he wasn't fucking around.
Hey, ball knower, he gets it. Guy gets it, and apparently I didn't. I thought that's why he has his job and I have mine. But here's the thing: Dallas Turner, I thought was a top 10 pick, and clearly the teams feel differently.
I wish right now, guys, and I'm sure everyone in the chat right now, I wish I was in Allen Park sitting in the war room with Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes. I want to slap the table like them, and I want to be with them right now.
I bet Brad Holmes is just sitting there right now, just being like, yes, because he's watching the top 12 picks, and I can promise you, I can assure you with all confidence in my fucking heart that the top 12 players in this draft have not even close, haven't picked yet. Because you look, I mean, Byron Murphy and Dallas Turner in the right to their own are probably top 8 players in this draft. You could argue that who was the tackle just taken?
It was Fashanu.
You could argue if he doesn't work, he could easily not be a top 12 player in this draft. A lot of the best players in this draft are still sitting on that board. And what do Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell love? BPA. So I bet they are on the phones making deals right now.
There was the report that came out this morning, Klotzy, and I tweeted it out and I put it out there. There was the report that came out talking about Brad Holmes has been having conversations about, he's been making phone calls, he's been talking with teams about moving up, extremely active. So I'm interested to see if this is what he meant by that.
No, and this is something that we've discussed, and Booner, I'm going to put you on the spot. You're in the war room with Brad Holmes.
Yep.
Okay, I'm Brad Holmes. I look over, I go, Booner. It's one of those situations where we're stuck between two players. I say, Booner, Dallas Turner's still up there. And the whole room's looking at you. All right, we got Booner Path. You got your glasses on. You got the Kool-Aid jug. We got Booner. Quinyon Mitchell's still out there. Dallas Turner's still out there. Let's say Booner. What shall we do?
Where does the path go, Booner?
Where does the path go?
Where does it
align?
Is it
best DB we think, or
this is what I'm
the
doing.
best available pass rush?
This is what I'm doing. You guys know Mickey Loomis over in New Orleans?
I do know Mickey
Guess
Loomis.
who's pretty familiar with the New Orleans Saints?
Aaron Glenn, baby. Dan Campbell.
They came from New Orleans.
It's fair, yeah.
Whatever happens in this pick, if there's Terrion Arnold or Quinyon Mitchell, the Raiders go and get one of them. Mm-hmm. They need a corner, they need a DB. Guess what? At 14, you go get Dallas Turner.
Oh, my God. Boys.
You go get Dallas Turner.
Imagine sitting where we were post-NFC Championship game and what you knew about the NFL draft. Dallas Turner could have been, when you're talking about where the NFL, after the NFC Championship game, a consensus top 5 pick because he was the best defensive player in a lot of people's eyes. If he's sitting there at 14, I would be astonished. And Brad Holmes, not even for Dallas Turner, but if Dallas Turner's there at 14, that means Jared Verse could be there at 16.
I mean,
Latu could be there at 20.
I got laughed at.
At that point, give me the fucking pick now.
I got laughed at when I did a mock draft today, and I put Dallas Turner at number 12 to the Detroit Lions. Laughed at. There's a chance he makes it way past that now, and you can go up, give up less capital, and go get that pick.
Hey,
you did a mock today, trade up to what, 17?
18.
I'm not saying he drops that far, but he might be right in the middle.
Latu, Boone? There was just 11, and there's still going to be tackles taken. Brian Thomas is still on the board. Bo Nix is still on the board.
I think you got to worry about Latu. I mean, Rams, I think, would be in the conversation, but even before them, I mean, what would you say? I guess.
Brock Bowers is going to go in the
team. Brock Bowers. I mean, you got the Colts.
What's happening right now,
Cooper
guys?
DeJean potentially.
Yes.
And that's a guy that the Lions really don't need.
What's happening right now Arnold is best case scenario for Brad Holmes and the Detroit Lions.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
The draft is falling into their lap right now.
Here we go.
Pick is in for the Denver Broncos.
They took their time on this.
The pick is in.
Uh-oh.
Oh, my gosh.
Six quarterbacks
with 12 picks.
It was a dumb pick.
Six quarterbacks.
Come on.
Come on. I apologize, Gentry, but 6 quarterbacks, I got laughed at. They laughed at us, Jeff.
We just watched one of the biggest miss.
That's
fucking
a Sean
whiff.
Payton quarterback.
Sean Payton quarterback. That's not an NFL quarterback.
Hey, I don't give a damn what it is.
The NFL has gone rogue. The NFL has gone.
No.
This will be a draft
Let me tell you
that you look back and say, this is exactly why you don't take 6 quarterbacks in the fucking top 12.
Hey, my guy over here, he's shouting, give us Dallas Turner.
Yeah.
Go get that man.
Get Dallas Turner.
Dallas Turner.
We got it. Yeah, we need a Dallas Turner chant in Bookies. I mean, he's still available. Bo Nix. That means 6 quarterbacks in the top 12.
First time since 1984 or 1983 that 6 quarterbacks, Jeff, 6 quarterbacks went in the first round. They all went in the first 12 picks. Guess what? These quarterbacks might be better than we all think.
That was so dumb.
No,
I can't believe what I'm witnessing.
No, here's the thing with Bo Nix. This is why it
Adam
works.
said in the chat, Bo Nix might be a great fit.
It's not might. He is.
In
Sean
Denver.
Payton
Boys.
In Denver.
This is exactly why it's not a perfect fit. Before you go into this is exactly what Sean Payton wants to do.
I'll tell you what.
Bo Nix is in the same fucking division as Patrick Mahomes and Justin Herbert. That ain't doing you much. I'm sorry. Especially when you now don't have a second-round pick. They got to build a defense. They got to build a whole offense because they don't have a good wide receiver. You could say Courtland Sutton, but I would say Courtland Sutton's a poor man's wide receiver one. They don't have an offensive lineman. And Javonte Williams, I thought was going to be something, but I don't think he's going to be anything special. They have a whole team to build around, and Bo Nix is not the guy to do it
So
with.
there are reports here that said the Broncos had Bo Nix as their QB3 in this year's NFL draft, ahead of Drake May and J.J. McCarthy.
This is why it makes a lot of sense,
Ahead of
right?
both of
Bo
them.
Nix, accuracy, timing. That is something that when you watch Bo Nix and you watch what he did in the Pac-12, going toe-to-toe with Michael Penix, going toe-to-toe with Caleb Williams, that's something, and when people say he's a Sean Payton type of quarterback, something he looks for, it is the accuracy, the timing. He's not going to go off script, right? You send a play call to him, he's going to execute.
So let me ask you,
he's going to execute. Running, it's all three levels. It's passing to the running backs, downfield. He can do it all.
Let me ask you this then. 6 quarterbacks were just taken in the top 12 picks. I would say that 4 of them are going to be bust. I think that's fair to say.
I disagree.
So how many of you think will be hits?
I think at least half will.
You have
4 is probably.
Again, listen,
there might be. I think 3. I think it's
I'll
Caleb.
go 50%.
Who works out?
Caleb, Drake May, and I think maybe Jaden, given health.
So Bo Nix is going to bust, right? Pause.
Yeah.
I think the Minnesota
What are we doing
situation
then?
with JJ.
I think, but I can see the reasoning for Sean Payton. I'm with you, Lucas, because you look at the division. But here's the thing: if Bo Nix doesn't work out, guess what they can do next year?
What?
Draft another quarterback.
They're going to be in a shit. So if you're going to bank on that, you might as well trade back and risk the option of him falling.
But I'm saying if he doesn't work out, just keep trying.
He's not going to. He has no one to.
Here's the thing.
He has nothing to work with.
Here's the thing, and I'll tell you this, okay?
The pick is in for
you
the
know how
Raiders.
much it means if it works out for Sean Payton, but we'll see. We'll get to watch him this year. The Raiders
is in here.
The Raiders are up. Pick is in.
Kenny Pickett just went off the board at pick of 12.
By the way, what are we at?
He's
12
better
picks
than
in?
Kenny Pickett.
12 offensive players in the first 12 picks.
Yeah,
Brock Bowers.
They just took Michael Mayer. Boys, this is
They
amazing.
took Michael Mayer in round 2 last year.
Dallas
It's great for
Turner,
Lions
Terrion
fans.
Arnold, Quinyon Mitchell, Byron Murphy. What are we? 13 picks. Not a single
God.
defensive player. Boys, and even guys like Kool-Aid McKinstry are going to now fall probably farther than they expected.
Yeah, no, the first round is going to be way different than we all thought here.
Yeah, guys,
13 straight offensive players.
This does not. I'm gonna be real with you. It doesn't really make sense to me.
Well, this is what they're going to do. They got Gardner Minshew there. They're going to roll him out for the year. They're going to let these contracts kind of fill out how they are because they're in a division with Patrick Mahomes. They're not winning the division this year if they took a rookie quarterback. All these quarterbacks just went in front of them. They probably tried trading up, couldn't. They're going to ride Gardner Minshew out for this year. They're going to be in a similar position and try to make something happen. Build around, Brock Bowers is probably going to be the best top 5 player in this draft, no? And so now you can surround him with Devontae Adams, Jacoby Myers. Maybe they go out and they get a Spencer Rattler, a Sam Hartman, but I think this is Gardner Minshew's team for the year. I think that's what it says.
I've got a little alert here, guys. A couple minutes ago, what did we talk about? What did we talk about, Jeff?
Yep.
Detroit Lions trading up to number 14 with the Saints. Per Ian Rappaport, the Saints right now at number 14 are listening to the trade offers.
Brad, get on the phone.
Brad, I guarantee you.
Go.
I will guarantee you right now Brad Holmes is on the phone to trade up for Dallas Turner.
But
I will guarantee you
Here's
he
it's
is.
not. If he goes, it's a quarterback one waiting to happen. It's Quinyon, your guys' boy.
I would love Quinyon, but
my
Dallas
guy,
Turner.
This is a situation none of us envisioned. The top 3 edges are on the board, and the top 2-3 corners are on the board.
Boys, even if they traded up for Fuaga or for Tommy, I don't think
they still
anybody's
got tackles too.
In my opinion,
A lot of good football players.
2 of the 3 best
Let's
tackles
go,
are sitting
baby.
on the board.
Yeah, I mean there are some good football players there, and that'll speak to kind of.
I'm interested in this because there's no picking. They're walking. Look at you see that draft room over there of New Orleans. They're on the phone with Brad Holmes right now. They're talking to Brad Holmes right now.
I would have never thought Browers went to the Raiders though.
Please, I want everybody in the chat to participate with this. You have Dallas Turner, Latu, Jared Verse, Quinyon Mitchell, Terrion Arnold. Drop what you think and what you want the Lions to do if they trade up. Just tell me the player. Write his name.
Can I say this? If you trade up, Lucas, I'm going to disagree with the Quinyon thing. Dallas Turner is a better football player than all of these guys.
No, hey, Boone, I was saying even if
Clearly
Dallas Turner
better.
goes. Like, if Dallas Turner, like, they're still sitting in prime position. I mean, guys, like, Jared Verse is probably going to fall a lot farther than people thought now because, like we talked about, Brian Thomas is still there. A lot of guys, Booner, when we talk about players that we expected not to be there in the end of the first round, we thought would have already gotten picked and are still available in day 2, I think there's a lot more players that could be there now, defensively at least.
This is interesting, fellas.
And I see people, a couple people saying Turner, Olatu, Verse, Dallas Turner, a lot of Turners. And I get that, right? He has the highest upside, I think, out of the players available. I don't know the human. It's different when you look at how Brad values players. It's not always talent. It's like, it's everything, work ethic.
I think Alabama is a very similar. It's kind of hard to say.
Well, he drafts a lot of Bama players.
Not even trying to make a joke here, but like you look at the Henry Ruggs, but then you look at the Brian Brandt. So it's hard to say there. But when I look at Dallas Turner, I mean, he was the leader of that defense. I think that takes a lot to be the leader of the Alabama Crimson Tide defense. The character is going to be high there. In my opinion, I want to hear what you guys think. If the Lions were to trade up right now, it's easily Dallas Turner for the pick.
So right now, news coming in, Ian Rappaport with some options, the New Orleans Saints will pick. So it doesn't sound like they're trading.
Okay, so what do you do? If you guys, let's talk about it. You're the Saints. What's the route here?
Cam Jordan getting older, you take Dallas Turner.
I think you go Dallas Turner. I think this is the first defensive player off the draft.
The defensive line's coming along. They got Brian Brzee last year.
Yeah.
They got Cam Jordan aging, but now they get Dallas Turner.
Or they could even, if they wanted to be like, you know what, we want to have one of the best secondaries in the NFL. Let's go get a Debo. Let's get Marshawn Lattimore, but now let's add Terrion Arnold.
Who's the defensive end for the Saints who had a great year last year?
I can pull it up here. Carl Granderson.
Yes, Granderson. They have a good collection of pass rushers
last year. I will say this too. Cam Jordan has been on a lot of different. He's been on a lot of different shows the last month or so, and he has mentioned and he has asked. People have asked him, "Hey, if you guys add a defensive end like Jared Verse, Latu, how would you feel?" And he said he would love to have another guy to sit there and rotate and help him out and kind of help that defensive line out. So I think I would not be shocked if they go Dallas Turner here.
It would be a great. I mean, I don't think anybody. It's screw needs. You just take that dude.
Yeah.
What is he? He's 6'4", ran a 4.42, whatever it was, 4.45. He's a freak.
I think, Booner, to your point, this is one of the crazier drafts in NFL history, but it's not for the reasons we thought. I think it's because there's been no trades. There's been 13 straight offensive players. I doubt we've ever seen that in NFL history.
I just want to say something to you real quick. I love Dan Campbell. I love Brad Holmes. I love the Detroit Lions. Let me see you make a move tonight and go get a guy in the future next to Aiden Hutchinson. How about that?
Yes, sir.
Let's go get something done here tonight. Let's go, baby.
You go get your guy.
I want to drink this Kool-Aid tonight. I want to drink the Kool-Aid. I'm going to do it right here. I don't care what anyone says.
Yeah, you know what? Screw
I'll do it out of the cup.
If they get Dallas Turner, I mean, you could do it fucking naked. I don't even care what the hell you do.
Don't have to tell me twice, Jeff Iafrate.
Boys.
Oh, jeez. What's going on?
There we go. We're still forgetting about one most important person in this draft. Could they just be waiting for these dominoes to fall and take Xavier Legette at 29?
Why are you scaring me? What's going on?
Why there could be a potential risk that he just takes the guy 29. Do you think that happens? Do you think he's going to sit there? Do you think Brad Holmes is watching all this action and he just stands pat?
We talked about trading up and how that's putting your nuts on the table. If he stays put, that's kind of in a way putting your nuts on the table. Like, I don't give a damn. Yeah, I'm taking a dude at 29.
All of you are moving up. But me, Brad Holmes, I'm going to move back.
I would be shocked if the board's falling the way it is. I would be absolutely shocked if Brad Holmes doesn't make a move. He has proven to us that he loves to go get guys. I would be shocked. I would be shocked.
I think this is a tackle, boys. With the Saints at 14, I don't think they thought Fatanu or Fuaga would be available here. I don't think they've ever been able to recover from Terrion Armstead going to Miami. Saints at 14 here,
Yeah.
I think it's 14 straight offensive players and they make it a tackle because Derek Carr was getting killed last year.
Yes.
As much as it might hate for them to say it, Derek Carr is their quarterback right now and they got to protect him to try to win games.
Bruce Irvin made him piss
Kill
blood.
that man.
Oh, yeah. Took him out of the game.
Yeah,
Took him out.
Yeah, you got to protect him. And they lost Armstead to the Dolphins. That was a couple of years ago, but the offensive line helped here.
The NFL draft, I just want the Lions to do something. I'm going to calm down a little bit.
Also,
I'm going to calm down.
who's the tackle the Saints drafted? It was a couple of years ago. He's just a ferocious player. They're building an offensive line. It wouldn't be bad if they went offensive line.
Was it Cesar Ruiz or whatever?
But another.
They have Trevor Penning, and they also have
Trevor
Ryan
Penning.
Ramsey.
That's the guy. He was.
He's a
Love
developmental guy, though.
Yeah, and
he's solid.
He is solid.
He was a guy a lot of people.
So if they go right tackle, I think overall it would be a good move for the future.
Could you imagine?
I mean, guys.
The Colts are probably just absolutely losing their mind. The Colts are sitting in prime position because they can get Brian Thomas or any defensive player they wanted.
Yeah, that's
Just let these guys keep falling to us.
What if Brian Thomas goes 15?
Make it cheaper.
Ooh. Brian Thomas? That Colts selection.
That would be, because think about it.
Might be intriguing.
They got C.J. Stroud, so they got to put up points. They have Josh Downs, who's a slot receiver. They just re-signed Michael Pittman. Now you get Brian Thomas, your deep threat, so you can put up points with C.J. Stroud.
Right.
I will say this, though.
And now, basically, the whole first half of the draft is offensive players.
Here we go.
I think it was someone was screaming, I think someone was screaming trade up. He wants to trade
Here we
up.
go.
I don't know what. We need the energy in here.
Oh, my gosh.
Here we go.
I love this place. I love the people.
Here we go.
Here we go.
What are they? Fuaga.
Straight up, Brad Holmes.
Yeah.
Go get your guy.
Get on the phone.
Go get your guy, bro.
Call offense.
Call.
This is an offensive league, boys.
Call.
Brad Holmes, you get on the fucking phone.
Call. Go.
Get in front of the Packers. Get in front of the Vikings on the first round
guy.
pick. Go get. Oh my goodness, Brad, go make a move. This is crazy, fellas.
Oh my
gosh.
Hey.
What is that?
I appreciate you, brother.
Appreciate you.
Oh,
Thank you.
dude.
I don't know what is it.
People.
Oh, dude.
What is
Are
it?
you indulging?
I don't know what that is.
Drink it. It's good. There you go. He's hooking the boys up. Come on.
Woo!
Don't give a woo.
Right.
Take a drink. Let's go, baby. And we're having a good night here. Let's go.
That's actually.
This is perfect for the
delicious.
Detroit Lions.
Who knows?
Who
We gotta get
knows?
you out just a lot of the camera shots. But we appreciate you, the man. Look at him hooking us the
There we
boys
go.
up with an alcoholic beverage.
Love the
Are you
people.
kidding me?
We love the people.
I mean, let's go. W.
Hey, fellas.
W right there.
Do you think we've heard a lot of rumors, especially people have been hyping up Cooper DeJean? The Colts, he seems like a perfect fit there, and most importantly, I think Cooper DeJean is a player that the Lions really don't have on their top tier of their boards. If Cooper DeJean goes here, I think that's where they possibly could. Do you think that's an option?
I think they go Terrion or Quinyon.
Think so?
I think so. We've been mocking them. This might be you know what? I would say this might be the first defensive player off the board. We don't. There's 14 offensive guys.
Man was in
14
Indy.
straight.
Quinyon in Indy at the combine ran his ass off, and we saw it. I think Quinyon would be a great pick here.
They don't need offensive line. Like I said, potentially Brian Thomas.
Let's go.
No way.
Signed by Booner.
Hey, you know what?
Signed by
Let's give it up
Booner.
for my mom.
There we go.
Shout out.
That's my mom. She just won a signed mini helmet. Shout out to Scotty from Questionable Tees, taking care of her.
It was signed by Booner.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
You didn't sign it, did you?
Scotty asked me, sign a couple.
I'll just return it. It was you?
It was me.
Damn it. All right. Shout out to Scotty. Shout out to Questionable Tees, taking care of Mama Iafrate there. But yes, Colts are up. I think it'll be Quinyon Mitchell. I think it makes a lot of sense here. I just do. And the Lions, man, they have to trade up.
Wow.
They have to
I
trade
did
up.
see that.
It doesn't have to be a significant jump, but as these players start to slide, Booner, if you're in love with Dallas Turner, just go get him.
Just go get him. And here, for Diana Rossini.
Continue.
Diana Rossini mention that they did reach out to the Falcons, reached out to Kirk Cousins and said, hey, we're going to take a quarterback.
Yes.
He said it says here he was a bit stunned because he did not think the quarterback was going to be in the first round. He thought they were taking a quarterback maybe a little later in the draft. They went first round.
Well, Gentry's here with us. Gentry, Dallas Turner's still on the board. Colts are up. What's the best move here?
Well, they need a defensive back, but I don't think they would have expected that the board would have fell to the way it fell. So with Dallas Turner being on the board, every edge rusher, you got both defensive backs. They are really in for anything right here, and I really don't know what to expect. We've had so many offensive players taken off the board and whatnot. So really crazy pick coming up here for the Colts. They got a lot of options.
I love that. Fake Peter Schrager. Well, you know what, fellas, Klotz, you my guy. What up? What's good, my guy?
Take a sip of the fine beverage.
Yeah, try it. It's delicious. Shout out to my guy over here at the bar who handed it to me. I wasn't sure if it was spiked, but it wasn't.
It is. Can confirm.
I'm going to pass out later.
So, fellas, are we trading up for Dallas Turner or what?
I mean, they should. Now, it just depends to what pick here. I don't think the Colts would take him.
But the Colts are sitting here. They're a team that needs defense because they got Anthony Richardson, Shane Steichen. He's an offensive guy. But I think he's looking at the wide receivers in the second round and say, we don't need a wide receiver, but we need defense. Kenny Moore, fine, like a very good cornerback, but he's an interior guy. If they were to be able to put a guy on the perimeter with Kenny Moore, now you're talking about potentially one of the best defensive back rooms in the NFL as far as the cornerback position.
And here we go, guys. I'm sorry. I'm sweating my ass off.
Had to
here.
fix the hair.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't have that problem, but your hair still looks very good.
I have the superior.
You get the sometimes I do envy you. No, sometimes I do envy you because you wake up and it looks like that. You know what I mean?
Don't gotta do a thing, do it, Iafrate. Don't gotta do a thing, wake up. Consistency.
Consistency. Consistently good, not occasionally great. Very, very, very well said line there from Mo Hassan on our show the other night. The Colts got 2 minutes left. If they're taking this long, I think they're stuck between maybe a couple players. I personally think it should be Quinyon Mitchell. Again, the player he is, I think he'll be, I don't know about year one. It's hard. Not everyone can be sauce, but he's a future CB lockdown one. Oh, my gosh. Sorry, my mom's holding up a Herman Moore signed jersey. She just won. I'm definitely stealing that. That is mine. I'm kidding. Jesus. Yeah, well.
Rick.
But I hear you, and I think Quinyon, I know it's a year in between the drafts, but I think he's very comp to a Devon Witherspoon or even like a Marlon Humphrey where they're very physical, and I think he could have success year one. He's not obviously going to reach a ceiling, but he's a guy that can have success year one. But when's the last time Indy has had a dominant pass rusher since like Dwight Freeney?
I know.
They got Big Grove.
It's Latu. I mean, you got all the edges are on the board.
I mean, Dallas Turner's on the board.
Yeah.
The edge rusher. So if I'm Indy, I'm looking, you have a solid cornerback room. I know you just lost Isaiah Rodgers because of suspension, then he went to Philly, but you do have Kenny Moore there. You can't really think of a dude that Indy has on the defensive line. And then if they go out and get a Kamari Lassiter or Max Melton in the second round, I think they're walking out of there better than they were defensively, a lot better. I'm not going to fault them for taking Quinyon, but I'm looking at Indy. They need help on the perimeter and on the defensive edge. Take the best player available, Dallas Turner, walk out of there with a smile on your face knowing you got the best defensive player in this draft.
Yeah, well, to BPA argument, Michael, Dallas Turner, you got nothing. He's the best player available. If you want to go fit, you can still go Dallas Turner. You could go Quinyon Mitchell. What do you think, Mike? Here,
that's the thing. I kind of said it earlier when you guys were doing the switcheroo. Their needs is more of that defensive back. But when a player like Dallas Turner falls to you, do you even blink? Do you kind of just run up?
You just
and
take
grab it. But the pick is in, so we'll see.
Another tackle.
Oh, here we go.
That'd be insane.
First defensive player could be. First defensive player, Latu.
Dallas.
I'm telling you.
I'm kind of hurt though. That kind of makes me upset.
I will say, we believe Dallas was the best player available given the neck injury.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
But what did we say? That neck injury is the only thing holding him back from being great. The first defensive lineman off the board.
The best defensive player in the draft.
And the Colts said, fuck it.
They said,
give me Latu.
Because now, imagine a situation where if you were going into this draft saying, you know what, not only is Quinyon Mitchell, but Terrion Arnold are both going to be available at pick 16 because I'm looking at Seattle. They could take him, but I don't think they will. And now you're in a situation where Dallas Turner and Jared Verse are on the board with both of those guys and Byron Murphy. I'm looking at Brad right now. I'm not going to be mad for him staying put because if he did, I think it would indeed be a chess move. But if Brad trades up right now, man, you're talking about a win-now type of player. A win-now type of player.
And the reason he is falling is I partially, unless there's something we don't know, but I think Dallas Turner, it's the rawness. Like, I think he's so gifted, but Latu is pretty polished too, man. I don't know. That's the only thing I can come up with.
I watched Dallas Turner against Michigan. I was like, holy fuck,
He's
who
just
is
gifted.
that guy? Like, I know people were talking about the end-around, like, toss-back pass that J.J. made when he's getting smacked, but then you're looking at who's smacking him is Dallas Turner, and you watch how athletic he is. The fact that Dallas, it's got to be something off the field, in my opinion.
Yes, I mean, Terrell Williams, you get him, you get Dallas Turner in that defensive line room with that coach.
Aiden Hutchinson and Dallas Turner. You want to talk about helping out the secondary? You want to talk about Aleem McNeil, DJ Reader, Aiden Hutchinson, and Dallas Turner? Do you know how many social media graphics we put out about is this the best defensive line in the NFL?
It's wild.
But as far as the Colts getting Latu, I think they look at what Latu does athletically. They look at C.J. Stroud being in the division, Trevor Lawrence. You need a guy that can go and get after the passer. And we talked about it, Jeff. The best guy strictly getting after the passer, at least on film. You look at the hands. Leatu Latu is him. I talked about, I'm not saying he's going to be T.J. Watt. But you look at T.J. Watt film coming out of Wisconsin. T.J. Watt went in the back, damn near the second round.
Yeah.
I think that's very comparable. I think the Colts got a hell of a player here. Great pick for them. I'm sad he's not a Detroit Lion, but it leaves a lot of options open for Brad Holmes.
Well, the Seahawks guys, NFC West, Boye Mafe, pretty productive edge for him. He's starting to kind of break out. They do need defensive help. Not secondary. They got a dog in Devon Witherspoon they drafted last year.
Kobe Bryant.
They're probably going to go pass rush or offensive line. I would bet pass rush.
Imagine.
And I think his first name starts with Dow and last name ends in
I don't know.
That's what I would assume. It just makes sense.
It's true, but then you think
Mike McDonald, defensive head coach.
You're right. But then
he saw Dallas Turner.
What do defensive head coaches also love on the flip side? Offensive linemen: Graham Barton, Zach Fraser, Jackson Powers Johnson.
Yeah.
They have Abraham Lucas and they have Charles Cross, but they're probably going to bring a quarterback in soon. And they already they don't have an elite defensive line, but they have a solid defensive line. They just brought back Leonard Williams. So imagine now you can bring in a Graham Parton who can play guard or tackle for this incoming quarterback that's about to replace Geno Smith. They're not going to get this tackle or the quarterback right now, obviously, but they can build a protection system for when he does come in because in the second round, they can also get a corner. They can get a defensive end. They can get whatever they wanted, but I think best player available, it is a Terrion Arnold or a Quinyon Mitchell. Or a Dallas Turner, too, like you said. I don't know.
Let's start this convo because before the pick is in, and we'll continue it after the selection as well when we break it down. How much of incentive is there for the Lions to jump up and grab a Dallas Turner? Unless you really feel, and I'm with you about Dallas Turner, but there's Quinyon, Terrion Arnold, Jared Verse. There's still a pretty good group of Brian Thomas is there for the guys who want a wide receiver.
I mean, going back to what Dan said at the press conference, there's 15 guys in this draft that could contribute right now and make a difference.
Yeah.
And I guarantee on their board, they weren't all 15 offensive players.
No.
So that's why I'm sitting here and I'm genuinely intrigued and waiting for Brad to move up because if he wants to win a Super Bowl, which he obviously plans to, I'm kind of wondering, okay, well, why aren't you making the move up? I'm not saying he's wrong for it, obviously, but I'm sitting here, just like you said, every defensive player you could possibly want is sitting on the board besides Leatu Latu. Make the move. Make the move.
This is where the draft, this is why I love this, because, some picks, you're a little predictable. A lot of them haven't been tonight. But now it's Seattle. We've done these mocks. I know. And in Seattle, we've done it. It's, you drafted JPJ. That was a while ago when we first started. Offensive line. Maybe Jared Verse, Latu we drafted there. No one had Dallas Turner.
So the pick is in. The pick
16,
is in.
The pick is in. I
Watch it be another offensive line.
It has to be Dallas Turner.
I hope it's another offensive line.
I hope it is. I do.
Watch Brad Holmes trade up and he gets Brian Thomas.
With all these DBs and Dallas Turner and Byron Murphy, he goes up and gets a wide receiver.
Oh, my.
Would you? You're a Brian Thomas guy.
I like him, but not for the Lions, because the wide receiver in the first round thing, I just can't get behind it.
Xavier Legette's looking pretty dandy right now, Iafrate. Just saying.
I don't know. We'll see. A.D. Mitchell, could I interest you in all these wide receivers? That could go. Brian Thomas still on the board.
Brian Thomas.
I don't know. What do you think? Your boy Legette might be a second
As far
round.
as the Seahawks pick, every mock we've done, I've had them taking Latu, but I had that under the repercussions that they weren't going to have Dallas Turner here. So I think the biggest need for this team on their defense is defensive edge. If you're going to draft other than that, I think they may look at offensive line, like you brought up Graham Barton. But like I said, even with the last pick, Dallas Turner is the pick here. And I don't mind the Latu because the only thing we've really had against him was his injury past. And he's going to be a great player too, so those two can go hand in hand at that point. But Dallas Turner has to be the pick for the Seahawks here in my eyes.
Yeah, and if Dallas Turner doesn't go, you have to think looking at the pick behind that. I mean, when you look at it, there's not a team that really needs a defensive end because who picks after who's next up? I'm brain farting right now.
After the Seahawks is the Jacksonville Jaguars,
so they
and then the
have
Cincinnati
Josh Allen, who
Bengals.
they just re-signed, and then they have Trayvon Walker, so he's not going to go there. Could Dallas Turner go to the Bengals? Yeah, and then that starts on the run, but that's where you got to trade up right now, in my opinion. So I was kind of wrong. I'm just thinking of the Jacksonville Jaguars as far as the next pick. Jacksonville doesn't need a defensive end. So if Dallas Turner doesn't go here, I think that's when Brad, if he's going to make a run for Dallas Turner, it's got to be that. Or Jared Verse, whichever one he has higher on this board.
Mike, maybe the Bengals say, you know what? Brian Thomas, come over here.
They'll say goodbye to T. Higgins. But that would be a really good fit for him. You know, you kind of throw in another LSU wide receiver there. But Lucas, do you think one of these defensive tackles start to come off the board? Because, I mean, Byron Murphy, he's been such a hot name, and that's a big need for Cincinnati also when they lose DJ Reader.
I mean, when you look at it, I think Seattle really hasn't had an interior on the defensive line since kind of their days with Red Bryant. They could definitely use an interior guy, and Byron Murphy goes here, considering... How we doing, Boone?
Hey, boys!
We got Boone back.
I'm back.
Considering the fact that they really haven't had that, and Byron Murphy, at this point, a lot of GMs are not sold on Dallas Turner, so I could see him potentially being a better player in GM's eyes than Dallas Turner. I can see Byron Murphy going off the board here. I wouldn't hate it for him because, like I said, they don't really have an interior defensive presence out of Leonard Williams. Now you make that a strength even more with Byron Murphy. Go for it.
Real quick, I want to throw it. I haven't got to talk about the defense yet. The fact Latu is the first defender off the board is, I don't want to say shocking, because he is a dog, and we've talked about that, but the fact Dallas Turner has not gone, Byron Murphy has not gone, Jared Verse, none of the corners have gone, it is a little shocking to me to see that, hey, Latu, a guy that, like Peter Schrager, who said that there were, I told you this morning, there were the conversations that GMs were a little worried about that neck thing. I think that was actually a conversation. And he did fall at 15, but...
I think that's high for what people. If you would have told me Latu went at 15, I would have been like, okay, I've said it numerous times. I think Latu is one of the better defensive players in the draft. So I was like, okay, that's probably where he should have went. But I think it would have been a little high considering hearing all these medical reports.
Yep.
But what do you? I've really heard from you, Booner. What do you think it is that's causing Dallas Turner to fall this far?
I don't know. I was thinking about it when I got off, and I was trying to figure it out. Is it something with an attitude issue, or not an attitude, but kind of just...
It's an off-the-field mentality?
Yeah, just like maybe that he had meetings, and he just didn't wow some of these GMs. That's something like a big deal. Is you have to wow some of these guys, especially if you're going to use a top 10, top 15 pick on them. You have to really blow a GM away. And I do think part of it, it's this offense. There's so many offensive players in this draft that I think that kind of was overlooked a lot. We talked about it a ton. I think we've all overlooked it. Even, you know, we're pros. I would say we're pro draft guys now. But even like these big national guys, they overlooked it as well.
Yeah,
they all overlooked it.
Do you think that? Okay, so Gentry, I'm interested to hear your opinion on this too. So now the fact that there was such an offensive-heavy first half of the draft, do you think now that's going to kind of have a counter reaction, and now that this is going to get the back half of the draft very defensive-heavy?
Yes.
We'll get back to that. I mean, this pick will start it off, so we'll know.
Picks it.
The Raj.
But to your point, Lucas, I think if not now, Cincinnati is when the offense starts. Byron Murphy.
All right, so to your point, Gentry, there he goes.
What
so
a pick for them, though.
I just felt like that was such a good spot for him to go. I mean, you get the best defensive tackle in the draft. Arguably, you could have got the best edge in Dallas Turner.
Yep.
But, I mean, they go for a need right there, and you can never go wrong with getting the best position.
Hey, and I know,
player at that position.
And I do understand, like for us as Detroit Lions guys, we're right now just salivating over these guys dropping.
Yeah.
Quinyon, Terrion, Dallas Turner.
That's insane.
Think about these other teams as well, like a Seattle, who probably didn't think Byron Murphy was going to even come close, and he now just fell right in their laps.
Yeah.
Same with 15 with Latsu. Like these are guys that Byron Murphy, Adam told in his website, he put in there that Byron Murphy was 8. Oh, here we go.
Trade. We got a trade.
Trade.
Jacksonville.
Oh, I've got
with Minnesota.
That's a disaster. That's a disaster.
Oh,
That's a disaster.
Is this the Daniil Hunter replacement?
Oh,
Is this the Daniil Hunter replacement?
I just hope it's not a corner. It's not a corner. Let these corners fall. Let these corner fall.
Oh,
because at the end of the day, Dallas Turner was not supposed to be here.
Oh, no.
This might be the Hunter replacement.
Oh, no. If they end up getting J.J. McCarthy and Dallas Turner, 2 guys that were supposed to go in the top 10, that is unbelievable.
I don't care.
That is unbelievable.
Let him take Dallas Turner. He won't sniff Daniil Hunter's jock strap in the next 3-4 seasons.
That is unbelievable if that happens. Oh, my gosh.
I'm just interested to see what I just hope they don't take a corner because their weakness is really in the cornerback room.
I don't even want them to take Dallas Turner.
Who'd they bring in this offseason? They brought in Van Ginkel, and then they brought in, who was the Greenyard. So now if they want to go ahead and make their strength even stronger, that's fine, but their secondary is completely trash. They have Josh Metellus, who's like a linebacker safety hybrid, but in the cornerback room, they're depleted. I just hope if they were to make a pick here, it would be Dallas Turner as opposed to the Quinyon Mitchells or Terrion Arnold, who I could see panning out and being a solution to the Amon-Ra St. Brown of the world.
Klotz, I get what we're doing here. We're trying to make ourselves feel a little better, but the Minnesota Vikings trading up to get one of these top corners or Dallas Turner, that is not ideal.
It's not ideal.
Let's call a spade here. This is not an ideal. We wanted the Detroit Lions.
Brian Thomas Jr. goes here.
Man.
Brian Thomas Jr. goes here.
Hey, why don't they take like a Graham Martin or something?
Might as well. Take
a guard.
They traded Ezra Cleveland to Jacksonville last year.
Take a guard, man. Come on.
Fuck me, man.
Go get the guy out of Duke, baby. I know you want him. You just drafted a quarterback. You need offensive line.
I can't believe Fuaga and Fatanu have fallen this far. What if they go there?
Here we go. Here we go.
First trade.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Damn.
Turned into a disaster.
Right. Hey, well, here's the hope. This is why you have fucking Penei Sewell, okay?
True,
so that's fine. That's dandy. They just got Dallas Turner. But you know what? The Detroit Lions have Penei Sewell. Fine draft for Minnesota. They moved up. I don't know what they had to give up in that trade. They probably have to give up a second-round pick. But they got JJ. I'm not scared of JJ. Dallas Turner, fine player. Don't get me wrong, Booner and Gentry, fine player. But when you put him up against Penei Sewell, now that fine player gets eliminated from the equation.
I'll stick with you on that. You have the number 1 offensive line in the NFL. You just got Kevin Zeitler. You have Grant. You have Penei Sewell, Taylor Decker, Graham Glasgow. You have the dudes, Frank Ragnow. But at the end of the day, them getting Dallas Turner was not the idea. They got 2 projected top 10
but
guys.
It would have been less ideal, or I should say less ideal, if they were to get Quinyon or Terrion.
I think any of those that fell all the way to them and they traded up, the fact they traded up, I would love to hear later today. Again, you guys know me, the Booner Path. I trusted Brad Holmes all along, but I would love to know if he made these calls.
I want to know if he made some phone calls. But the Lions' strength is the offensive line. And Gentry, when I say this, that's why I'm so like Dallas Turner, fine, that's cute. but the Lions have the best
It's not
offensive line.
cute. It's good. That's a great pick.
I don't think Dallas Turner is going to get to Jared Goff in any quick span compared to what Danielle Hunter was. Danielle Hunter's in his prime.
Fair.
So now when you talk about Dallas Turner, I think could be a fine player that could make plays for the Minnesota Vikings. When you talk about specifically matching up against the Detroit Lions and the NFC North for the NFC divisional title, they needed to get a Dallas Turner to get pressure on him because they weren't going to get it with Danielle Hunter gone. But I don't think that solves anything for them. Gentry, what do you think?
I kind of agree with you here because it's really going to be nothing new to them. Dallas Turner was my favorite edge in this draft, and in my opinion, the best edge in this draft. But like you said, this is going to be nothing new for the Lions offensive linemen, but this is a division rival getting a great edge rusher and replacing Danielle Hunter, who just left us. So they're recouping at one of their weaker positions, rather, to make it stronger. So, I mean, it's a good pick for the Vikings, but I agree. It's nothing new for Penei Sewell and the linemen.
I think if you're a Minnesota Vikings fan, guys, I think you love what your team just did and your GM just did in the first round.
I think
you're sitting there, and I just had a Minnesota Vikings fan DM me, and he was just absolutely ecstatic about this.
I think...
Because think about this, Klotz. Say the Lions made that trade and got Dallas Turner. We are going nuts in here right now. They got Dallas Turner, and they got the guy that they wanted. The guy that they were going to trade up for 5 to 5th for, and they got him at 11 or 10.
I'm with
That's
you.
huge
I'm
for
with
them.
you, but my thing is I think Green Bay and Chicago fans are a lot more worried than Detroit Lions fans right now. I think the fact that both those teams need an offensive tackle, and the Detroit Lions do not. So, in my opinion, and this is kind of what I want to flip it to you guys as, you watch how the Chicago Bears drafted getting Caleb and Rome. You watch that the Minnesota Vikings just got JJ, and now they added Dallas Turner. Do you think that kind of changes Brad's philosophy as far as how he drafts, trying to counteract that, or do you think he still just goes however he wanted to?
Brad?
Yeah.
I think he just does Brad. I don't think there's ever been a time here, and it's been very, very well known the last 3 years, Klotzy and Gentry, that Brad is always going to just do what Brad does. He'll see the board fall. He's going to have it. It's the same thing he said last year with Gibbs. They wanted him to stay. He could have gone Bijan, passed on Bijan, went Gibbs. He could have gone, what's his name? That went to Tampa Bay, the defensive tackle that everyone wanted. Elijah Cansey. Guess what? He went Jack Campbell, someone you probably could have got later on. Brad Holmes does Brad Holmes. He'll never veer off. He doesn't care that they just got that. You know, he's going to keep building on what he builds. I think whatever happens tonight, I still think we see. I think we still see the Lions make a move here. I still think there's a chance. In the 20s, you have Quinyon, Terrion, and you have Jared Verse still sitting there. You know that some of those guys might be on his board. I wouldn't be shocked. Or, guess what, Klotz? Xavier Legette's still on the board, brother.
That's Brian Thomas is still
on the board.
Gentry, what do you think? How this draft is shaped up so far in the first 18 picks, what's about to be 18 picks, do you think that's changed Brad's philosophy, or do you think he's still got his guys that he's targeted? You're muted.
I think...
Oh, no. There we go.
Sorry about that. He has his guys, and it's fallen more in his favor with all the offensive guys being taken off the board. And I think a lot of these guys, these defensive guys that you would have traded up for, you might not have to, because there still is a lot of offensive linemen. There's still a lot of wide receivers to be taken, probably one going to be taken here in these next few picks. So I think this is more worked in their favor, and they'll still have a lot of options. So I don't think they need to panic. At this point in time, I don't really know if they need to trade up, because a lot of these teams in these next few picks, I think, are going to take offensive linemen. If we're hunting defense, I still think we might be able to get what we want.
You know what I want to see, Klotz?
What do you want to see, Bill?
I want to see some of these guys that we had late first round into the second round. I want to see some teams start to reach a little bit.
On like defensive players?
Defensive, offensive, maybe the Sanders still goes. Maybe I know you like Xavier Legette, but maybe he goes. So some of these guys start to fall to 29.
Maybe Jalen Polk, Booner.
Because I'm looking at it, what are we, 12 picks away from the Detroit Lions, correct?
Yeah.
I'm looking at the top 12 prospects right now. Quinyon Mitchell, Terrion Arnold, Troy Fatanu out of Washington, big time offensive lineman. Jared Verse, Graham Burton still available.
Fuaga's still
Cooper
available.
DeJean, Chop Robertson. We'll take that off. Yeah, Fuaga went. Jazan Newton available. Brian Thomas Jr. available. Amarius Mims.
Don't say the name that
Kool-Aid McKinstry still available.
Fine.
Darius Robinson.
Yeah.
Guys that we all had mocked to the Detroit Lions are still available and sitting there. Wouldn't mind if we get a little mix-up and we might get one of our guys here.
And you got to think that if trades didn't happen in that first half, they're going to start flying now.
Yeah.
You got to imagine. The NFL draft rarely stays stagnant. So I'm interested to see maybe even teams that have already picked are going to be moving back into the 20s. I think it's more likely now that all these tackles have fallen. I think the percentage of chance of the line staying put and just saying, you know what, we're going to go to work in the second round and past that. We're going to take a tackle to when Taylor Decker leaves to build around. Maybe they even trade up for a tackle at this point. I think anything's on the board for Brad Holmes right now because I don't think he envisioned the board to pan out like this. And I think, again, it's because he's waiting for other GMs to mess up. I think in those top 12 picks, there are a lot of what will be errors. I think there will be a lot of what will be missing, especially the quarterback position. So Brad's going to kind of let that keep going on, let these schemes keep messing up, and he's going to take the best player that's left and build around it and continue to fill the needs later and in the middle of the draft.
So this pick's in. What do you guys think they do with this pick here with the Bengals?
If I'm the Bengals, I think this is an easy Brian Thomas Jr. in my opinion. But again, they have Mike Hilton, a solid nickel back. They don't have that cornerback one, so it can be one of the first corners. But in my opinion, you made T. Higgins available for trade. Go ahead, replace T. Higgins, let him get off that, get day 2 assets, and go ahead and get a corner in the second round. Sam Hubbard, they really haven't negotiated anything with him. Could be a Jared Verse. Bengals, they have a lot of ways that they could go with this, but if I'm sitting there, I'm taking Brian Thomas.
That's interesting.
Do you think there's any chance, Booner, they go offensive line here, get a little extra protection for Joe Burrow?
I don't know.
Listed. They have Fatanu right now as the best available, and then I see Graham Barton down there below. But I do see a mix of wide receivers. You got Brian Thomas, Xavier Worthy, and they even noted Cooper DeJean.
So that has been a thing with the Bengals. When they made that run to the Super Bowl, what was the biggest weakness? Offensive line.
But
I don't think
their strength. We talk about the Lions wanting to rebuild their offensive line. The Bengals' strength, they just lost Joe Mixon, so they're going to have to rely more on those receivers.
I just think, like, you can't go. Joe Burrow's finally healthy again. You can't let him. I don't know.
But you got to worry about if he's losing his ultimate security blanket with Jamar Chase in there and Tyler Boyd. T. Higgins wants out of town. Get another playmaker.
Maybe they go edge here with the situation over there with Trey Hendrickson.
True, too.
That's a possibility.
I think they have to get that done.
I don't. This is interesting. They said on the clock. I thought the pick was
let it be a tackle. Booner, I hope you're right. I hope you're right. And they take a tackle. I hope you're right.
By the way,
that means
Bookies is awesome right now. Here we go. Let's see what they do.
Take a tackle.
Oh my
Marius Mims just went. That's a guy we had fallen out of the first round. That's a guy we had fallen out of the first round.
What are they doing here?
Oh my!
What are you doing? Hey,
Wow!
I said they might get the protection for Joe Burrow.
How the Bills are for Booner is like how the
happening.
Bengals are for me. The Bengals are like my second team. You have a Marius Mims. This man played basically 8 games in college football. Now, it was for the Georgia Bulldogs, but you're taking him at 20 when you have Fatanu sitting there. I don't get it. Obviously, I'm not an NFL GM, but if you're telling me who has more chance to pan out in the NFL, Brian Thomas, Terrion Arnold, Quinyon Mitchell, or a Marius Mims?
Interesting.
I'm taking the field.
Hey,
I'm taking the field.
Gentry, what did we just say a little bit ago?
Personal preference as far as the offensive lineman goes. I hope we're on the same page here.
Yes. And when they made their run to the Super Bowl, how many times did Joe Burrow get sacked? If they had an offensive line, they probably win the Super Bowl. He was hurt last year because of that. Guess what you do? They said, hey, we're not doing this anymore. We're protecting our franchise quarterback.
That's not how you do it. I am so happy I'm not a Cincinnati Bengals fan right now. You're losing
they're
T.
protecting
Higgins
their quarterback.
and Tyler Boyd, and you have another LSU wide receiver that's a deep threat. Jamar Chase can do it all. T. Higgins, what is he? A deep threat. And now you have Brian Thomas Jr. sitting on the board. You have a cornerback, when is the last time they've had a legitimate cornerbacks and Pac-Man Jones? And now you have the 2 top ones. I don't agree with this pick whatsoever. I know Adam Baydoun's probably jumping up and down out of his seats right now that Marius Mims that he just went off the board.
We did tell him that wasn't going to happen. We said he's going to fall out of the first round.
I think
shout out to Adam for that.
This is another one of those picks that Brad Holmes is going like, check. Another team just messed up. Another team like Quinyon Mitchell fall. Another team like Terrion Arnold fall.
By the way, too, I want to throw this out there, too. I don't know how many people really care about this. I would hope a lot of people do. The city of Detroit, the NFL draft, they have broken the record for most attendance on day one. 275,000 people.
Surprise.
275,000 people.
But not to cut you off, Booner, but this LA Rams pick, I think needs-wise, as far as how the Rams are approaching the draft, is very similar to the Detroit Lions. Their offensive line is not a strength of their team when you look around the sides of the NFL, but they're an up-and-coming offensive line. The wide receivers are fine, but they could use another one. Running back's fine, quarterback's fine. Defensively, they need help. They need an edge. They just lost Aaron Donald. They're not going to.
They might go Jared Verse.
They could go Jazon Newton or Jared Verse, to your point.
Yeah.
But they could also go a corner. So I think this has a lot of potential to shake up what the Lions do. I think these next 2 picks, and I think Miami's after this, so I think, these next 2 picks have a lot of implication on what the Lions do.
My guess would be Jazon Newton. I think the Aaron Donald thing, when I did a mock earlier,
continue though.
They might go tackle, but I think they might go Jazon Newton here. I think once Aaron Donald retires, you're looking for that guy to replace him, and you need someone. Jazon Newton, Big Ten Defensive Player of the Year, can go out there and dominate. He was a guy earlier this year, like a month ago, he was getting projected in the top 20.
Yeah.
And everyone loved him, and he's starting to fall a little bit. Even us, we talked about him falling out of the first round because of the odds in the sports book showed him falling out. This is the guy, though, like Aaron Donald is out, you go get your guy, your replacement. You typically see teams do that. I think they might do that.
And I think Jazon Newton's going to be a good player. Don't get me wrong, but when you talk about the Detroit Lions specifically, I don't think he's a player that could be on the board as far as BPA, but as far as need, I don't think he's the most pressing need being the interior defensive lineman.
I just think that defense, you have to build that defensive line, like you have to keep that thing going.
I agree with you, but so what you and Jeff always preach about, it starts at edge. So if they go Jazon Newton here, now Jared Verse falls another spot.
Maybe that's what they do then. They go edge here because Jared Verse this far. I would love the Lions to have.
It's got to be because he played tight end at Albany, which is a smaller college, went to South Carolina, transitioned to defensive end. So he's probably not the most polished defensive end product that people are willing to spend a first-round pick on.
Yep.
But with that being said, what is Marcus Davenport? What is James Houston as far as a three-down defensive end? I think Jared Verse at this point is worth trading up for. If you don't,
I wonder if the Lions have been making phone calls. I wonder if the Lions have been making phone calls.
I would assume so. I mean, Brad's never
get on the phone, Brad.
Brad, I feel like is a guy to make calls just because instead of just sitting there with the phone silent.
Make a move, Brad.
This because again the Lions are going to be playing whoever they pick here too.
Make a move, Brad. Here we go. I'm a little shocked too. Oh wow, I'm a little shocked. I'm a little shocked about that there hasn't been as many trades in this draft.
Yeah,
the over-under being at 6.5, I said that hammer the over.
Yeah.
And we've had, one trade, and it was one spot?
I think.
Or maybe 2 trades, if that.
Yeah, there might just be like 2 or 3 in this draft as far as in the
first round. Yeah, honestly. I would think Brad Holmes would be one of the guys that have done that. So there's 1 trade, 2, 3.
Now,
I think there's been 2 trades.
Now is Turgeon in the Rams?
The Vikings.
What do you think this does? Because the Rams, I think, are still a playoff team. I think they still should be considered a playoff team, even though they lost Aaron Donald. What do you think a potential win now move as far as in the draft, getting a Terrion, a Quinion, and Jared Verse? What do you think that
for
does
the Rams?
For them? Yeah.
I think you just get the defensive player. Your offense is set. Their offense is set, in my opinion.
Yeah.
You have to bolster up that defense. They're kind of, I'm not going to say they're in a similar position as the Lions, because the Lions are a different level of player. But needs-wise, that's a team that you saw it here. They were in a shootout, just like with us here in the playoffs. It was a high-scoring game, a shootout back and forth, Jared Goff and Matthew Stafford. Both teams, it was very, very known that they needed defense.
Let's see, pick is in.
Wow.
Verse
that's
off the board.
Edges. That's the edges. The top tier edges are gone.
Obviously, Brad Holmes is not sold on the top tier of this edge class.
No.
So now you look at Darius Robinson.
Can I make a prediction?
What's up, bud?
I think the Detroit Lions stay at 29 and take Darius Robinson.
Think so?
I think
that's their guy?
I think they love Darius Robinson. The reason I say that, Brad has shown the last 2 years that he moves up for these guys. He loves guys and he moves up. There's a reason he hasn't moved up. Maybe he loves Darius Robinson.
But, I mean, I agree with you. But as far as for the Rams, what do you think of adding Jared Verse? Jared Verse, in my opinion, was probably the 3rd best edge, and he ended up being the third edge drafted.
Yeah.
I think he's a guy that I think it's a solid pick, but again, his athleticism, as far as getting to the quarterback, is something that he's going to have to develop on. He played tight end at Albany, like I just mentioned, so there's going to be some kind of Lions fans are very familiar with Kirby Joseph, his transition from wide receiver to safety. There's going to be some of that as far as going from tight end to defensive end. But I think this is a steal for them, man. I think losing Aaron Donald is a huge hole that they're never going to be able to end up filling back just because he's one of the best defensive players of all time.
Yep.
But starting with rebuilding that with Jared Verse, I think that's a good way to start with it. And the fact that he was at 19 and then have to move up, this is a great pick for the Rams. I think ETN, shout out, he's a very happy Rams fan.
I think
right
just
now.
look at these sacks here, Klotzy. Kobe Turner last year, 9 defensive tackle. Aaron Donald, 8 sacks. Sacks, I apologize. 8 sacks. Byron Young, 8 sacks. Michael, is it Hotch? I don't even know how to pronounce his name. 6 sacks. Ernest Jones, 4.5. After that, I guess some of these guys are coming off the edge, but these guys listed as DNs, 2 sacks, 1.
Yeah.
You need to add something to that. And you just lost a guy, an 8-sack guy in Aaron Donald in the interior. Yeah, maybe they would want a guy to replace him in Jazon Newton, but Jared Verse is a better football player.
Yeah, I think when you talk about making an impact, I think Jared Verse is the better player than Jazon Newton. He's going to have a more impact statistically as well. But now you look at it, the Steelers, they're another team that they could go corner, they could take Quinyon, but they could also take Brian Thomas Jr. They just
I think they should take Brian Thomas Jr.
But this is the thing. So they do that, but they already have a wide receiver that's pretty similar to Brian Thomas Jr. and George Pickens. When you talk about stretching the field, big body wide receiver that can go down the field and make a play, they have that in George Pickens.
Yep.
So now they go, well, we just drafted Joey Porter Jr. last year, and he was pretty damn solid. Do we just lock down the cornerback room as far as what we have because they have Minka Fitzpatrick behind them as well? Have one of the better secondaries in the NFL potentially if we go Terrion Arnold or Quinyon Mitchell? Because the edges are gone. It's just the corners there now.
I don't know what I want them to do here because I would love Quinyon and Terrion to just keep falling.
Yeah.
Get as close as you can to 29. I would love Brian Thomas Jr. to keep falling. I've had Brian Thomas Jr. mocked to the Pittsburgh Steelers multiple times. Obviously, Terrion and Quinyon were never available. I don't think they can go wrong with whatever they do here.
But
you just lost Deontay Johnson. Brian Thomas Jr. is a great guy to put in there.
If they go corner here, Brad has to move up because Philadelphia is on the board.
Yeah, Philly will go corner.
They will.
Philly will
they'll take the player that we want, too.
Yes.
That's what always happens.
Yes.
This could be Jackson Powers Johnson, too. This could be Zach Frazier.
Oh.
They need a center.
Graham Barton's still on the board.
He is.
There are guys on this. You know what? I wouldn't be mad. I would love to hear the chat as well and hear their opinion on this. I would not be mad if the Detroit Lions went offensive line.
This is a big pick.
At 29.
This is a big pick because Philly sitting on the board with both corners scares the fuck out of me. If Philly is sitting on the board with Terrion or Quinyon,
the pick is in.
That's bad.
The pick is in. Yeah, I don't know. Best available as we get closer to the Detroit Lions, fellas. We're sitting there, 9 picks away now? And these top 9 guys on this board look beautiful to me.
I'm sweating, bro. I need Philly to pick already.
You still have Cooper DeJean on the board.
I don't want Cooper DeJean.
I'm just throwing names out there, brother.
I don't want Cooper DeJean.
I'm throwing names out there. We're trying to we're breaking this down here a little bit. Got some guys: Cooper DeJean, Brian Thomas, the Xavier Legette thing just popping out there, sitting at 11th, the 11th best player available. It's something else here. It's something else. Oh, I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to say anything, Klotzy. I don't want to do this to you. I'm not going to say anything here. Is Gentry over there?
Hey.
We lost Gentry here.
Hey, Jeff, fix that cam. Somebody kicked it.
Oh,
there
no.
we go.
There we go. We're back,
There we
baby.
go. Fixed it. But no, man. Oh.
Here we go. We're back.
I hope the Steelers here, for the sake of the Lions, go Brian Thomas. Because I really didn't envision Brian Thomas ever being a Detroit Lion. If he doesn't, it maybe increases the odds. But I just think for what the Lions want, that's what we.
I'm just going to sit here and just keep refreshing until I see Dan Campbell make a trade to move up and get one of these top corners. I'm just waiting for it. I'm waiting for it, Klotzy.
Because then who's Miami after this? There was a lot of mock drafts where it just seemed like a perfect fit for the Detroit Lions to move up and trade with the Miami Dolphins. Because there's a lot of reports that who do the Miami Dolphins want right now? Xavier Worthy. You can get Xavier Worthy, 29th overall right now.
Yeah.
They just lost Xavier Howard, so maybe they want to replenish that. But they need help on the offensive line as well. These next 2 picks before Philly.
And 2, what we have to worry about, I think we're good, Jeff. What we have to worry about as well, teams hopping the Detroit Lions to go after guys. Yeah. That's what Brad needs to start thinking about as well, because there is going to be a lot of teams that are going to be making phone calls to get up there. The Bills, The Bills are a team that they'll take more capital. They can get a wide receiver like Ladd McConkey in the second round, and they can
double up and get another one even.
Yeah, so there are teams that will say, hey, we'll let you hop the Detroit Lions if you guys want a corner, if you guys want one of those guys. So that's what I'm interested in here, man. I don't know what's going to happen.
Oh, my voice is cracked there.
Come on, Klotz, you get it together here.
Who do you think was the best pick of the draft so far, value-wise?
Value-wise? Let me look at this here. I don't know, Klotz, because
I'm trying to think. You got Brock Bowers at 13, Dallas Turner at 17.
If I'm being honest,
don't say JJ.
Dallas Turner at 17.
Think so?
I don't think if you would have told me a day ago that Dallas Turner was going to fall to pick 17. Again, I got laughed at this morning when I put a mock draft out trading up for him at 12, and all the comments were, no way Dallas Turner falls to 12. Guess what?
Motherfucker fell to 17.
Fell to 17, and the Vikings got him. I think the Vikings killed this draft, this first round, and people, you're a J.J. Glazer. No, that's not it. They got the quarterback that they wanted to get at 5. They got him at 10.
I still can't believe fucking Dallas 6 quarterbacks went in the top 12 picks. That's insanity.
Come on, Klotzy.
That is insanity.
Come on, Klotzy. Here we go. Pick is in.
Raj is heading to the stand.
Pick is in. Who was that up there with him for this pick?
Got Graham Glasgow blocking my view of the TV. Let's see. Please be an offensive lineman. If they go like Fatanu here, Boone, I'll be so ecstatic. Come on. Be Fatanu. Because Jacksonville could take Brian Thomas.
That's scary. Did they take the pick?
Oh, wait, did Jacksonville already pick?
Oh, Cam Hayward's making this.
Jacksonville traded with Minnesota, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Minnesota moved up. Here we go. Beautiful sound, by the way. You say that every time.
The special shine. Jesus Christ. All right, we get the speech, man. Just say the fuck. I'm so mad Latu went already.
Come on, give us the pick, Cam.
Jesus Christ.
Here we go.
Say the pick! Oh, my God.
Come on.
Please be 10.
Here we go, boys.
Let's go, boys.
Now we're moving
That's
here.
what we
I
need.
feel like there's no energy in this room right now.
Let him fall.
Come on, boys. No
That's
energy
what
in
we
the room.
fucking need.
Jeez. We need energy.
Bro,
there's no energy around here. Can we get some energy?
Wake up.
Jeff Iafrate, let's get some. Come on.
Hey, this is great.
Things are happening. Things are happening in front of our eyes right now. Guys are dropping.
They don't realize. Let them sleep.
I can't believe Quinyon Mitchell's still on the board. Terrion Arnold.
That's a 419 dog.
This is an absolute
disrespected right now.
My number
this
one.
This is a chip that's being built on their shoulders. Brad, go take him. Take him, Brad.
This is unbelievable, guys. This is unbelievable.
This is what we needed.
Can we do this in the chat? Can everyone drop who their kind of like dream guy right now to fall to the Detroit Lions or trade up? Who do you want now? Knowing what the board's left, what is there, 8 picks until the Detroit Lions?
Yeah.
What do you guys want? Who do you guys want? That's what I want to know.
You got to think Jacksonville would, but Jacksonville also needs a corner, but they could also use a Cooper DeJean.
Yeah.
If Cooper DeJean goes, there's no way that Brad can just be sitting there.
I'm gonna keep locked in here because we might start getting a couple trades.
Michael Gentry,
how do we feel?
What do you think happens?
Right here?
In general, what do you think with the Lions, how this board is shaped up, and not alone this pick? What do you think happens with this pick, and with that pick, what do you think it translates with the Lions?
This pick, I think they go offensive lineman. They snag a center, a guard, maybe Graham Barton here, maybe Jackson Powers-Johnson. But it's just shaping up so well for the Lions. Like I said a minute ago, there's no reason for them to trade up really at this point unless one of those teams behind. No, there's really no reason for them to trade up at this point. Everything is really falling to their favor. You can still pick a corner. Like, You could still pick Brian Thomas Jr., what I've been praying for. I think this is probably best case scenario, and I don't think any Lions fans would have expected the board to fall this way and them to still be okay and not be really panicking at this point. I don't know if you guys are panicking, but I think they're in great hands right now.
I want to throw this out there, too, because we did ask the chat who they all wanted. A lot of Quinyon Mitchells. I see a lot of Mitchells here. There's a couple Terrions, but a lot of Mitchells are coming out right now. I see a couple Newtons. Gentry, I'm with you. The Brian Thomas Jr., if he somehow is sitting there at 29, I would love for this to happen. Are you ready? We get to pick 26. I don't know how realistic it is. We get to pick 26. Terrion Arnold still on the board. Quinyon Mitchell.
One of them.
Brian Thomas Jr. No, say all three of them. Then you're going to know you're at least getting one.
I don't
think it'll happen, but if it happens, you know you get at least one.
I think
I'm in.
If one of them were to drop, it's going to be Brian Thomas Jr.
I agree.
But then you look at Dallas, and you look at the tackles that have been off the board now. There's really no tackles. Amarius Mims has even been off.
You know what? You know where Brian.
Jerry Jones is all in. He's all in, guys.
Lucas, I haven't asked you this yet. So say these corners kind of evaporate here, and you have to choose between Brian Thomas or Kool-Aid, because those weren't really your 1A, 1B type, for wide receivers and corners here.
Oh my God.
So if you're out of those two, what are you thinking?
Xavier Legette. Listen,
you just push Brian Thomas to the end.
I think if Brian Thomas Jr. is falling this far, it's because NFL teams are really worried about if he falls to 29. If he falls to 29, I should say. If he falls to 29, I think teams are really worried about how he's going to develop as a full-on route runner and develop his route tree. I think they're really worried about how he just kind of banked off of one Jaden Daniels, but not only that, Malik Neighbors commanding so much and him capitalizing off of that. If you're spending a first-round pick at a wide receiver, you want him to be a wide receiver 1 or maybe a wide receiver 2 that has potential for wide receiver 1. Maybe teams aren't seeing that. I just look at Xavier Legette. Call me crazy. I don't think he has a Brian Thomas ceiling, but he has the ability to run through all 3 levels of the field, exploit zone coverage. He's even a threat in the run game. If you hand him an end round or reverse, Brian Thomas can't do those things. Me personally, yes, Gentry. Just me. Not what everyone else should think, but what Lucas thinks. Xavier Legette at 29 is still the pick that I would love. If they go Kool-Aid, Darius Robinson, I'm not going to be mad. But my personal preference is Xavier Legette.
I want to throw this out there. The pick isn't in yet, or it is in. The pick is in, and I have seen it. I'm not going to. I want to see your guys' live reaction. I'm going to say this.
So you know what the pick
I know
is.
the pick.
Okay.
The way the board is falling for the Detroit Lions, and I know there's still, 6, 7 picks until then, or 8, whatever it is. I don't think Brad could have pictured, hey, this is how it's going to happen.
Like in a good way?
In a good way. The way
so we should be happy about what's about to happen.
But the way things are starting to kind of turn in the Detroit Lions' favor, and maybe this is something that none of us realize, and we had these conversations, and it comes down to, hey, we don't know more than the NFL and the GMs. And we think we do, and we don't.
That's what's proven.
And we don't.
This makes just like... Because I love mock drafts at the beginning, but then it's almost a point where they get tired.
They do. You have no clue.
So many, and you just know that this is wrong. And this is exactly why mock draft season, it's cool at first, but towards the back end of it, it's grueling.
Yep.
But the fact that now we have paper product of what we get to revise tomorrow, and then the next day, the Monday, and the weeks going on, it's so refreshing. And if the Steelers go offense here, which by the way you're acting, I think they might. Maybe they reach out and tackle.
I don't know, brother.
Maybe they go Jerzon Newton. But if they go offensive line here, my goodness. If they go Jackson Powers Johnson, I'd be ecstatic. Give me a hint.
I don't know if I want to.
I'm going to guess 5 players. You got to say yes or no, okay?
Okay.
Jackson Powers Johnson.
Nope.
Zach Frazier.
Nope. I'm not going to.
Quinyon Mitchell.
Nope.
Okay. Terrion Arnold.
Nope.
All right, we're clear.
And
so
you didn't even say Brian Thomas, and I'll say no to Brian Thomas.
So it's not Brian Thomas. All right, Graham Barton.
I'm done. You got 5 guesses. 5 guesses are out.
All right, we'll leave it there. We're happy regardless.
Graham Barton, nope.
There's
going to be the guy on the board that we didn't think was going to be there at 29. Just like the Minnesota Vikings at, 19 or 20, ended up getting 17 Dallas Turner. There's going to be a guy on the board at 29 that the Detroit Lions were not expecting. And I will live on that. There's going to be guys that go ahead, and you're going to sit there and go, we are happy that this guy fell to us. Ecstatic.
I'm interested.
Ecstatic.
If it's none of those guys, yes or no? One more. This is my.
I'm not. No, you
I
can say, here we go. Pick is in, baby. Let's hear what it is.
Pick is in.
Miami
boys.
Dolphins.
It's the Dolphins.
There we go! There we go! Let that happen. We're good. We're good.
Thank you.
Here we go, boys.
Let me cook for a second here, Booner. Let me
the
just
floor
cook.
is yours, Lucas.
You have Bradley Chubb. You have Adrian Phillips. You just lost Xavier Howard. You have an aging Jalen Ramsey. And you take Chop fucking Robinson, who had 4.5 sacks, and 2 of them were against the University of Massachusetts. If you want to consider that a D1 college football program, go ahead. But if you're taking Chop Robinson, when you look at the corners on the board, when you look at Brian Thomas, disgusting pick. Booner, let me know what you think here, but that is probably,
You want to know what I think?
The worst, and it's not close, pick of the draft so far.
I'm going to say this.
Let him reach. Let the corners fall. Let Chop Robinson go off the board. Nate Wiggins is next. Let him go.
Chop
Let him
Robinson
fall.
going at 21. Unbelievable, first of all. Secondly, let's look at this in a positive light, Constantly. I want give me a big smile. Give me a smile.
Well, we're here.
Another guy off the board and another. That's why I said a lot of these prospects right now, Clocks, are going to start falling. They're going to start falling. They're going to start falling, and we're going to have a guy like a Graham Barton. Let's just go over this. Best available right now.
And real quick, while you do that, Miami's pass rush was non-existent with Adam Bethune. It's going to stay non-existent with Chop Robinson. This man, after his first step, was nothing. He was nothing but moments and hurries that led to Adisa Isaac sacks. Adisa Isaac is the best Penn State defensive end in this draft. And he's going to fall to the second round. And we're going to look back in 2-3 years, be like, Chop Robinson, 21st overall? What was Miami doing? Mike McDaniel's an offensive coach, and it just showed, obviously he's not the GM, but with this pick selection that you didn't pick the best defensive player here, and it's going to show. It's going to show. You look at this division. They got Garrett Wilson in that division. They have, I know people are overreacting about Buffalo, but you still have Josh Allen. And then the flip side, the New England Patriots are going to start adding weapons. So when you look at Chop Robinson, does he really scare any of that? No, in my opinion, no. I don't think so. Chop Robinson was not the option to go there.
So there's 8 picks until the Detroit Lions. 8 more picks. Really 7. 7 ahead. Are you ready? Let's name them. I'm going to throw a couple names out there.
So there's 7 picks?
7 more picks before the Detroit Lions.
Philly's got to go corner.
Let me do this real quick for you. Quinyon Mitchell, 1. Terrion Arnold. Graham Barton. Cooper DeJean. Brian Thomas Jr. Jerzon Newton, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Darius Robinson. Those are 8 guys right there. If it say yes,
9.
Which he is the 9th ranked best playing player on ESPN.
So we're breathing.
But the thing is to my point, say a Darius Robinson goes before 29, or Jerzon Newton. Now you have your pick between the Terrion Arnold, the Quinyon Mitchell, the Graham Barton, the Cooper DeJean, Brian Thomas Jr. We might get one of those top-tier guys that we all had in the top 20.
Top 20, top 15.
There might be a chance. There might be a chance.
And I'm not shitting on you here, but this more so speaks to, like, the player that he could be. You had Cooper DeJean in one of your mock drafts going 11th, 12th.
That was like 2 months ago. Early on. About a month ago.
Yeah, that was kind of recent.
Come on.
But I'm just saying, brother. Even guys like Mikey Sanders still. But then you even look at the guys that are considered Dan Campbell guys, the Mikey Sanders, the Zach Frazier, those guys are falling. And I think if you're Brad Holmes right now, I think you probably had the interest in trading up. But after seeing how that top 10 shook up, even the top fucking 15, what was it? The first 14 players were offensive.
14 straight.
You're just waiting for this board to shape up and see what you have at 29. And I would be, and I know I was pounding the table for Brad to trade up a couple minutes ago, but the fact that he did it, watching how this draft is kind of reacted off of that, I'm not mad.
The 14 players in the first round, I saw the stat when I was off camera. It breaks the previous record. I think the previous record was 7 straight or something. They said they doubled it. It got doubled.
Chop Robinson at fucking 21.
Hey, don't worry about it. We don't have to worry about that. That's good for us.
That's great.
That is great for the Detroit Lions.
I'm just thinking about what the NFL product. the NFL game
pick
and how
is
it
in.
should be respected. And Chop Robinson at 21, I don't think even meets that
The
criteria.
pick is in here. Look at that. Look at that crew on the TV for the Eagles.
Fucking Chop Robinson.
Look at that crew.
21.
Look at that crew here. I would love Brad Holmes to make a move.
Let's hope. Hey, Booner, make a pact.
Yep.
Nate Wiggins, they need a corner at Philly. They take Nate Wiggins here.
I hope
they
so.
They let Quinyon and Terrion
I
fall.
hope so. I hope so, man. I pray for that. I really hope so.
If Nate Wiggins is the pick here, I will be screaming. I will be screaming.
I'm very interested to see if Brad is making phone calls at the moment. That's my biggest question right now. I want to know if he's making trades.
Pray to the football gods that Nate Wiggins goes here. If Nate Wiggins falls and he goes to the Philadelphia Eagles, oh my God. Imagine Nate Wiggins trying to get off
By the
Sam
way,
Laporta's block in the NFC Championship
I didn't
game.
even throw this out there. Jackson Powers Johnson.
That too, because they do need a center or a guard. They need one of the two. Imagine Nate Wiggins trying to get off Amon-Ra St. Brown, trying to tackle Jahmyr Gibbs in the open field, trying to tackle David Montgomery, Booner.
Oh, there's no chance.
There's no chance.
Zero chance.
With trying to get around Amon-Ra or Penei Sewell, trying to get around Frank Ragnow. It's not happening.
Oh my gosh.
Send Nate Wiggins to the fucking Philadelphia Eagles.
One of the worst things about the NFL draft, I'm going to say this too, guys. Pick has been in for 5 minutes. The pick has been in for 5 minutes.
They got to run it down.
We've got nothing here.
They got to run it down.
5 minutes, and there's just no pick. This might be it here.
Let's see, boys.
This might be it here.
Let's see. Everybody in the chat, subscribe if you have not already.
Hit the
What do we
like
got?
button, share.
We got a little over 600.
We're going to be live as well tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. breaking down the draft.
Yep.
What happened today. We're going to be live all day tomorrow night, or all night tomorrow night for round 2 and 3, and then Saturday as well. Do the same
And
thing.
keep this in perspective, Booner. We're 2 months into this show.
Love it.
We're 2 months into the show.
Love
This
it,
is what
brother.
we're doing.
By the way, Sketch is around here tonight.
Yeah, we got to find him.
The legend, Sketch.
All right.
I'll go all around
Hold
Detroit
on.
to meet him.
Raj is at the stand. Nate Wiggins, for the love of God. Get to the fucking pick, dude. We've already been waiting for 11 minutes. The pick has been in. The envelope has been turned in. Oh, my God.
Boys.
Let it be Nate Wiggins. Lewis Riddick, I ask you, the football god.
Can Roger go?
Get to the pick!
Well, relax, Klotz. Come on here. Let's keep our composure.
He's just yapping.
Let's keep our composure here.
Roger Goodell, just say the pick.
Like it, boys. Composure.
Speed this thing up. Jesus.
Oh, my God.
Oh, now they're bringing someone else out. I'm
Now
sorry. I
he's
need to
gonna
keep my
have a
composure. I need to keep my composure.
Now he's going to have to say
I can't tell the boys to keep their composure if I don't do it. I have to do it. Jeff, let me read the chat, guys. We're reading you guys here.
It's also hard because there's some spoilers in there. So
Yeah, I haven't.
that's why it's tough.
They're a little bit ahead sometimes. Jeff, if Nate Wiggins goes here, you are going to hear me fucking scream.
Whoa, I will scream with you for a different reason because there's some good players.
Oh, no, that's
here we go. Picks in.
I'll be happy.
Oh!
I didn't hear.
Who was
Quinyon
it?
Mitchell. It says right
Quinyon
there.
Mitchell. Oh, that's the one. That's the one we don't want to go to Philly. That was the one to me. I did not want Quinyon
That's
Mitchell
not
in
good
Philly.
news, boys.
I did not want Quinyon Mitchell.
Quinyon learning behind Darius.
Jeff, what did we say? He was going to be the #1 corner in this draft class, in my opinion, and he goes to Philly.
Yeah, but it also speaks to the cornerback class as a whole. I mean, the first one off the board goes in the 20s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, hey, but still, guys, some good. Terrion Arnold, still there.
Your boy's still there.
Kool-Aid McKinstry, still there.
There's a lot of guys.
my
Jackson
guy.
Powers
You're-
Johnson sitting there.
Listen, if I'm being honest, boys, I know this might sound like something that I really don't want the Lions taking offensive line in the first round. You can tell me what you think, Jeff. I'm interested to hear what you think. But offensive line in the first round is just not appealing to me at this point. I think there's so many guys that you can go and get that you didn't expect to be there. Offensive line, yeah, they're included, but I think the elite tackles are off the board. Graham Barton's still there, but if you're trading up for Graham Barton, I'll hear you. But I think there's like the Zach Frazier of the world are going to be in the second round now, obviously, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think I agree with you on that. It's interesting. The Eagles getting this pick, this is a home run for them. Not a home run, but this is great for them. Quinyon was supposed to be one of the top 15 guys off the board. and now he just went 20. What is it? 23? 22 to the Eagles. The fact the Philadelphia Eagles just had Quinyon Mitchell fall into their lap.
They never expected that. Man, Philly always gets that fucking pick too. They always gets the guy
fall into their lap.
Yeah.
That is great for me. I think I'll stand on it too. I think Quinyon Mitchell ends up being the best corner in this draft class.
I disagree, but I think he's close. I think Terrion.
Terrion's still on the board.
I wonder why Terrion's falling. I wonder why all these corners are falling in general.
This is the Jaguars are up now with Brian Thomas still on the board. They traded back with the Minnesota Vikings at 17.
So who's up? The Jaguars are?
This is
Brian Thomas.
Yeah, the Jags are on the board.
This has got to be Brian Thomas. Or it could be Terrion. I think either way, they could go JPJ as well.
This is interesting here. This is where things start to the next 3 or 4 picks are going to tell everything for the Detroit Lions. All right. We got to keep this thing rolling here. Purple Prince said Quinyon looks mad up there.
I wonder where, okay, so you look at them going corner. Where do you think that means? Because they just re-signed A.J. Brown. I think offensively they would just go offensive line, no?
Who?
Philly. So what do you think for them in their eyes? Do you think they need to take the next step in? Linebacker? Or do you think even another corner?
I think the secondary.
You said
I
like
think the
safety or something?
secondary.
Because they just got CJ back. Shout out.
Yeah, but I don't know. I would have to say the secondary. I'm interested in this Jags pick a little bit. Oh, I just clicked the wrong button. I want to see what the Jags do here because you have Terrion Arnold still on the board. Ryan Thomas Jr.
Because they have Josh Allen, Trayvon Walker. They really don't have a presence on the interior there either. Chop Robinson off the board is still blowing my mind.
Again, you just lost Calvin Ridley.
Go Nate Wiggins here.
Do you replace Calvin Ridley?
Well, they have Christian Kirk.
And Gabe Davis.
They have Evan Ingram, who's a fine tight end. He's not an elite tight end, but he's a fine tight end. They got Travis Etienne, who's even a receiving threat out of the backfield. So as far as the receiving game, they're pretty much set. I could have seen them trading up for like a Roma Dunze. But now that you're sitting here, I mean, I don't fault them for taking Brian Thomas, but with Terrion Arnold on the board, I don't see how you don't go Terrion. Because they just lost Darius Williams as well.
Does anyone in the, I want to ask this question, does anyone in the chat have a feeling, and to you too, Klotzy, are you starting to get the feeling that the Detroit Lions trade back from 29 as we get closer?
No. I think the fact that the board is shaping up the way that it is, that they're just fine staying put.
Yeah, but say some of these guys end up going here in the next 3 or 4 picks, the guys that we've been talking about, Terrion, Brian Thomas, Graham Martins, he goes, the guys that we were serious, like if they dropped, you taking them. If those guys fall,
I mean,
I think there's 2 things that happen. One, you take Darius Robinson at 29 because you love him and that's your guy because they've met with him a bunch, they know who he is. Or 2, you trade back.
It's hard because if they trade back, you're really in the same position that you were at 29. Yeah, you get more assets, but then I think the tiers go down. You know what I mean?
They do, but
if Kool-Aid, even like to your guys' situation, if Kool-Aid McKinstry's sitting there at 29, TJ Tampa, you could take him, but there's no guarantee that he's going to be there, let alone in the wide receiver. If you want to go wide receiver, I think there is just drop-off. Just take your guy at 29.
So, Klotz, what if your guy is Zach Frazier or Jackson Powers-Johnson and you know you could get him to start tomorrow?
You think that, but you don't know that.
You don't know, but say those 2 guys fall, you could trade to 33, 34, and you can have one of the first 2 picks tomorrow.
I think if you're talking about those two guys specifically, you look at the San Francisco 49ers.
I'm almost in the camp of if Zach Frazier, Jackson Powers-Johnson, you know they're going to be available tomorrow.
You don't, though, because pretty much all the tackles have been off the board. Who's next? It's going to be Graham Barton, and then it's going to be those two guys.
The Chiefs are probably – the Chiefs could go offensive line.
The Chiefs are going to go wide receiver. I think they'd have to.
The 49ers potentially –
they're going to go offensive line.
It's interesting.
Brian Thomas Jr.
off the board.
Brian Thomas Jr.
What do you think, Gentry? What are you thinking?
Oh, God damn it, dude. I'm so sad. I thought he was going to fall into our lap. But I don't know, boys. Is it Terrion Arnold?
I'm trying to think of the teams that are coming up. I just hope to God that Terrion doesn't go to Green Bay. That's the next team that's like Philadelphia. They could use a corner. And defensive line, there's really not that many options available besides Jerzon Newton. So I feel like in their eyes, it's going to be tackle, Graham Barton, Jerzon Newton, or if Terrion's still available, that's the pick. And then the conversation that you were saying, do now the Lions trade back? I don't think so, but it's still obviously an option for Brad Holmes.
I just think there's those two options. If we start, it was very exciting, these last 10 picks, that guys started to fall. It just feels like Terrion's going to end up off the board. Graham Barton's going to end up off the board. All these guys we've been hoping fall, get off the board. And then you sit there and you just think that some of these guys that you probably get at 29, if they fall to the end of or the beginning of the first round, Brad and Dan mentioned it. Dan mentioned it on the show on 97.1 this week that, hey, Detroit Lions fans, would you rather just wait one more sleep and add 2 picks, or what do you want to do? So I don't know. Gentry, were you?
Yeah, no, I was gonna say, Booner, I was gonna ask you, what do you think about this Cowboys pick? But I've been at this point in time, there's no reason to trade back, trade up. You're having guys fall into the lap, and I've been pretty consistent on that. There's no reason to panic right now. You're gonna have a cornerback one fall into your lap, or I mean, you could even go grab your Darius Robinson that you've been so high on to this point, but. I mean, you're having Terrion Arnold fall into your lap right now. I don't. If he's there, I don't see why he wouldn't be the pick.
We're good. Yeah.
What are you guys thinking here for Dallas? Do they go O-line right now? They've been kind of Jackson Powers-Johnson has been rumored. They need a center, guard. They kind of really need everything on that offensive line.
Guess who's available right now?
Graham Barton.
Graham Barton is available.
I was going to say it. You beat me to the punch. Great pick. I think they lost Tyron Smith. And I think at this point in time, you take Graham Barton. He's versatile. He's projected to be a center guard. They took Tyler Smith, I believe, who was a tackle who transitioned to guard. I think Graham Barton would be a great pick. He could play multiple positions. He could play tackle for you.
I do have a little bit of a news here.
They got to protect
the Cowboys right now are considering trading back.
Because there are still offensive linemen available now to the Lions.
That's been my thing, though, here with Klotz. I was trying to talk to Klotz about is, yes, if Darius Robinson goes before 29, Terrion Arnold, Graham Barton, if you're sitting at 29 and you know Zach Frazier or Jackson Powers-Johnson has a chance of being available tomorrow, you just trade back. That's where I would. And I know it sucks because we're in Detroit. We're doing the show. Smart
Here's
move.
where you got to think, though. The early second-round picks are teams that Raiders could go out and draft a corner. You got to be strategic. And, Brad, if you're trading back, you have to at least have some sort of insight on who could take the guy you want.
Yeah.
Maybe if you love him, you take him.
These next 3 or 4 picks are going to be really interesting to see because what happens here is going to show whether or not he trades back.
And Dallas has not taken a corner. We know that. They have Deron Bland and
I think what they wanted, I think
Diggs.
I think the Dallas Cowboys wanted Brian Thomas Jr. Honestly, I think they wanted Brian Thomas Jr., and I think that he got taken right before from the Jags.
Well, typical entitled Cowboy fans and Cowboys as an organization sit there and go, Brian Thomas Jr. will just fall to us. I don't have to do anything. We're the Dallas Cowboys.
Do you think they trade up or switch that motive up a little bit, or do you think they possibly go A.D. Mitchell here? Because that's another wide receiver on the board. He was already in Texas, so they got a good look at him.
That's a good point. And I think
that's
also he would complement CeeDee Lamb very well.
Yes.
I do believe that.
That's actually, Gentry, I don't hate that at all. I would not hate if that would be a nice, good pick for them.
I think that's just my opinion. If they were really thinking Brian Thomas, that might be their second option. Personally, if it was me in their situation, I would get all the help on the offensive line after you've had some of that help offloaded in the offseason. But I could definitely see them right now taking a wide receiver here, fellas.
The pick to me is, and we'll break down this pick as it goes on live, but even to kind of foreshadow to the Packers, they're going to address, I believe, the secondary. And I know we talked about it. I think trading back, taking Mikey Sanders still would be smart. But, I mean, the corners that are here, Jair Alexander, great player. Eric Stokes. But you got Terrion Arnold there. These teams coming up now, Tampa Bay, another one. They lost Carlton Davis.
Guys.
Terrion Arnold could be gone the next 2 picks.
Throw a name out there for you real quick. You might have already said it here, Jeff. The Cooper DeJean.
Oh, there's another one. Yeah, I didn't even think about that.
Cooper DeJean. Is that a guy, Brad Holmes? Hey, that's a Brad Holmes guy.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves here. I mean, it's not that. It's something against Cooper. I just don't.
I know.
I don't know.
It's interesting.
I'm looking for safety in the first round because I would project he becomes a safety.
Yeah.
That's my opinion. I would prefer.
All right, breaking news. You guys want me to give it to you guys?
Tell me what's going on.
Massive news here. The Detroit Lions are trading up to pick number 24.
No, they're not.
The Detroit Lions are making a trade to number 24 with the Dallas Cowboys with Terrion Arnold. Terrion Arnold is still on the board, and the Detroit Lions are moving up. The Detroit Lions are moving up. We need to get like a graphic or something here for our social media. Jeff Iafrate.
Terrion Arnold could be the pick here. You're looking at corner. He's the best corner. You could certainly make the argument, and he could. Here we go.
Here we go, boys.
Here we go.
The Detroit Lions
are on the board.
The Detroit Lions are on the clock, baby.
Here we go.
Here we go, boys.
Here we go.
This is what we wanted, baby.
Oh no. This is where it gets deadly. This is where it gets deadly. Klotz, pull up a chair.
This is what
pull
we
up
wanted,
a chair,
baby.
Klotz.
All the Kool-Aid.
Oh my gosh. The pick is in. They didn't even wait. It's got to be Terrion Arnold.
The pick is in.
It's got to be Terrion Arnold.
Give me Terrion Arnold.
It's got to be Terrion Arnold. It just had.
Terrion fellas.
Here we go, Detroit Lions.
Oh my gosh. Is it? This has to be Terrion Arnold.
Put the phone down. Put the phone down.
I'm just checking
No
the people.
one look at the phone.
Oh my.
The Detroit Lions are on the clock, boys. Here we go.
Oh my God.
They moved
They're
up.
getting a corner.
They're picking. Give
Out of
me
Alabama.
Brad, listen.
And it ain't Kool-Aid, I don't think. It's
If
Terrion
it
Arnold.
is, we've got Kool-Aid ready to go. I'm
No,
dumping
it's
this on
not Xavier
myself.
Legette.
I'll take the headset off when it's time. I'm dumping the Kool-Aid on myself.
Oh, here we go, ladies and
Here
gentlemen.
we go, boys. Let's go.
That pick came in.
The
There's
Detroit
Crackman.
Lions.
Crackman's on the TV as
The
well.
Detroit Lions, baby.
Yeah,
Shout out
they didn't wait,
Crackman.
guys. They knew.
Imagine how loud
We're
it
going
is.
up and getting our guy. Uh-oh.
Here we go.
Guys, the pick is in. If it's Terrion
I'm
Arnold, you
dumping
just
the Kool-Aid. I'm
added
taking the heads off.
a
I'm
premier
dumping-
player
it's
to your
coming all
secondary.
over me.
With only
Pause.
trading up
Look at those fans there.
5 spots.
That's Detroit, baby.
Brad Holmes let the board fall how it may, and he made a move.
This is the only time I want to see Roger Goodell.
Here
Is
we
right
go.
now.
Here we go.
Here we go, boys.
Who else can it be?
It's got to be.
If it's Graham Barton,
Because Tampa Bay could take
I
an
don't know whoever
offensive
it is.
lineman.
Guess what? What do we do? What's the word?
Green Bay,
Trust in Brad Holmes, baby.
Trust.
Brad is going up
As
to
long
get
as
his
it's not a wide
guy.
receiver, we're good.
Brad is going up to get his guy.
As long as it's not a wide receiver, we're good.
This is unbelievable right now. Come on, let's go, Brad.
My goodness.
lock in Brad.
Here we go, Brad.
Lock in.
I'm waiting for this pick needs to get in now.
Roger, just tell me.
I'm shaking, boys. I'm shaking. I'm locked in.
Oh no, it's
Terrion Arnold. Go give me a corner. Go give me a corner. Give me a corner.
It's the Bama boys.
Here we go. Look at that's a man that wants to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's
a man that wants to win a Super Bowl.
Back with Brian Branch.
yes.
Give me
Terrion
Terrion
Brian
Arnold.
Branch, former teammates. It
Here we
seems
go,
like
boys.
it's already written at this point. Wow, in Detroit,
Give me
the Lions
Terrion.
trade up to 24.
And I don't give him that. You know what? If it's Terrion Arnold, it's going all over here.
Hand me the headset then if it goes off.
Oh, here we go.
Booner's ready to spill some Kool-Aid.
Oh
This
my.
city
Come
is-
on,
this city's
boys. Let's
gonna
give me
eat rough.
one.
The city's
I don't know
gonna
if I'm
eat
ready
rough.
for this, ladies and gentlemen.
Pick the fucking selection. My God.
They want
Lucas is
Detroit.
getting
They-
impatient.
This is taking too long here. I mean, I'm being a diva, but
You always are, Jeffrey, but it's all right in this
It's always been
situation.
Xavier Legette. It's always been Xavier.
Come on.
oh my gosh.
This is
Come
unbelievable,
on, I'm
by the way.
dying right now.
This is unbelievable. They're making us wait this long.
This is, just announced the pick.
This is unbelievable.
This is terrifying.
Oh my
Gosh, Roger.
Come on, boys.
We don't have time for this, Roger.
Respect the
boys.
locals.
Boys.
Respect the locals. Respect the locals. Give me Terrion Arnold. How about it?
Okay.
Give me Terrion.
I do not care, Roger.
Yeah, Roger, I completely understand, but we just want to know the selection here. We're being divas.
Shout out, King.
Okay. All right,
Announce the
people, are
pick.
you ready for this?
Terrion
Are you ready for this? Are you ready? This selection right here will move the needle. This
What's happening
is the
here?
difference. You're a Super Bowl contender,
What's happening here?
and Brad Holmes just traded up. Fill it up. Oh my gosh.
Give me Terrion Arnold.
Detroit fucking Lion. He's a Detroit Lion.
Go, baby, come on!
Hey, this is exactly what we wanted. We wanted a dog. That is what we wanted. Terrion Arnold.
You trade for Keenan Allen?
Terrion Arnold.
They got Terrion Arnold. Justin Jefferson, DJ Moore. Come on!
Terrion fucking Arnold.
We got him, baby.
Let me see it, Iafrate.
Oh,
Wow! How does Booner do this shit? Jesus!
hey, what a beautiful, beautiful day.
Boys!
Fucking soaked me, Boone.
What a
That
day.
was worth it.
Welcome to my world. Terrion Arnold,
Sit
Brad
down.
Holmes does it again.
Sit down!
Fourth
we got-
straight year. Hey, everyone around Detroit that said Brad Holmes was going to go back to being average.
Holy
he
hell.
can't draft.
We're sleeping.
Holy
We're sleeping
hell.
Four
well
straight
tonight,
years,
fellas.
that man went out there and did his job.
Oh,
He is the
my
best
God.
GM in the NFL.
We thought he'd have to trade inside the top 12 for this man.
He
We
moved
thought
up 5!
He'd be calling up Sean Payton in Denver to move up.
Oh.
And you know who he did it right in front of? The Green Bay fucking Packers, who are about to take Cooper DeJean.
Oh my gosh.
Stole him. Brian Gutekunst is sitting in the. Brian Gutekunst just got cucked. How does it feel to get cucked, Brian Gutekunst?
Tom.
You just watched Brad Holmes go in front of your eyes and fuck what you wanted. You don't got it anymore. Brad Holmes has it. It's his. He just went in there and cucked Brian Gutekunst.
That is
You
unbelievable.
hear that, Tom Grossi? I love you.
Tom.
Love you,
I
Tom.
absolutely love you. I hope we just stole who you wanted, Tom, with all due respect.
Take Jer'Zhan Newton. Do it.
I
I'm
hope we
fine
just
with it.
stole him from you.
That is unbelievable. Hey, shout out to Brad. I cannot say enough how good Brad Holmes
You
is.
know what? You know how they say great players make great plays? Great GMs make great trades. Can we keep it like that? And Brad Holmes moved up.
Booner,
God is God.
Booner, could you, just because you're the insider, could you potentially pull up the trade that went down between the Detroit Lions and the Dallas Cowgirls?
Let me
Thank
pull
you,
it
Dallas,
up.
by the way.
Jesus.
Let me pull it up.
Wow. And Dallas,
I can't believe what just happened in Detroit
Dallas
tonight.
gave it to us
I cannot believe.
after they stole that game last year. They owed us something.
So the Detroit Lions traded pick number 20. They got 24. They gave up 29 in number
73?
73.
People, hold
And
on.
they still have 61.
Boys,
So they just have no third round
And a
pick.
2025 7th round pick.
So they got a
Yes.
second round pick and then a fourth round pick.
That's
no,
unbelievable. They gave up 29 and 73
they gave
in
up
the
their third,
7th.
straight up.
So they just have a second round pick
Yes.
and there's
Yeah.
no fourth round pick.
Nope.
No. So they're really just going. They went all in. They went all in
Here's
the draft.
what did I say? Quality over quantity.
That's what I'm talking
You
about,
take
Brad.
quality players.
They wanted you wanted Kool-Aid, but he's like, you know what, Jeff Iafrate, we'll do you one better. We'll do you one better.
Okay.
I hear your cries for Kool-Aid, but what about your tears for Terrion?
That's fair.
Okay, and that's
Yep.
what he just gave you. He just gave you that. Now,
Let's go, boys!
honest reflection, when you look at this, what do you grade this draft immediately after the pick for Brad Holmes?
At first round,
First round.
give it an A.
Give it a
This is a guy we thought we were going to have to go in the top 15 to get. He falls all the way down. We said all night long, trade and trade and trade. If your guy falls, and guess what? At the end of the day, too, guess what? They kept going to the Bama Pro Days. They met with Terrion. They made it known. Terrion had a question, I think today or yesterday, asked about coming to Detroit. And he said, I don't know what's going to happen.
Yep.
He fell to 24, and Brad said, I know that's my guy. We thought the whole time it was Kool-Aid McKinstry. Guess what? It was the better corner out of Alabama. It was Terrion Arnold, and they went out and got him, fellas.
Absolute steal. This is your best corner in the draft.
This was my CB1 heading into the draft, and I even said at the beginning of this draft show, I think when you look at Quinyon with the Eagles, the Philadelphia Eagles, one of the rivals in the NFC for the Lions, when you look at who they just drafted compared to the Lions, if they're taking a corner in the first round, you better have fucking cornerback one upside, and I think he does. And when you compare him to Quinyon, his transition in the NFL, I think especially when you look at Carlton Davis and Amik Robertson compared to what Philly has, they're going to be a lot different. I think when you look at Terrion Arnold, his transition to the NFL, he's going to have to take less steps than Quinyon Mitchell, not just because of the college that he played in, but the position that he's going to be put in the NFL. So I'm ecstatic with this pick. They went up to pick, 24?
Moved up 5 spots.
They moved up 5 spots to in my opinion, is the best cornerback in the NFL draft.
And here's the thing, and a Donkey Kong in the chat, who is also a member, by the way, we appreciate it. He says, so we gave up both our third-round picks for 2 corners, Carlton Davis and Terrion Arnold.
I'm happy with it.
What a new secondary. They add someone who I believe, Lucas, say all we want about who's 1 and 2. That's somebody that year 1 will be your second best corner, maybe even your first.
By the end of the season, by the time the playoffs come around, that could be your CB1.
And not to mention, who did he play with in college at some point?
Brian Branch.
Brian Branch.
Yep.
Brian Branch. So I'm ecstatic. I think it's going to be one of those guys that is just not an instant chemistry fit, because if you're a corner, there's going to be a learning process. But when you really look at where Terrion Arnold's going to be in 3, 4, 5 years when his rookie contract's coming up, he's going to be a guy that just fits what this team wants. I'm all for it.
This is what we talk about, right? Pivoting. That's what good general managers do. The Green Bay Packers, they have some young wideouts. You got the Bears, who got DJ Moore. They acquired Keenan Allen. You got the Vikings, who got Jordan Addison and Justin Jefferson. And the Lions revamped their cornerback room, and they made a pivot.
I'm going to be back, boys. I want to let the people know I'm going outside to drink some Kool-Aid.
Drink some Kool-Aid.
Gentry. Hey, can someone come film my video for me?
Yeah,
I just need my phone.
Care of you,
I love you guys. I'll be back in 5 minutes, and I will be soaked.
There you go, Boone. Get out of here.
Be soaked.
What a day. Boone that's a Wilt Chamberlain 100-point game side. He's holding up. Holy hell.
Well, we got a dramatic shift that's coming, Iafrate. Obviously, the Lions, Brad Holmes, you just made the city ecstatic.
Yep.
But now the team that's arguably the biggest threat to the Detroit Lions in the NFC North, the Green Bay Packers, are about to be selecting. If I had to pick here, it's got to be Cooper DeJean. If I had to pick, Cooper DeJean or Jazon Newton.
I think that's what makes sense. That's what makes sense.
You're good.
Jordan Morgan.
Jordan Moore?
Yes.
Look at that Packers fan! Look at that Packers fan!
Tom Grossi.
That's exactly what we needed. Jordan Morgan. Let him keep reaching.
Hey.
Let him reach.
Hey, David Bakhtiari, no longer a Packer.
Replace him with Jordan Morgan.
Tom Grossi. I know Tom's out there. Yeah. He might not love this, but he's probably thinking, okay, solid pick. No, Tom, he's shook.
He's shook.
He's shook.
Not just because of that pick, it's just because of who went before him. This is just every year.
Again.
Every year our friend Tom has to go through this. And
he was sitting there, and he's saying, Terrion Arnold's there. Terrion Arnold's there. Oh, my God, the Detroit Lions just traded. The Detroit Lions just traded. Please don't take Terrion Arnold. Please don't take Terrion Arnold.
And who did the Bears select earlier? Not just Caleb, but Rome. Pivot.
The Vikings taking a quarterback. Who did Terrion Arnold play against in the college football playoffs?
Terrion Arnold.
J.J. McCarthy. Terrion Arnold.
Yes, he faced Terrion.
We got what you're saying. Yeah.
It's a pivot.
It's a pivot, and they kept their second-round pick.
I really thought that with that pick right there, they were going to go Kool-Aid and kind of just like offset.
The Packers?
Yes. I thought for sure they were going to go defensive back right there. Like I said, I'm feeling for our boy Tom right now. He's got to be going insane with another offensive lineman.
Oh, my goodness.
And here's the thing. Jordan Morgan, he's not a bad player. I think when you talk about BPA, you would have much rather
You could have
Terrion
traded
Arnold.
back and got Jordan Morgan if you're the Green Bay
Yeah,
Packers.
you probably would.
You could have.
I mean, who picks? They Arizona and Buffalo. Arizona's probably going to go, I would assume,
Brad, man,
offensive
the
lineman.
best part about this, I think Terrion Arnold just capped off what was the top end of this draft.
Yeah.
Where people now
100%.
teams are really going to have to start focusing on BPA, and I think Brad Holmes was the reason that it started. He capped off the best talent in this draft. He made sure he got one of those guys that could contribute day one.
Yep.
Now, maybe a Graham Barton, maybe a Cooper DeJean, but when you look at that, they don't have the upside of what Terrion Arnold could be at the cornerback position. Boys, I never would have. I thought I'd be happy for Xavier Legette. But if you would have told me that we got Terrion Arnold at pick 24, I think I'm happier than what it would have been.
No way you could have ever planned to be this happy or planned for this player like him to fall in this
Super Bowl
scenario.
contention mode.
Now, what does this mean?
And you get the second best
Now,
corner
fellas,
in the draft.
no, you're good. I want to ask you. Second round pick they have, and then there's a bit of a wait there. And we'll be covering that, by the way, on the channel. So check that out. Subscribe, like the stream. Support it like you guys have been doing a great job of. What do they go in the second? Because I think that opens up so many possibilities because they don't have a third.
Well,
so wide receiver, offensive lineman.
Yeah, that's a good point. And I think if you're
Edge?
sitting there, as much as I want a wide receiver, fellas, I think I'm going to have to swallow that pill. What do I want more? An Xavier Legette or Marcus Davenport starting at defensive end for the Detroit Lions?
You're realistic.
Give me Adisa Isaac. Give me Jonah Ellis. Trade back up. Find a way to give me Darius Robinson.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Maybe
how
he's not
far
done.
does he drop? And you never know. Brad, he sees his guy hanging out there early tomorrow. He might move his ass back up there and grab him. So
And top 30 visits, Brad obviously values Terrion, a guy that they brought into Allen Park that they wanted to visit shortly before the draft just started. So if you look at the back end of this, the first round, and heading into the second round, if any of those top 30 guys are there, Jeff, maybe we look at a Zach Frazier.
Yeah.
Maybe a guy like that, but I don't know. In my opinion, it would be hard to move off a defensive end, but you look at what Brad Holmes has done, draft in, draft out. You're like, they need a defensive end, they need a corner, and then he takes them finally in the fourth round, in the fifth round. So we could be sitting here for a minute waiting on the defensive ends just because it's not anybody that he likes there.
That's what makes this. And by the way, you can check out Lucas's live reaction to that. It's on our social media. I think that second round pick, and I saw a comment here, and I don't remember who it was from. I want to make sure I find, but basically the comment, and it was from Ed O'Neill, our guy. He says that second round pick is even more important now, and I think it makes it so. Again, we talk about wide receiver, offensive line, defensive end. Trading up potentially, trading away future assets. Who knows? I mean, Brad Holmes, you can't predict him. There's going to be some good offense. Cooper Beebe. There's some guys maybe you could go. JPJ has not been selected.
Yeah.
But that might be the pick right
Zach
here.
Frazier.
Who we got? We got Buccaneers. Buccaneers
That
on the
might be the
clock.
pick right here.
Nate
When I have
Wiggins could go
offensive-
off the board here.
Oh.
I think Tampa and Arizona are interesting because Tampa needs a lot. They could go offensive line. And I think Arizona could go center, and I think they should go offensive line. So,
And boys, I think we can sail away the Xavier Legette ship to the Detroit
I'm sorry,
Lions.
Lucas. I'm sorry. You know, it's gonna be okay.
We got Terrion, though.
Hey,
We got my CB1.
all you got to do for me is look at that camera and say, Jeff was right. No wide receiver.
Jeff was right. No wide receiver. No wide receiver.
I didn't even expect you to actually do that. No, I'm so
No one would have expected it to fall
I'm
the
so
way.
happy.
But I couldn't be happier that that's what
That's
happened.
your guy.
Yeah,
That's your guy.
That's who I wanted the whole time.
that was your
as
number
far
one
as the
corner.
So
That was your number one
disappointing.
corner. And guess
It
who's
is.
going to be compared in the NFC now for their career because we're nerds and we do that shit.
Quinyon and Terrion.
Exactly.
Oh,
That's exactly what's going to happen. That's going to happen.
And maybe this shows signs that they're, because Jazon Newton was on the board, they're more confident in Aleem McNeil and re-signing him. That's not a guarantee, obviously, because they
Right.
still got to show the season, but maybe they're comfortable. Maybe that's the whole reason they didn't draft Jalen Carter last year, is because they're comfortable with Aleem McNeil could develop into. So they're staying away from that defensive line. I'm interested to see how we've already talked about how they approach it in the second and now, the fourth and fifth round. But it's going to be interesting how this shakes up.
Well, you look at it now, the pick is in for the Buccaneers. They took Kalijah Cansey last year. At this point in time, I'm assuming it's going to be on offense. I would say offensive line. That's just my gut feeling on this based on the coverage we've done in the research and kind of what the Buccaneers are. Again, Todd Bowles, defensive-minded head coach. But this screams maybe a JPJ or Zach Frazier.
what about cornerback? because you think about it, they did
Kool-Aid
offload.
McKinstry.
They did offload Carlton Davis to Detroit, and like we've always preached about the later guys, the Max Melton. But when you got a Kool-Aid McKinstry falling into your lap, and there is still some depth, like you brought up the Cooper Beebe, the offensive line moving into the second round. So maybe if you kind of have Kool-Aid above a tier above those other corners, I mean, it might be the pick right here.
This could very well, guys, and I'm a big Kool-Aid guy. I think losing Carlton Davis, replacing with Kool-Aid, I think it's solid. So let's see what they do. Pick is in.
Let's go. Graham Barton.
Graham Barton.
Barton goes off the board there.
That is on me. I forgot he was still on the board.
Yeah,
that was the best. That was a great pick.
Good pick for them. I think BPA
Center.
that fits, need that fits.
And he can move to guard.
Yes.
And that's
Great
also
pick.
another need they have. So, no, that's great. And we kind of had him in this range, but a little bit earlier. So, I mean, the way the draft is gone, you couldn't have predicted the offensive lineman to fall the way that he did. But to get Graham Barton here, I think that's a great pick, and that's a steal for the Buccaneers.
Just kind of foreshadow here. We got Cardinals up next. Pick is already in, fellas. Didn't even
They already
hesitate.
got it in.
Good.
All right.
Good.
So
we
this
thinking
is,
JPJ, Zach Frazier.
I'm thinking Kool-Aid McKinstry here. They went offense, Marvin Harrison, Jonathan Gannon, defensive guy. I think they're going to go with a corner here. I think Kool-Aid McKinstry, they're shocked that he's fallen this far. But to your point, could they go with one of those guys? Yes. Would it fit in one of my parlay narratives? Yes. If I had to guess, though, this is Kool-Aid. This is Kool-Aid.
Yeah, they took Paris Johnson last year. They addressed tackle.
Yeah. But maybe they're just like, all right, we're going to go all in on offense round one, and now we can focus on defense and kind of cook. So I see the point you're saying.
Kool-Aid would be a great pick.
Not
going to lie. NFC West, receivers you got to cover.
They got Buda Baker, who's a small safety, but he can cover a lot of ground as far as in the secondary and the back end. Get a guy that can help him out and make him even better, because I do think they want to find a way to extend Baker long term. Go ahead and get him a corner to help him out. Even if they go Nate Wiggins, I don't agree with the pick, but I think corner is the best pick for them. Or Jerzon Newton. Jerzon Newton could be in play here as well.
Yeah, now you got me with corner. Now it makes sense. I mean, it depends how they feel, at least about the drop-off at cornerback, right? If you think Kool-Aid's far better than the rest, you don't wait. You take your guy. And the Cardinals won't have to wait, so let's see. Their pick is
the chimes. Let's see. Darius Robinson.
Wow, so he doesn't make it to the second round.
All right. D-Rob goes off the board, and I don't hate that. That's another one that, I mean, I guess I really didn't even think about for them, Jeff and Gentry. I thought, again, he was going to be in the late, kind of like the 30, 31, 32, maybe even 29. But I don't hate this pick. I think he's a guy that's going to be able to contribute, make an impact year one. And then that's their floor for the defensive line. Next year, maybe even the second round, they try to get a ceiling, a defensive end guy that can really go exploit the passer with him.
I mean, you got to think, you're dealing with Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan in your division.
Yeah.
You got to be able to get after the passer.
Yep.
You got to. Matt Stafford, Brock Purdy, you got to be able to get to the passer. And I think Darius Robinson is a guy who can do it all. He's not a guy that excels in one area or the other. He's just solid, I think, in both, which I think is a good pick, especially late in the first. Solid pick by Arizona. Yeah,
and they were in the position last year to get one of the top edge rushers, too, and they passed up on it now, and their plan kind of revolves back down to that, and they end up getting the best wide receiver in the draft in Marvin Harrison, and then you get a late-round pick in Darius Robinson, which we were just talking about. If he's still there, we want the Lions to trade up for him in the second round, and just like that, he's gone. So
yeah, I think Darius Robinson is a jack of all trades but master of none. But to your point, when you look at the quarterbacks and the offensive weapons in that division, they got to find a way to start making an impact on the quarterbacks. And Darius Robinson, when you look at the other defensive ends available, it was basically just him. Now I think at this point, you can see teams that are going to start trading up for corners if they want the Kool-Aid McKinstrys or Nate Wiggins, the Cooper DeJeans of the world. But as of right now, defensive ends, defensive line in general outside of Jerzon Newton, and that's all there is. I think second round is where you're going to start seeing these guys go off the board. Offensive line and corners, and maybe even some wide receivers for the rest of the first round.
So we got the Bills right here, Lucas.
Wide receiver.
We've been kind of the A.D. Mitchell crowd. Brian Thomas, if he made it here this far, but obviously that didn't happen. So you think wide receiver too, Jeff?
I think a sleeper here is offensive line.
I think another one is Cooper DeJean. You look at what they lost in the secondary. This could be Kool-Aid McKinstry. This could be a secondary pick as well, because you guys talked about it even more than I did how deep this wide receiver class is. They can go get a Ricky Pearsall in the second round. They can go get a Ladd McConkey and trade back up for him. but you can't find a Kool-Aid McKinstry. You can't find a Cooper DeJean in the second round. So if I'm the Bills here, you got Curtis Samuel, got Dalton Kincaid, you got Khalil Shakir. Yeah, that's not the most desirable wide receiver core that you want, even tight end core with Dalton Kincaid, but you can upgrade it. That secondary right now, especially in the safety rooms, looking a little thin. Go upgrade it. Get Cooper DeJean.
Yeah, we'll see. I think the obvious, and you see it with all of our mocks we do, is wide receiver. I think that's a clear need. They need safety. You are correct. I think they do need help on the offensive line. I mean, this could be a couple different type of players.
Yeah.
Depends. I mean, who's left? You got both centers, top centers in the draft. I guess Grant Barton's gone, so he counts as a center. But still, 2 of the 3 top centers. You got Cooper DeJean still here. I don't see him going to the second. That's another part.
No.
And then you got A.D. Mitchell,
Xavier Legette,
Xavier Worthy.
I think if the Bills were to take a wide receiver,
Mike Sanders still.
Hey, we just
Gentry, let him cook.
Darius Robinson went. If Mikey goes, we just need Zach Frazier to go.
Yeah.
And then me and Gentry are rich men.
We'll see you guys at this facility that's down the road.
Oh, let it be one of those guys. Let it be one of those guys.
No, man.
Yeah, Mikey Sanders still would be
That'd be a great fit for them.
So
hey, one of the smartest football players.
the Chiefs?
The Chiefs, so this is receiver. I think it's got to be 80 or Ladd.
That tells me the Buffalo was thinking of Sanders still because they could get him if they trade back.
Do you think so?
They could get him unless Baltimore takes him.
What about Cooper?
I think Cooper will be gone by then.
He might fall in the second.
That's interesting, but I do think
This is tough. I love this. This is special.
Oh, I'm sweating this bet now, Gentry. I'm sweating this bet now, Gentry.
Chiefs going wide receiver, you think?
I think they
have.
What else? Their offensive line is solid.
Who'd they lose?
They did just lose fucking.
Who'd they lose?
Oh, they just lost to
L'Jarius Sneed. Kool-Aid McKinstry is still on the board.
Imagine that.
Watch it.
It's a good pick. That's a good. I like that, Hefe.
Let's see. It could go a lot of different ways.
But I mean, just so much up in the air with their wide receiver situation, and then there is still some guys. You got Xavier, you got A.D. Mitchell, you got Ladd McConkey, you got Troy Franklin. I mean,
you got Keon Coleman, then you got Troy Franklin.
All right, whatever, order or not, but there is still a lot of wide receivers, and they have a big problem at wide receiver and a lot of unknown going on with that group. So.
I just don't know why you would trade up if you're the Chiefs and not go wide receiver if Buffalo's in there. That's shocking that Buffalo was willing to make a trade with Kansas City. That's what was really even more eye-opening.
And here we go. The pick is in for the Chiefs.
The pick is in.
So there's not really much here to. We're going to get Boone back. Boone's covered in Kool-Aid, I think. He just got back doing his thing. Yeah, and we're going to get Boone out here right after this pick's it. Yeah, we'll get you. You can here. Yep.
No way. You can switch out. I just want to stay tuned.
Boone will switch after this pick. After the pick gets announced.
Oh boy.
All right, here we go. Pick is in for the Chiefs.
So we're all kind of settled. It's going to be a wide receiver here.
I would imagine, but then I could see Jeff's point, Kool-Aid. Think of Nate Wiggins.
Oh, man.
Let us meet in the Super Bowl. Let us meet in the Super Bowl. Let us. The weakness.
That'd be music to Lucas's ears. The Lions cooking Nate Wiggins in the Super Bowl. That's all Lucas ever wanted.
It's like Amon Ra. Nate Wiggins is on an island. Oh. Donovan Peoples-Jones fade ball.
I can't even. Why? I feel like I'm Kool-Aid drunk. I forgot if Nate Wiggins went.
He didn't. No, he didn't. No. He has fallen. Nate Wiggins has fallen.
Maybe Nate Wiggins is the Chiefs selection.
Over Kool-Aid? I mean, you're right. Maybe
they're both there.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what the Chiefs have to decide. I mean, if you're going corner, who's the better corner?
They could use. I mean, Justin Reed's there. They could use another safety.
And I think Baltimore is probably licking their chops for the other one. And if they take Nate Wiggins, Baltimore's like Kool-Aid.
Kool-Aid.
We got
Bring him home.
Forget, I brought it up on the show many times over the past few weeks. The Ravens draft wide receivers in the first round every single year.
Yeah, they do.
And how does it work out for them?
Zay Flowers has been great, and you view him more of a slot wide receiver. Lucas, you can speak on this with his speed, but he has been playing to the outside a lot too, and the way they've been running him. And they need another wide receiver.
They just re-signed Rashad Bateman though.
Anyway,
who's kind of their ex. But to your point, they could Mark Andrews. He's been injury riddled. They like Isaiah Likely.
Got out the door.
OBJ. I could see them adding to A.D. Mitchell, Ladd McConkey. I could see it.
Yeah, because you're not relying on Rashad Bateman. I know you didn't want to say that,
Yeah,
but you did.
I didn't, but it was just a fact of the matter of what was going on.
No, that's fair.
But I do think, why can't you add an A.D. Mitchell on the other side of Rashad Bateman and put Zay Flowers in the middle? Yep. I think it's a good situation for them to have.
They've been looking for reliable wide receivers through the draft. They haven't got that. They signed OBJ for 1 year, so
we want him drafted Mikey, though.
I do. Honestly, I do for the betting side of things, but I think that fit on that Baltimore defense would be electric.
Yeah, right next to Kyle Hamilton,
Mike Sanistrill,
Marlon Huff, Geno Stone, a fine corner that people forget about.
That defense would be electric.
Let's see the Chiefs. Can you pick a damn? Can we get this
going on for fucking ever?
I know. Yeah,
they were like zooming there for a minute, and then they just.
Yeah, the Cardinals had that shit ready. They weren't overthinking that.
The Chiefs draft room. I can't. Brett Veach, he's another one of those GMs. He's like Brad Holmes. When he sees someone, he goes and gets him. Like, he doesn't give a damn. And usually his hit rate is pretty high.
This is what the good GMs do.
He's
Terrion Arnold.
I can't believe it.
Terrion Arnold.
Booner's going to join us after the picks announced. He's going to give his thoughts, so stay tuned for that. He got done drinking the Kool-Aid. He'll be giving his thoughts after the pick here. I want to get through this so the Chiefs, we can find out who they're selecting. I can't believe it. Terrion Arnold is a Detroit Lion. Wow.
All right, here comes the Raj, I think.
Here we go. In Detroit, 2024 NFL Draft. Let's go.
Jesus Christ, another one of these 30-second monologues. We forgot to introduce a guest, and then they got to take a 30-second monologue.
Okay.
It's fucking annoying, man.
Be respectful.
You already got enough airtime.
They should do this for like the first 10 picks, and then after.
Jesus. All right. I thought that was LeVar Ball. I don't.
What you trying to say?
I don't know who it is. He looked like LeVar Ball. Am I wrong, chat? I don't know. Is that not LeVar Ball?
Oh, don't do that, man, like that.
I'm just saying. I don't know.
Don't do that, man.
He looks grumpy.
He seems like a nice guy. I'm just saying. You ever see? Hey, you look like so and so. He looks like LeVar Ball. I don't know. Let's see. Who are the Chiefs selecting? They trade up. Let's
hopefully a receiver that doesn't get a fucking DWI.
Here we go.
Shut up, dude.
Xavier Worthy.
We should have known. That screams Chiefs.
Wow. They get their wide receiver.
Just a yeah.
They get their wide receiver. It wasn't A.D. Mitchell, but they get the Tyreek Hill replacement. They needed a speedster, someone to get down the field, and Mahomes.
They got that in Hollywood Brown, though.
But Hollywood Brown's more a short-term deal. And if they really had the confidence that Xavier Worthy can be a Tyreek Hill-esque, then you might go do it. Don't get me wrong. I would have gone other ways with this wide receiver, but Xavier Worthy.
I heard Xavier and I got nervous.
He fits what the Chiefs want in their offense and what Patrick Mahomes wants as a quarterback.
And next to Rashee Rice.
Yeah,
the good compliment.
I don't hate
when he
it.
Returns.
I don't hate it, but I don't love it. I think that's a guy that would have been there if they would have stayed at 32, in my opinion.
I listen, Xavier Worthy, say what you want, the guy's an absolute blazer. He ran, broke the record at the Combine. We all saw it in person. It was a lot of fun. And we got to see him do it. And now you look at him now in the draft. He was a rumored first-round pick. He is a first-round pick. He's a Chief. It makes sense. What they did with Tyreek, I don't know. Listen, Tyreek's a high, no. But they've had success with these type of guys.
Yeah.
And they want to try and replicate it.
My thing with this is if they were trading up to Xavier Worthy, that means someone, to get him, most likely someone wanted him.
Maybe the team.
Maybe a Baltimore.
Maybe one of these teams after him. So they got to be, another wide receiver's got to be coming is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, especially the back end of this. I don't know. I don't hate it to your point, Gentry, because it does fit what they want, but I don't know, man. He's 165 pounds damn near. I just wonder how that's going to hold up. But again, when the Chiefs take wide receivers, you saw with Rashee Rice, they usually pan out even in their first season. So that's another, it's a weapon. It's a weapon.
And Rashee Rice, SMU product.
Fine,
a very fine player. He's dealing with some stuff, but even that, they find a way to find wide receivers. They're good at drafting them. So
they could even go wide receiver again.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. You couldn't be mad at it.
They'll take a DB at some point. So we'll get down to it.
So what? The Cowboys pick's in already?
Cowboys pick is in.
Ooh, what are you thinking here, Lucas?
You got to think, guys. There's some good offensive linemen on the board. Maybe they felt like they could trade back and still get one of those guys.
Hey, also,
A.D. Mitchell's on.
Tyler Guyton.
A.D. Mitchell, I said it.
Tyler Guyton.
He's already in Texas and whatnot. And Brandon Cooks, Michael Gallup.
Michael Gallup's gone now, too.
So Brandon Cooks is on a short-term deal. So I
wonder. AD, I hope they don't take Leggett. That would break my heart if Leggett went to fucking Dallas.
Got an extra look.
I'd be pouring one out. I'd be pouring one out.
Don't you do that. Now watch him be it.
This is their all-in move. Could you imagine being a Dallas fan getting told it's an all-in draft and then you trade 24 to the Detroit Lions and take Terrion Arnold right after Brian Thomas got picked?
Well,
sickening.
The Cowboys, regardless, I mean, if you look at their wide receiver core, they got CeeDee Lamb. Maybe they add
A.D. Mitchell.
It's not Leggett. Leave Leggett off the board.
Tyler Guyton. Okay,
right.
so it's a smart pick.
Yeah.
Their first rounder last year transitioned to guard. They go tackle to replace Tyron Smith.
All in, they say all in. All in.
All right.
And he's a right tackle.
All right, Booner. Hey, just flip the cam.
Come on here. Well, here we go, Boone.
Flip that cam.
All right, Boone. What do you think?
What's up, boys?
We celebrated together. I got doused some Kool-Aid. I got to do it with my brother.
Brother, I am so soaked right now. I'm freezing cold right now. I'm shivering. I don't know what to do right now. I think I might die up here. I feel great though. This is an unbelievable. Can I say this? I haven't got to react yet. I haven't reacted yet to this pick. Let's just talk about this real quick.
Let's hear it, Boone.
Brad Holmes is the best GM in the NFL.
I can't blame you.
That man, 4 for 4. Who knows what he does tomorrow? Who knows? But Terrion Arnold, potentially the best corner in this draft. I've been going Quinyon. You go Terrion.
I go Terrion.
I'm all in on this, guys. I think this is the best thing to happen for us today.
Does it sway?
Best thing.
Does Brad taking him sway you for Terrion being the number one or number 2 to number 1 corner?
What do I always say?
Trust in Brad Holmes.
Trust in Brad Holmes. Brad always gets his guy.
So now that you see the Cowboys just went, Tyler Guyton off the board. Do you think?
Where'd you sign at? Right there. That's you.
Yep. We're signing for our guy Scotty from Questionable Tees.
Shout out.
For hosting this wonderful party to celebrate the Lions essentially winning, especially the 20.
Can I sign this?
Yeah, but arguably one of the best picks in the entire NFL draft. But we're signing this. Again, shout out to the sponsor of the party as well, Elysium. The DuVries family.
This is awesome.
For all the love they've shown.
Great event tonight.
And the opportunity for us to do what we love to do. It's special.
Gentry.
Shout out, Scotty. You got Michael Gentry. And here we go.
What a beautiful event.
Justin working the camera. I mean,
can I hear what you guys thought about this Terrion Arnold thing? I haven't talked about it yet. I want to know
Booner,
where we're at with this.
I think how we feel, and we've talked about him a lot. It's Lucas's guy, his number 1 corner. It was number 2 for us. We all are fans of him. You traded up 5 spots and got some people CB1.
Yes.
And what did I say, Boone? Quality over quantity. That's a quality player for really not much to trade up. It's only 5 spots.
Yeah. I mean, what did you give up? A 3rd round pick?
Yeah, you got a 7.
And you got a 7th back?
I mean, who cares?
I think, and we were saying it all along in the first round, guys, as these guys keep falling, you have to make a move. You have to get your guy. And the fact that they went up and said, we're doing it, and Terrion Arnold got there, it's the best thing. 3 straight years, by the way. This man trades up in the first round and goes there and gets his guy. 3 straight years.
That's a dog.
3 straight years.
He did go to 12, but double it. What does that make it? 24.
I mean,
so he made up for it.
What did he do? He got a guy that was projected to go 12.
12, yeah.
So, I mean, this man is a genius. He is a genie. He is the best in the NFL. I will die for Brad Holmes.
Bro,
If he
he's
said right
garbage,
now,
dude.
Booner, come over here, I would sacrifice for that man. I love Brad Holmes.
Okay. You know what? I get it. F it. I understand.
The Booner pad.
There's the tell
The
them all
Booner
about
pad. We just started the Super Bowl run today, boys. We just started the Super Bowl run today. All of you guys that laugh at the Booner Path, all that, we're here. It keeps growing and growing and growing. The Detroit Lions, the 2025 NFL Super Bowl champions, baby.
Is it fair to say we haven't won the war?
But we've won that battle.
We've won the battle. We won the battle, brother.
And I think it's a great when we look at Philly and the fact that they were like, all right, you took Quinyon, all right, that's fine. Chess move. We'll take Terrion. We'll take the real CB1 in this draft. And that hurts me to say because he's a 419 Toledo Rocket. But I am so happy that we ended up getting Terrion instead of Quinyon.
Oh my gosh, I'm happy. I don't care who it was. Hey, can we just do this in the chat real quick? Can we all, if you're a member, and if you're not a member, become a member. Let's just spam the chat with the Booner Path emojis. Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell, Terrion Arnold.
Do it.
Jared Goff.
Here we
Amon Ross
go.
St. Brown.
Ravens are up. Pick is in.
Give me. Let's go, boys. All the boys. Gentry.
Nate Wiggins, cornerback out of
Let it
Clemson.
burn. Let it
Is
burn.
a Baltimore
The Ravens
Raven.
will burn.
Let's go.
The Ravens are going to burn.
I'm telling you right now.
Kool-Aid's about to go in the first round, Jeff. Let that sink in.
That's where I was going with it. And Nate Wiggins, I don't hate the player. I mean,
Yeah,
you're
I missed
right.
a couple
I think
picks
Baltimore
here.
is a good culture to develop.
They made it work with Marcus Peters.
Yes.
Appreciate you.
Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you.
My guy. Nice to meet you.
I
Man,
missed a
shout
couple
out.
pictures.
Appreciate the support, man.
By the
That's
way,
Uncle Jay.
Uncle Jay,
All the
baby.
way from New Mexico. My
You're the
guy.
man.
Oh, yeah.
Pulled up to Bookies.
I want to throw
Grill.
this out there. I missed a couple
Showed love
picks.
to the boys.
Graham Barton to the Bucks is big time for them.
Yes, great pick.
Darius Robinson to the Cardinals, that's big.
Yep.
Xavier Worthy going to the Chiefs, unbelievable. Tyler Guyton, Cowboys they love offensive linemen. And Nate Wiggins to the Ravens, they got another secondary. I'm interested in this next two picks here.
Yeah, I mean, if you're the Cowboys, you're about to pay Dak $60 million. You better protect that fucking investment.
You know
With
what's
guys
gonna,
on rookie deals.
I want to break something down for Lucas Klotz real quick.
Let's hear it.
Oh, gosh. What are you
The
breaking
Buffalo
down for
Bills-
Lukas Klotz?
The Buffalo Bills need a wide receiver.
Yep.
Xavier Leggett, they traded back, it looks like, while I was doing some Kool-Aid
Yep.
and enjoying
If I'm-
that. They might go Xavier Leggett.
If I'm being real,
Or Keon Coleman.
if I'm the 49ers, you saw the Chiefs just go Xavier Worthy.
Yep.
You take the best press man cover corner in the draft.
Think so? You think that's what what do they need? The best press man corner in the draft. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me, Jeff
Yep.
Iafrate? Jeff Iafrate
Do I
is
look like I'm kidding?
glazing
Do I
right
look
now.
like I'm kidding?
No, and that's what scares
Bernardo
me.
Green,
That's-
very good.
Bernardo Green.
No, very good man-to-man, very solid man-to-man corner. I think Cooley McKinstry, I love him, and I think 49ers, they would love him.
You know what's crazy?
I don't want him
What-
there, actually, if we're
what do we
talking
have?
Lions base.
So we're
but
at pick
just
31.
For to add another corner, they got Chardavius Ward.
We need Zach Frazier here, and then next pick we need
JPJ. They could.
or we need Zach Frazier and Mikey Sanders still to go. The next two picks for me and Gentry's parlay.
Okay, well,
I wanna.
for your pockets, I understand.
It would be good picks here. Zach Frazier to the 49ers.
I understand. It wouldn't be a bad pick. I think JPJ or Zach Frazier's a good pick.
So, Cooper DeJean, Kool-Aid McKinstry, Jerzon Newman, one of them are going to fall to the second round. I think Jerzon was the guy we all kind of talked about falling.
Yes.
Yeah.
But if imagine Cooper DeJean, who everyone was like, he could go top 20. He could go top 20. He tested. He might fall out of the first round. Because I think the Bills go wide receiver in the last pick here.
Or Mikey.
Or
They
Mikey
also
Sanders
lost
still.
Tre'Davious White.
Yeah.
Could go corner.
They could go corner.
They need a lot, though. I mean, the Bills are a wild card. That's probably why they traded back.
They
could
just
take
get
the
more
best.
assets.
Yeah, they could take the best available.
Oh man, I am such on a high right now, guys. I love you guys.
I love you too, Bo. Love you, boys. That was
2
a lot of
months
fun.
in, fellas. We're crushing it. We're crushing
Yeah,
it, fellas.
we've been streaming roughly 4.5 hours straight.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like
And
it.
just a heads
this
up,
has been a lot of fun.
before these last couple picks, just so you guys know, tomorrow, 8 a.m., we're going to be doing a reaction stream.
Oh, yeah.
So there's 400, 500 people watching. Tune into that, and then we're going to do we're going to be live again, not here, but we're going to be from our computers live for the draft tomorrow night. Same Saturday morning and Saturday at noon.
We'll be doing a Q&A tomorrow morning. We'll be live for the second round tomorrow. Instead of our usual show, we'll be live streaming the second round and reacting to it, breaking it down pick by pick. So please,
should be live Saturday.
For all the draft gurus, fans of Crunch Time, tune in tomorrow. Q&A, it'll be a lot of fun. Can't wait. Bring your questions, conversations. We'll get to it all.
And if you guys
then we'll get to the second round breakdown, which I think will be a lot of fun too, because the Lions, I think they'll stay in the second round.
The second round is more. I mean, do you think there's a potential now in the second round? We talk about the Lions trading out in the first round to get more value. Do you think there's a chance that they trade back from 61 to later in the second round and potentially third round? Maybe they double up on third round picks instead of staying with one in the second round. You know what I mean? Like trade back.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, brother. You know me. You know how I move a little bit. I zoned out for the last 30 seconds thinking about Terrion Arnold.
All right. So take your mind off Terrion right now. Just
let's
move
lock
it in tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yes,
the
sir,
Lions
baby.
sit at
Let's
61,
go.
right? Mm-hmm. Do you think there's a chance that they, instead of staying at 61 with one pick in the second round, they move back to either get a later second round pick and a third round pick, or even just 2 third round picks?
I think that's very much on the table.
I do think there's a chance Brad moves back, or he's going to add more draft capital. We've learned that. Remember last year, the second round, all the moves that they were making? I think, again, he does that. Now, think about it like a Xavier Legette falls at 61. He might go in the first right here.
Now,
don't say that.
You're not only getting Xavier Legette, you're getting a pissed off Xavier Legette, which I can see.
Don't say this out loud. Don't say this out loud. This might be the most shocking pick of the first round.
Right here with the Niners?
Yes.
I don't like that you spoiled that, even though I love you. Because
I'm not spoiling it for our guy.
I know, but it took the juice out of it.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I love you, Boone. Because if I saw that, we would have.
I feel like this is an obvious pick here.
No.
You might think it is, brother.
Well, like if
you'll never guess it, Klotz.
You will never. You could guess 100 times.
Damn it.
Oh, okay. So it's not Xavier Legette.
In all love, that's L. Boone for showing me. That's L. Boone.
No.
Just now. You've been W's on that. That's L. Boone for showing me, man.
What?
I feel like it has to be Xavier Legette.
No, talk about because this whole show, this 4-hour show, I get these messages and alerts, and Jeff just keeps going, show me. Show me.
Okay.
Show me.
This one.
He asked me to show him every single pick that I knew.
Guys,
and all of a sudden, every time I showed you, you said, show me.
It's
Don't
not,
do that.
I still love you, Boone.
We're on the Booner path, baby.
It's not Xavier Legette, is it?
You're not going to expect who this is.
So it's not Xavier Legette, right?
You have to watch and see, baby.
I feel like you would have told me no, but
you have to wait and see.
I'm gonna be sad if it's Xavier Legette, boys.
I
just said, it's 100% Xavier Legette.
All right, brother.
Oh no,
Adam, I didn't spoil it. Jeff has been asking me for picks all night.
Nothing.
He's been asking me for. He keeps going, Booner. Let me see.
No, I didn't. Okay.
You did that all.
I didn't do it all night. That's a lie. You know it. But anyway, I will say is just
come on.
Just because of the shock value of this pick.
All right, it's up, Klotz.
It is wild.
I'll shut the chat off so Klotz can't see it. I'm so right now, dude. I'm soaked. Oh! In the first round.
Are you shitting me?
In the first round.
I'm just happy it's not Xavier Legette.
This is the most.
In the first round.
If you told me Jeff, a white guy was going right now, I would have said Cooper.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by
Ricky
that?
Pearsall. I mean, he's a good route runner. Very good route runner.
He went before Xavier Legette, Adonai Mitchell, Ladd McConkey, Keon Coleman, Jalen Polt, Troy
Let me talk some sense into you. Let me talk. They got a lot of guys they got to re-sign, correct?
Correct.
One of the guys they're considering shopping is Brandon Ayuk. You're not going to get a first-round pick for him, but what is Brandon Ayuk? He's a good route runner.
Absolutely.
He's good after the catch. And
Absolutely.
He would be one of those gritty dog type of guys. I think we'd all consider. Ricky Pearsall is that. He's 6'1". People look at Ricky Pearsall, you think he'd be 5'10". No, he's 6'1". Brandon Ayuk, I believe, is 6'2". He does a lot of the thing that Brandon Ayuk does, and you're going to get him on a cheaper deal considering re-signing Brandon Ayuk. I think they're still going to move off of him, and when you do that, you're going to add a second-round pick. Ricky Pearsall, great hands, great route runner, and he's a guy that knows how to high-point the football. This is a great pick for the 49ers. I think he's going to cause a lot of problems over the middle of the field, and we talk about an aging George Kittle, and injured Deebo Samuel. The 49ers passing attack, just like the Lions, is over the middle of the field. So, great pick for them. I thought like you guys would have went in the second round, but I'm happy to see Rick Curso go in the first round.
Breaking news, the Bills are trading out of pick number 32. The Carolina Panthers are trading in.
5th year option.
Yep.
What does that mean? Tell me. Wide receiver. To me.
Possibly, yeah.
For what? For the Panthers?
I'm telling you, yes.
So do they go Leggett?
AD still on the board.
Yeah.
Wait, no. The Carolina Panthers, and I'm going to say this, they're going to draft Xavier Leggett here. Remember what Xavier Leggett said? He said he's had 4 to 5 meetings with them, with the Carolina Panthers. He went to South Carolina. He's from around there. He loves it over there. And now, and what do we say? We said they have the 34th or 33rd pick. I think we might see it. I'm going to take this and just chat off, and we're all going to react to the last pick of the draft together here. Here we go, boys.
Wow, that's a good point, Boone. We've been talking about Leggett. He's been visiting with the Carolina guy.
I think they do it.
Panthers, they love him.
You might get your wish here. You might get your first-round wish for Xavier Leggett.
Not necessarily. Yes, but
you might get that wish.
At what cost?
Yeah.
At what cost?
And you send him to Carolina.
To die.
Yeah, well.
Who was my wide receiver
Give Bryce Young
year?
some protection. He'll get him the football.
With who?
What do you mean with who?
What protection?
Well, they signed
Would you not
the guard from Miami. The Miami Dolphins guard.
Robert Hunt?
Robert Hunt.
He went to Tennessee.
He did.
No protection's coming. No hope's coming soon.
They signed an offensive lineman.
They did fucking nothing in free agency. Not a damn thing. Nobody wants to go to Carolina with that owner.
You're not wrong.
Now Xavier Leggett has to go
He's no
there.
Sheila-Ham. He is no Sheila-Ham. Oh, jeez.
He couldn't hold Sheila Ham's jock strap if he wanted.
Jesus. Well, Carolina, the pick is in. They trade up 5th-year option. This tells me wide receiver. I could be completely wrong. I don't think so.
We've been talking about these meetings, Jeff.
Yeah.
So while this pick's loaded, who do you think the most surprising guy that has not been picked yet? You got Cooper DeJean, JPJ, Zach Frazier.
Cooper DeJean. By
DeJean.
far.
If Cooper drops,
he was a top 15 pick projected.
You think it's just because he's such like, okay, obviously now he's not going to be taken as a corner, he's going to be taken as a safety.
Changes it.
But now, how many reps has he played at safety? Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like, do you know for a fact he's going to transition to safety? You know what I mean?
But he's his athleticism. He's a guy you got to get on the field.
Is the pick in?
He's not in the first round's wild. I would have never.
I'm surprised San Fran didn't take him. Can you imagine him and Hufanga?
Don't you sleep on the other safety they got out of Penn State last year. Picked off Mahomes in the Super Bowl.
I'm sleeping.
Remember the name.
I'm sleeping. I'm sleeping
I'll
on
leave it at that.
I'm sleeping.
Jair Brown.
I'm sleeping. He was fighting for snaps with Tashawn Gibson.
He came in after Hufanga.
Yeah, because the man tore his ACL.
What did they give up?
Naturally, that happened.
I can't see all the way over there. I want to see what they gave up.
If Xavier Leggett is the pick, it's a perfect way to close off draft night.
Oh, for sure. I'm
this
wondering,
pick 32?
By the way, too, I'm interested to know how much draft capital the Bills have gotten tonight.
Yeah, they traded back, twice?
If they could still get a wide receiver.
Well, they're the next pick.
Because didn't the Panthers have 33 or 34? So they just traded back, probably added more capital to just go back a couple spots here. So
yeah,
that's interesting for them. They need to add people. Remember all those guys they cut in the secondary? All those moves they've made. Stephon Diggs on the move.
I'm sad, boys.
Why?
I think Xavier Leggett's going to get picked.
Klotzy, there is zero reason to be sad here. The Detroit Lions traded up and got the best corner in this draft.
It's like one of those things where my heart was attached to a player.
Stay attached. That's your guy forever.
I mean, let's be real clear. McKinstry's not even picked in the first round.
Or Cooper DeJean.
Or Cooper DeJean.
Josiah Newton.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Pick is in. Right. This is how we close it off, boys. We close it off.
Announcing right now.
Oh!
Hey, you got it right, Klotz. You did it. First round draft pick.
Hey,
happy for
honored
you.
to know you, Klotz.
Hey, I'm happy for you, Klotz.
We're in the presence of a ball knower.
Klotz.
Leggett, first
There we
round
go.
wide receiver.
I
wanted him to be
At what
alive.
cost?
Hey, where's the
At what
X?
cost?
Where's the X? Good thing we didn't do the X.
Oh, what a show. What a
We got
night.
Terry. Hey, at least he went in the first round.
All right, guys.
All
oh,
right,
my gosh.
That'll do it.
Final thoughts? Anything?
Hey, switch
Yeah.
to the full
Final
cam,
thoughts,
Justin. Switch to
Gentry?
the full cam.
So I will say with the fellas,
With the boys, man.
Listen, man, we'll be
Yeah.
live tomorrow, early a.m.
8 a.m.
Q&A stream. Be there for that. We'll be live for the second round.
Subscribe.
Doing a live breakdown. Subscribe, like the stream.
Subscribe.
Thank you guys for your continued support, man. We're so
Thank
blessed
you.
to be here at
Thank
Bookie. Shout out to Scotty. Shout out to Elysium Cannabis as well.
Yes, sir.
Shout out to all
Brad
the people
Holmes.
that came here and traveled to see the boys, and of course Brad Holmes for winning the night
Hey,
for the fellas. Making
People! Over here. I don't know where we're at.
We're here, Boone. We're here.
The Booner Pad, Brad Holmes, the Detroit Lions. We're going to win a Super Bowl, baby. We're signing off.
There you go. What a night. We'll catch you guys tomorrow, 8 a.m. Be there. Thank you so much.
Love you guys a ton, man, for real.
Always. We'll see you then.
Peace.
Deuces.